I was searching, started drowning. I was searching in the ocean for your eyes. Started drowning, pull me out and we survived. All I was so blind. I was searching in the ocean for your eyes. Started drowning, pull me out and we survived. All my life I was so blind. I see the light in you.
Bass on the floor, make you lose control.
Sometimes I sit back and watch as you go. Sometimes I wait 'cause my mom's saying no. But you got me hooked from my head to my toes. Yeah, when I'm with you, I wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. I wanna lose control. I wanna control. Yeah, when I'm with you, I wanna lose control.
Bass on the floor, make you lose control.
Losing street lights, falling deeper into the wild. Miles of dark skies, led astray by my wandering mind. What coming next? I'm headed to
Hello, PancakesCon! It is year 5. I can't believe it. It's so nice to see you all here virtually. My name is Leslie Carhart. I'm the founder and organizer of PancakesCon, otherwise known as Packs for Pancakes. I
you do makes me feel alive. Lay down on me. I love the way that you move, like you run the night. Lay down on me.
To make it swish, 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 swish.
You're gonna, 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 you're gonna act like you want me back. You're gonna, you're gonna, you're gonna, you're gonna, you're gonna, you're gonna act like you want me back. You're gonna.
Over oceans and highways, into valleys and dark days, I'll be chasing your shadow, and I think that you should know. Over oceans and highways, into valleys and dark days, I'll be chasing your shadow, and I think that you should know. I say my love, I say my love, you know I can never get enough. I say my love, I say my love, let me just one more time. into valleys and dark days. I'll be chasing your shadow, and I think that you should know. Over oceans and highways, into valleys and dark days. I'll be chasing your shadow, I think that you should know. Think that you should know. Think that you should know.
If I never get a chance to say sorry, you don't need to take the blame, yeah, it's on me. If you never come back, then you'll never know. Can't open up that door and it's stuck closed. Can't even figure out what you're waiting for, or what you're waiting for. If you give yourself another chance, then I'll do the same. 'Cause we've got these broken pieces that we need to arrange.
반겨줄게 yeah yeah I'm a hot picker 모든 맘을 주고 뺏겨 싸납게 차갑게 소금이 싸가지 Everyday I say 사랑은 no way 필요 없는 you get on my lap 속 뜨거운 탕수육 차갑게 반겨줄게 yeah I bring the car crush I bring the car crush
play the tune.
I see the flashing lights. I feel the crowd is moving to the rhythm. Yeah, it's our time tonight. Let's keep it going till we feel that feeling. Dance, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Dance, dance. I feel the rhythm taking over. Dance, dance, yeah, yeah, yeah. Dance, dance. Now everybody lose control. La 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 la, la 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 la. Feel the electricity. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. The night is young and we are free. The night is young and we are free. The bass is running deep. Everyone singing all the words together. The floor is shaking in the club. We keep it going till they turn the lights up. Dance, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Dance, dance. I feel the rhythm taking over. Dance, dance, yeah, yeah, yeah. Dance, dance. Now everybody lose control. La, la,
Yep. All right, welcome to track 2, everybody. Our next presenter is Rebecca Bex-Markwick with Semiotics, Judging a Book by Its Cover, Security Edition.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mel. I'm talking about semiotics, which is probably a word that people have no idea what it is. I'm going to explain it to you, and it's going to be mishmashed in with an absolute stack of books that I have piled up next to me. So, first off, what even is semiotics? It's a fun word. We find it in the research of linguistics, in culture, in graphic design, in all sorts of fun things. But the key things that we're going to have to remember for this presentation is a few key words that are associated with the study of semiotics. As a semiotician, the person that studies semiotics, these all make sense to me, but they're complicated to get your head around, so they're on the slide. So at a basic level, semiotics is the study of signs. Whether those are words, whether those are visual signs, whether those are smell signs, things that you hear, anything that can be considered a sign is under the concept of semiotics. So the sign is the single linguistic unit. So if I say the word cat, you know what I'm talking about. That is a linguistic unit. If I show you a picture of a cat, same thing. And the sign has a signifier, and that is the word sign or the symbol that points to something else. So the word cat leads to the concept of a cat. And that mental image and that concept is called the signified. So that is the thing that the sign is signifying. It's the signified. So I say the word cat, I show you a picture of a cat, that signifies the concept in your head of a cat. Sounds a bit complicated. The picture on the screen is a very famous painting that in French says this is not a pipe, which is true because it's a painting, but it's a painting of a pipe. So at what point does it cease being a pipe and be a painting of a pipe? But that's still technically a pipe. But then it says it's not a pipe. So what are we believing? The visual there, or the language, or the fact that it's a painting? Fun one. The really interesting thing about semiotics, though, is that the conceptual landscape that we have in our heads of what things mean varies and changes depending on the time, the culture that you're within, the people that you are within, and the places and things that you interact with. So what a meaning would be 100 years ago is not the same mental construct that we'll have today. Like the concept of an orange, the color orange didn't exist for a very long time. We just had all the other colors. And then at sometime in the middle, some sort of like, so I want to say 1700s, 1600s, 1700s, someone said, the orange, we like this color, it's going to be orange. So we just assigned meaning to that. And it's really relational. So you have subcultures with which you are part of, whether like me, you like lots of books, or whether you're a network engineer or a systems engineer, whether you go to the theatre a lot, whether you are into sewing, all of those things, all of those little subcultures have their own uses of words. So the contextual culture that you're in relates to the conceptual landscape and mental construct that you create when you see a sign. For example, a bus to a network engineer is entirely different to a bus to somebody who has missed their train and still needs to get to the place that they're going to. So, few examples here, and this is where you can dive in into the Slack channel if you'd like to have some guesses if what this image on the screen is showing you right now. Should be kind of down there. Oh, down there. So as we can see, we've got time, right? It's a stopwatch and it's passing time because they're in the shape of a clock, which we all are aware of. The fact that it's going clockwise, time is passing rather than reversing. And we know time is passing because each section of that stopwatch is getting more and more orange until it reaches full. Now, and in addition to this, the stopwatch tells us that we're measuring short time. So either sort of seconds for a sporting event or seconds or minutes for cooking. And we can tell all that simply because this very basic icon of the stopwatch is telling us that time is passing and that it is short amounts of time that are passing. We have a little extra fun bit here where we have an individual singular icon with the wipe going around that tells us that time is passing very quickly. There are lots of utilizations for this that we can see with elapsed time, remaining time. You see it on game shows. There's a really popular thing called Countdown in the UK where they make a big use of this sort of stop clock going through the seconds. Really popular because it's iconic. It's that sign that signifies that mental concept in our head that time is passing, but it's short amounts of time. However, there are other types of time, and this is going to really help cement that concept of semiotics in your head. We also have time like this. And again, feel free to dive into the Slack channel between the differences between this time and the time that we've just talked about. This is obviously an hourglass going from the start of you turning it all the way through to it being fully complete. And this is a really fun thing to think about because this is a long time, right? Hourglasses measure long periods of time. It measures sort of hours, or you can have days even, as well as it being sort of a 5-minute timer or a minute timer. We can do hourglasses for all sorts of things. You can have hourglasses for cooking. We have lots of those egg timers, which you just flip over. You can have them with games. You can have them for larger things. And we can have absolute mentally expanded concepts of hourglasses for lifetimes. You have a life timer. If you're into Terry Pratchett, I don't have one of the books because it doesn't show up very well on camera, but the concept of death has his hall of hourglasses which track the passing of somebody's life. So it's all very much from this single icon, all of these interconnected mental concepts that we have that change depending on where we live, how we've grown up, the experiences we've had. So they're culturally dependent. And whilst one icon might mean something to one person, depending on what they do, for example, cooking, all of these could be saying cooking. If you're into sport, all of them are going to say sport, right? So this is the joy of semiotics. We can analyze things right down to the granular level, and it tells us a lot about you and your culture. So I'm hoping that this makes sense, and I'm taking questions throughout. So if there's any questions, our lovely moderator Mel will dive out and yell at them at me, and I will try and answer as we go if you have any. So hopefully we've grasped the very basic concept of semiotics there. It gets horribly complicated as we go, but we're just sticking with the basics today. So how can we apply semiotics, and why is it really relevant to security? First of all, we can apply them to visual things we see. We can use it with the words that we use. As we mentioned, the bus example earlier, things that we smell, things that we hear, and we use them to deconstruct the signifiers, those pointed relational meanings of culture. And when I'm talking about culture, we're talking about big culture, like a culture of a country, a culture of a continent, all the way down to the culture of a small hobbyist group or a niche interest, as well as industry concepts like advertising or branding. So semiotics is how people convince you to buy things, or how you have brand loyalty. You always buy the same brand of chips. Then you have to go and buy a new product that you've never bought before, and you see that one of the options is that brand. You will go and buy that brand because the semiotics associated with it is you know it, you trust it, you like it, it's good. Even if that brand is the worst possible option for that thing, you're more likely to just go for the brand that you know, because semiotics. And that's how advertising works. So if we think about culture in a more sort of abstract sense with security, we have security culture, which fits into a wider organizational culture or an industry culture. And they're all interconnected like a Venn diagram. They all overlap, but they're all slightly distinct, and they change depending on where in the world you are. So if you work in a global organization, you're likely going to have multiple cultures that merge into one. And that one culture is the organizational culture, but it has sort of some Japanese culture here, some Arab culture here, some European culture there, some Canadian culture, some South American culture, all mixed in. And in order to be really effective at what we do, we have to understand how things make sense to those people in those cultures. And that's where semiotics comes in. So as we go back to that hourglass concept and that timing stopwatch concept, you can think, how does that change depending on where in the country you are or what things that people do? And if we apply that to the joyful concept of security, we can think about how it works and how people think about it. But first of all, we're going to dive a little bit into books, because books are awesome. And books are part of this talk. So we're going to have to do a few more important words. We've done sign, signifier, and signified. And now we're going to go a little bit more into the concept of what those sort of signs can be. We have 3 different types. We've got symbolic. Symbolic signs are the things that we have learned. These are conventions that we follow. These are arbitrary signs. Okay, so the @ symbol that you can see on the screen, we only know what that is because someone has taught us what the @ symbol is. And in addition to that, they've taught us when we should be using it. So I will do a quick change because I'm super efficient here. We have this book here called The Looking Glass Wars. Hopefully you can see it. And you can probably guess from the title that it is based on Alice in Wonderland. But you can also probably guess from the pictures, the fairly realistic mushrooms that we've got there, the tiny robot ant people, that it is probably a little bit more realistic, a little bit more gritty, less fun and lighthearted than the original Alice in Wonderland. And if we look at the back, we can see that the same vibe of slightly unsettling weirdness is there because of the shape of the text is following the shape of the book, the mushrooms even. So that's symbolic. We only know that this is relating to Alice in Wonderland because we already know about Alice in Wonderland. Right, so next up we have iconic. And iconic are things that resemble the thing that they want us to think about. So here we have a very, very basic line drawing of something that I'm sure in Slack you'll be able to tell me exactly what it is. It is a cat. It's a very basic concept of a cat. No actual cat really looks like this, but it gives enough of a sense of a cat that it covers all cats, right? Doesn't matter if you've got a Maine Coon or a Moggy or a Norwegian forest cat, they're all encompassed by this concept of cat, right? And this is why icons tend to work globally across cultures, because most icons are things that resemble the thing that we're talking about, in this case, a cat. And again, I have a nice example here of a book called I, Lucifer, where one, the title says what it is, but also you can see the shadow on this book is the shadow of the man through the mirror of the I, Lucifer text is just the same man, but with a little devil tail. You know, it's being very iconic. It is the devil. That's what it looks like. Also, if you look at the text, it's very biblical text. You can see the harsh crossing of the T's like a cross. Very cool stuff. We love it. Okay. Next up, we have indexical, and these are basically things that have a direct connection. So if you see a finger pointing somewhere, you know that you have to look there or go there. So indexicals, the sort of the very basic ones, the ones that are really obvious to people. That's why you see when you go walking those road signs with a little pointy arrow saying go that way. Very, very easy, basic to understand. So, fun one for everybody. Which one is this? And it's slightly a trick question because it depends how old you are. This is either iconic for somebody because it resembles the save icon, or it resembles a floppy disk, but it's also symbolic for the younger generation because they're unaware that this is a floppy disk. It is simply the save icon. So they have learned that this particular image equals save. Whereas for those older people among us, it's a floppy disk. We know that you save things on a floppy disk, so it is both symbolic and iconic. And this is the joy of where it all gets slightly complicated, but in a really, really fun way. So yeah, it's a fun thing to do if you have people in your workplace. It's like a fun icebreaker. Things that are generationally different. So the phoning people or the phoning people is generationally different, and semiotics is great for understanding how that works. So next up, culture affecting semiotics. So conventions change by culture. And that can be global culture, that can be linguistic culture, that can be the groups within which you reside. So if we think about security culture, we can think of it security as an industry culture. You know, everyone in security, we all talk about similar things, we all get the references and the in-jokes that people make, but people outside of that culture will not be able to have any tethers there from which to make those same associations. And different cultures have different values. So what can be important to one culture is not important to another, or what might have a particular reference in one culture won't have it with another. So if we go with the color red, in the West, red is considered sort of a bad color, an angry color. A lot of restaurants are painted shades of dark red to make you feel uncomfortable and anxious, so you eat faster and you leave faster so that they can get more people in. Whereas if we go over to Asia, red is considered to be a color of positivity, of good luck, of good things. So if you're creating training like I do, or you're creating PowerPoint decks to go and do talks, be really aware of the colors that you're using. So if you're using red for bad and you go to Asia, red doesn't equal bad, you know? So if you're using things like green ticks in the West for correct, good job, that won't work in Japan because the correct answer in Japan will get a red circle. And I can never remember what it's called, but it's got a really cool name. So you've got to be really aware of how those cultural conventions change and how those values and associations change depending on where you go. Especially when we're talking about security, if we can utilize those avenues of how people think and how people associate, we can have them working for us. So a fun little swift change here as I try to grab a book. Here we go. This is The Wrath of the Lemming Men. This is partway through a series based, the first one is called Space Captain Smith. And this is, as you can see, quite a good one to look at semiotically. He is in the very traditional, I have killed a beast and I'm going to stand and have a photograph. He's wearing sort of a colonial British captain's outfit. He is a space captain. We can see there is over here, we've got a spaceship. It is basically British colonialism in space, but very jokingly and funny. And I'm not sure how well you can see the face that he is pulling, but it is kind of cynical and amusing. The text of it is telling you that it's not taking itself very seriously. This is a very good comedy book. It is absolutely fantastic. This is another one in this series, and you can see it's taking itself even less seriously, with the great joy of the woman in the nurse's outfit wearing a flying suit and a battleship in the top corner that looks like the game of battleships that you play, but it's in space. 100% well worth it. Fantastic. So one thing that we have extra fun here is, let's just get rid of that, is hopefully you've noticed that there's been a picture, an icon up here on the slide of what? Type in the Slack chat what you think this constellation is called. And we are going to talk about how global positioning affects certain associations. So people in Canada versus Australia, people in the Emirates versus like the Europe and all of that jazz, it all changes. And you have different subcultures, as we've talked about. But when we're moving between those subcultures, remember that Venn diagram where things are crossing and overlapping? You are doing a lot of code switching and culture switching and context switching as you move between them. So as soon as you start becoming really aware of everything, you are able to start moving really accurately between them and utilize, and this is how social engineering works, utilize other people's cultures in order to get what you would like to be portrayed. So for example, if you're doing physical social engineering or you're breaking into a place, you dress appropriately to match everybody else, or you dress appropriately in such a way that people think you are something. You can dress so that you look like that person that no one wants to talk to that probably works in IT. You can dress as if you're one of the people in charge, an executive or a consultant. You can dress as someone who's coming in to do construction work or building, high vis. All of those things work, varying where you are in the world, will work slightly differently, but you can get the same concept over as long as you pay attention to those cultures. It also means that we can be more inclusive with accessibility and diversity needs, just like PancakesCon, by becoming aware of what everybody needs and what everyone refers to and what they like, so that you can then use that in the language that you use, in the imagery that you use, and all of that kind of stuff. Because when you move from one subculture to another, where you have no grounding tethers, have no associations, or you've moved to a new country and the things that you associate with certain words or concepts don't match, you get a really large sense of discomfort and anxiety. And it will stay like that until you can re-anchor those signified things. Those signs, signified, those mental concepts have to move to match the new culture or subculture in which you reside. So that's why it's really uncomfortable when you don't understand what people are talking about. If you join a new hobby group, for example, or you join a group of friends who have a lot of in-jokes and they use words slightly differently and it makes you feel, that's because there's a semiotic dissociation happening. Okay. Back into the book covers. We've already seen a few. I have so many more for you. And by the way, the joyful thing before is either the Big Dipper if you're in the US or the Plough if you're elsewhere. So when we're looking at book covers, we are looking at a huge number of things, and we're going to play guess the genre here. So we look at typefaces, and that's what often people call fonts. We're looking at the placement of text. We're thinking from a cover, we can tell who the book is for, and we can tell what kind of story we're going to get from the cover. We can also get a general vibe of the book. So that previous book I showed you, those Toby Frost books, give us a vibe of it's going to be a comedy, it's going to be a bit silly, it's going to be sort of colonial British Empire, but in space, and 100% well worth reading. They are great. Also tells us what genre we're in. We're going to blast through a few books and we're going to play guess the genre. And you can also see what age people are being aimed at. So we are going to start with this book here. what kind of book this is simply because of how the author's name is the largest typeface on the front of the cover. It's in a very central position. The name of the book is at the bottom, and then the rest is this very uncomfortable looking person facing away from us. This is a crime novel. A lot of crime novels run on the name of the author rather than the title of the book. This is another crime novel. Same thing. Name of the author huge at the top. We have a slightly abstract, creepy thing that's related to the title of the book. We have crime. And again, just to really drum it home, another crime novel where we can see again the nice shiny name in the middle is the author name, and the title is really tiny underneath it. Very abstract, but it feels dark and grimy and slightly depressing. It's a crime novel. That's how it works. We have this Deep Joy. It's a set, one of a set, volume 2 in a set, to try and get the glare off. This is Philip K. Dick short stories, the second volume, second variety. It's generic science fiction illustration. The illustration tells us how old the concept for this is, because generally the older the science fiction novels, the more illustrated it'll be in this sort of comic almost style, very sort of graphic designy. And we move on to, if I can get it out, this book here, which is the historical romance. I tried to look for a bunch of actual romance books, but I was unable to find them because I studied them at university many years ago and I can't find them. But we have the sort of the illustrated painting type of thing with the woman looking forlornly into the mirror, and we can tell it's historical because I'm not sure how well you can see it on the screen, but the way and the typeface that it is written in, very floral, very beautiful. So we will got to 2 more. We have this book here, which is called Ring, and you can see there's a scary little house in the darkness. It is terrifying. It is glorious. If anyone is interested, actually, this is what the film The Ring is based on. It's a horrifyingly terrifying book, but it gives you that sense of foreboding with the way that the image has been treated in post. And the typography is really important because it relates to stuff in the book. It's a horror novel. Okay. Oh, we have this lovely one here, which is an Ian M. Banks novel, and this is a hard science fiction. So we've just got sort of generated imagery of space. It's joyful. We love it. It is good fun. So if we're talking about security semiotics, what do we really need to think about? How do people feel about security? We can judge that by looking at the semiotics, asking people, what do you think about when you hear the word security? Does it give you feelings of good? Does it give you feelings of bad, indifference? How do you really feel about it? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Is it something that you think about a lot? And that can help us identify some of the few words. People love in the algebras. I have every single book that Ian M. Banks has ever written. And we have to think about the language that we're using to refer to our end users. How many people here use the word repeat offenders for people that we have failed to train, right? When we go semiotically, what does the word offender mean? What does the word repeat offender? What are those semiotic references that we have in the mental concept of our brains is crime and criminals and prison, right? And those are not words we should be using for our end users, especially as the vast majority of the time when we're using them, it's because the training is bad. And my last year's PancakesCon will go over that. So our training is failing people, and instead of going, oh, we should make better training because our training isn't good enough, we're blaming the end users. We're using very aggressive crime-focused language. We're very victim-blamey in security. We like to call, I say we, there are a group of people within the security industry that like to call end users stupid or annoying, or I would never fall for that because I'm really clever. You know, and we're using this very derogatory language for our end users, and we've got to be really hyper aware of the fact that how we are talking about them changes how we feel, and it makes it okay to refer to them by that in our cultural bubble, and that people outside of that cultural bubble are going to only see the derogatory nature of that because it's echo chambering in our cultural bubble. People don't see the derogatory nature and how bad it is. There are a few of us calling it out, but there needs to be more because we need to stop and think about how people perceive the language that we use. It's not personal failings. It's failing in how the security is implemented in a low friction way, or the security is not accessible, or people haven't been trained adequately, or the training itself is really bad. All of those kinds of things we need to think about before we just start shunting blame onto people and using very aggressive, bad language about other people. You know, it's like conferences have code of conducts. The one for this conference is absolutely fantastic. And we've got to think about having potentially code of conducts within our security team so that we stop accidentally being horrible to people. Okay. On top of, oh, I pressed my wrong key. There we go. So we have a few more books to kind of drum this home. We've got this book here called The Calculating Stars by Mary Robinette Kowal. Again, this is a trilogy, highly recommend it. It is set in the 50s. We can tell by the outfit that our lovely woman on the front cover is. It's a story about a woman saving space, well, saving the world, really. And we can see that there's a lot of mathematical equations trying to get the coloring to show. We can see all the mathematical equations showing up to the image of the space. Really powerful book, really beautiful. This is fantastic. You know, this book tells you what it's going to be. It tells you how it's going to be. It is really, really good. We're getting a huge positivity out of the way that this woman is standing. She is doing the mathematical equations, right? And it's these little things that give us power and that tell people what they're doing. We're going to dive into a big chunk of fantasy novels now. Have fun here. We have The Poppy War, great book. It's a duology, or maybe even a trilogy now. Really recommend it. We have a really interesting cover here. Most of the time in fantasy, we don't see people's faces. And they're often not directly coming at the person watching it, right? So over here, we can see that we have a beautiful, like, watercolor ink drawing. And we have The Poppy War. It's telling us the combination of that is telling us that this is probably an Asian inspired, and it is. And we've got the smoke here that runs through the poppy. Smoke is a really popular thing to have on covers in fantasy, but this one works particularly well because of the ink watercolory drawing and the fact that the poppy is red. We get the concept of like opium smoke, which is a really important plot point in this book. If we go to a more Western book, we've got Brandon Sanderson here, which I picked purely because it's got the same red and black motifs. You know, we're all very original in fantasy. And again, we see the smoke, but where the red is being used here, it's not to indicate, you know, flowers and death. It's just sword and death, right? And the smoke is very much just a concept here. It's just probably burning battle type smoke, that kind of concept. It's effective. And again, unusually, we've got a face here, but we're far enough through this series that they can put a face on it. Generally, they don't like putting faces on these because it makes it harder to self-insert. This is a much more traditional one. Again, this is a very popular author, so the author's name is absolutely huge at the bottom. And we have the shadowy figure wearing a cape, which is really, really generic. With the light behind them, you know this. They are the main character, super important. I picked this one because on the back, you can see all the other books in the other series. And again, it's just caped people where you can't really see their faces with variations of smoke. Fantasy is very, very predictable. Again, here, however, we have a glorious book, which is based on a retelling of a Korean Chinese fairy tale. And this is a beautiful cover to look at from a semiotics perspective, because we can see from the illustration style and the way that the buildings have been drawn where we are set, but also from the sea creatures and sort of the things that look like birds that are actually fish, that we are falling not through sky, but through water. But it's a little moment there that throws you as you look at it because of the way that we have the waves at the top that can also be clouds. Really beautiful cover, amazingly beautiful book, highly recommend it. It's one of those marvelous things that everyone should give it a go. The more that you do these analyses on books and the more you can kind of work out what you're reading, how it fits in, it makes it easier for you to kind of grasp the concept of semiotics. So, security semiotics again. If we identify what people think security is, we can work on changing it if we need to, or helping them fulfill their dreams. If people think security blocks them and stops them from doing their job, that's a problem. If people think that security is great, it's just hard, then we can work on creating more low friction solutions. If the senior people above you give you a different definition of security to what your security team thinks it is, there's a problem there, and you're always going to clash with those people above you. So it's a really important thing to kind of just get a grasp and a handle on. So we also have this thing called priority confusion, which we can measure using semiotics. So what we as a security professional may think is a really important security thing, and what we may think is a really basic and non-important security thing, doesn't necessarily match with the end users, because what the end users see is the pop culture version of security, the pop culture version of a hacker, the things that make the headlines, like those USB OMG cables that everyone got panicked about. And it's like the likelihood of you getting that's basically zero. Don't stress about it. Stress about this instead, like having a good password. You know, putting MFA on things, not leaving your laptop on the train. So we've got to think about the confusion that we have just because in our cultural context, we understand it. Doesn't mean that people outside of that cultural context will. And if we can understand where they're coming from and how they're thinking, we can work much better with them. And also this pop culture aspect of what a hacker is and what the reality is, unless you're a pen tester, where good for you, you are pop culture. There's a lot of mismatch on what people actually think you do. And so people may be quite anti-security or aggressively unhelpful. And it could just be that what they think of security and security professionals doesn't match what you actually do. We're going to switch into some more fun books that prove this point. This one's going to go a bit weird with the chroma key. This is a book called Pattern Recognition by William Gibson, of which everyone is aware of William Gibson. We love William Gibson. We are used to this book, Neuromancer by William Gibson. Highly recommend. But yeah, this pattern recognition is all about the uncomfortable nature of patterns and recognition and branding and advertising. And the cover itself makes you feel kind of uncomfortable. We have this book. This is a kid's book called Sir Thursday. It's the fourth one in a series. And we have the very terrifyingly scary warhorses in the middle there. We love a warhorse. Warhorses are great. And you can see there's a clock around the outside, which tells you a little bit about the story. If we look at a security book, again, the chroma key is going to get mad. This is a tabletopping wargaming book. It's like a map, but in like a cartoon board game layout. Very boring grey, green. No one likes boring and grey and green. People need to do better, is all I'm going to say there. Again, talking about the retelling of fairy tales, we have this book called Malice, which again is a retelling of fairy tales. We've got the mismatch here. We're on the side of the villain in this. We're following the villain. So we've got a witch, and we generally have the vibe of the wicked witch covering her face is bad. But we've got these bright red lips, okay? The green of Malice, I'm not sure is showing through because of the chroma keying, but we've got that poison vibe. We've got that Snow White vibe. And also this has got a really unusual romance plot. And I'm just going to say unusual because we're following the villain. The whole thing is unusual. It's a really wonderful book. It's got a beautiful romance line in it, but we can tell that from the really luscious red of the lips. We've also got the rather good fun Howl's Moving Castle, where it's basically drawing in the words, which tells us how the people, you know, it's all things inside of things in Howl's Moving Castle. And then the always famous noughts and crosses, where we're just splitting black and white noughts and crosses, giving us the vibe of sort of chess games, of drafts, of the game noughts and crosses. Okay, back to security semiotics. We have cross-team dynamics when we're working with other teams. And it's really, really interesting when you start looking at things semiotically. Is the language you're using too technical? Have you misunderstood how technical these people are? Is it a case where if we go back to that networking bus is different to someone getting on a physical bus, is it that the words you're using mean something different to them and that is where your problems are? Is it that your process isn't written through in a clear enough way for people to understand what you should be doing? Is that technical language making people feel stupid? I'm sure those of you that joined at the beginning when I said, I'm doing a talk on semiotics, went, I have no idea what semiotics is. I'm kind of worried about this, right? That's what you get when you don't know what the language means. You don't have those connections. And not everyone is a linguist where you can kind of go, from the Indo-European or the Latin root or the Nordic root, it must mean something similar to this, right? Not everyone can do that. Some of it's wildly confusing anyway. So as soon as you start making people feel stupid, which unfortunately a lot of security professionals end up doing because they're highly knowledgeable in high skilled areas, they think everyone else's knowledge is here and actually everyone's basic knowledge is down here. So we've got to meet people where they are. And we can use the semiotic analysis to kind of identify where we're using too difficult language, or maybe the way that we're phrasing things is off, or the tone that we're giving to people, how we're writing it at them, the priority confusion, again, of what is important and what is not. Okay. And also, it's really important to remember that semiotic associations change over time. We've got to be really mindful that what something meant a year ago, a decade ago, a century ago may not be what it means right now. Words change, vibes change, feelings change. I'm going to do a quick swap now to a couple of books so you can see this. We have a book here. If we remember back to the I, Lucifer cover, this is very similar in the typography used. We've got the big crosses. We have the big red mouth that we were talking about on Malice. And we've got the blood dripping down. This is a vampire book. It's actually a vampire crime book from the CIA. It's really good fun. It's a very comedy, sort of James Bond, Dracula comedy kind of book. But we can see from this that if you showed this to someone a long time ago who didn't have all of the associations with vampires, that this is not enough. We'd had more of the thing. Someone just said paranormal romance. It is really interesting because there is because this is sort of vaguely comedy. There is like a paranormal romance, but it's not actually romance. It's more focused on like the assassination type vibe, but that is entirely the point of this entire book series. It's all about messing around with that in a really ironic way. So you can see on the back the next two books in the series. We've got the boot, but with the knife in, and it's the addition of blood that tells us that it's not quite what we're expecting. If the little blood drip wasn't there, then 100% it would be entirely paranormal romance. We have this book by Robin Hobb, Assassin's Apprentice, which tells us, if anyone can guess, this is historical fantasy. We have the faux illumination script that you would find in old medieval documents. We've got sort of over here the sort of semi-crest thing, but it's in a very stylized, which tells us that it is not, in fact, modern. It is fantasy. Oh, we got a bunch of really boring books here. This is on color coding. We've got this book on the elements of eloquence, which is 20-year-old, and this is an academic textbook. Textbooks are boring, as you can see. Occasionally you get a really good textbook like this, which is all about culture, but how books take culture. So what looks like a building at the front is actually, and a staircase is actually just made up of books. This is a really good book if anyone is into that kind of thing. So we will swap back. Ooh. So we have to be really mindful of that language, that imagery that we're using, and making sure that the values of our security team aren't at odds with the words and the imagery that we are using. Really, really, really important that we do that. And that when we use imagery and language and words and the way we talk to people and the phrases that we use, we are supporting what security is here for. We are supporting the goals and the vibes and the goal of security, which is to help people and not to make them feel bad and be stressed and not know anything. I have 2 more books to show you, and then it will be time for questions. So we have this book here, which is a psychosocial engineering book called The Like Switch. Again, unusual color choice, but where this lives in the bookshop, nothing else is red, so it stands out. But you can see it's a very literal implication, like we talked about earlier with the pointing signs. It's a switch inside of the word like. And then we have this wonderful book here called Rivers of London. Again, this whole series is beautiful. It's a map of London and like rivers in red. But as we mentioned earlier, the red, rather than being in blue, implies that we have death and murder. And this is, in fact, a crime novel, but it's a fantasy crime novel. And we can tell that it's fantasy because of the way that this typography is all flowy, like rivers, and not aggressive, like the previous crime books, as you can see. So, oh, what a wild ride. Here's everywhere you can find me. I'm at Infobex on Instagram and on TikTok. I'm on InfoSec Exchange as Infobex. I'm on LinkedIn if you want me. I've got my own website with more stuff on if you want to go hang out. And questions. Anyone have questions? Is everyone still with me? Is everyone lost on the long chat of semiotics? Oh, also, I'm going to show you this fun one whilst we wait for questions. This is a book called A Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking. And going back to the fairy tale concept, we've got fairy tale writing here. We have a gingerbread man, but the gingerbread man has a sword. So it tells us what we're talking about. You know, this is actually a young adult book. It's great, read it, it's fantastic. It's sort of like the younger end. I think you'd call it like middle school in America. But this tells you exactly what you get on the front. It's a fun book. It's got baking in it. It's got aggressive gingerbread men with swords, but it's in that fairy tale kind of vibe. So yeah, questions. Have we got them? If we do, Mel will tell me, I hope. And if not, I'll just keep talking for another 2 minutes. Oh, I do have a whole host of books. I didn't get through all of them, which I didn't think I would. But I will, as I have an extra second, do this one. This is a comic. It's a graphic novel called Black Sad. And if anyone can guess what the genre of this or what the storyline could be, please give me a shout, because it's cat on the front. It's also absolutely fantastic. So yes, I will have a list of all of the books if people want them. So yeah, if anyone's wondering why I mentioned Toad Pratchett at the beginning, but I didn't do any more on him, it's because the Kirby illustrations don't show up very well on camera, and because they wrap around, it makes life really hard, and I could do a whole other master's thesis just on those. So it's a little bit hard to get in. But yeah, TP, he rocks, he rules. Right, do we have any questions? I'm not sure. Mel?
Nope, I don't see any questions.
Fabulous. In which case, I might just do one more book, because I think we're almost up on time.
Yep.
This is a textbook that I use a lot. It's called The Gamification of Learning. And as you can see, we're all nerds here. It's all like arcade nerd games at the top, but none of them are actual arcade game icons, right? It just gives you the sense of what it is. And it's really good fun. It's a really good book as well. But yeah, no, the Kidby illustrations are absolutely gorgeous. They just don't show up well on camera at all. And I was really disappointed. So yeah. Like I said,
All right.
semiotics is awesome. I love it. If anyone wants to chat, I'll be in the Slack channel all day. And I will hand back over to Mel.
Awesome. Thank you, Bex. Our next presenter will be up shortly. And I'll go ahead and present his name.
Is my video on? I'm gonna need my video going. Okay, great. Okay.
And if you could give me a 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Is the share good?
All right, everybody. Our next presenter is Chris Plummer. He's going to be talking to us about how to defeat Google using karate.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you so much for being here today. My name's Chris. Welcome to PancakesCon. Before we start, I've been watching some of the content today. There are some really, really cool people here who are not only presenting, but organizing this whole thing. And I want to say how grateful I am for the opportunity to be here. And thank you so much to Leslie and to everyone who decided that I was going to be a good choice for this. I'm going to try really hard not to let you down. Today, we're going to talk about 2 really cool things. One is the big Gmail bug from last June. The other is Kempo Karate. Those things together will make sense as we move along. So let's start. Let's start by talking about something that happened last summer. It all starts with email and something called BIMI, which stands for Brand Indicators for Message Identification. This is not something that was spoken in my house before last May 31st. You've probably never heard of this. it's a logo. It's a logo that's presented in your mail client eh, on behalf of the mail client, right? So if you send a piece of correspondence to someone, the mail client sort of independently presents a logo of your brand. And this is an internet standard that's run by the BIMI working group, which is where this screenshot comes from. And without getting into all the gritty details of how this works, you meet some technical requirements, including DMARC, and a mail client shows your brand logo automatically, and it's kind of cool. And basically, not only am I telling you this message is from me, in my display name, but the logo says so because there's some security infrastructure supporting the display of the logo, and that's well intended, but it's not very intuitive, right? And so we'll get into that in a minute. This is the BIMI support matrix as of last June. You can see in the left-hand side here, there's some pretty significant players in email that support this brand display. This matrix has not materially changed since last June. We'll probably get into why in just a minute, but so May 3rd, to that earlier point about how intuitive it is for a user to understand what BIMI is doing for them. After 2 years of supporting these brand logos in Gmail, Google is rolling out this huge new feature, the blue check mark, the ubiquitous blue check mark of social authenticity, right? Now for email. And jokes aside, right? This is to help identify messages from legit senders. This is intended to give every Gmail user some real confidence that their email is really from who they think it's from. And in practice, it looks like this. You see there's a little blue check, and you hover over it, and you get this assertion of safety from Google. And to be clear, the BIMI standard is the brand logo that you see in this left-hand sort of gutter here. It's not the blue check mark. The blue check mark is a platform independent choice and well-intended, I think you might argue. So then May 30th, a few weeks after that announcement, 4:53 p.m. I will never forget it. I think important background here is that in my decades of working in InfoSec, I have analyzed probably thousands of phishing emails, and this looks an awful lot like one. It's more interesting. I'm getting excited just talking about it, but it's more interesting because it landed in my inbox, which if you're a Gmail user, that's fairly unusual, right? I mean, Gmail is usually pretty good at detecting spam. So there's a quick link in your Gmail to sort of quickly get the lay of the land and show not necessarily the full original content of the message, but at least show some snippets, some highlights from the headers. And there's some weird stuff going on here. I mean, we look at the message ID, which is kind of where the message all starts. It's from some random virtual server. We see Zuckmail here. That's a Facebook artifact. There's an SPF pass, and that's an IPv6 address of a Microsoft IP. There's a DKIM pass from some rando O365 tenant. Even the from address is just really strange. I don't have a lot of time in that moment to really dive in, but so far there's some pretty red flags here. But it's getting on 5 o'clock that night, and I wanted to do something with this, but I had to go to karate. And here I am. This is actually me on the left. I'm here with one of my very favorite training partners, and we're roundhouse kicking each other in the abdomen. And that was the drill that night to sort of get used to what it feels like when you get hit, which is a really, really important part of self-defense. But I'm off to class. As much as I want to work on this message, I'm off to class because I have this self-discipline, right? I needed to go. I always need to go, but you can see here I'm wearing this belt. This is called a candidate belt, and it's kind of black and white. which means I'm in the process of testing for my black belt, which is kind of a number of months of training and testing in various forms. And here's a better look at that belt. It's such a cool ritual we have. You wear this belt for the months leading up to your black belt exam, and then you sign your name on it and you turn it in. You can see there are other names on that belt. Others have worn that same belt during their process. And I happen to know some of those people, which gives you this just really cool connection with them forever. That night was actually 6 years to the exact day that I began training, which was really weird and coincidental, but awesome. This is a kind of a blurry photo from our graduation night, but I'm there in the back, a tall person. That's my daughter next to me, with her hands to her face. She's crying. This was a top proud dad moment for sure. My daughter's been through this process with me the whole way. She started training when she was 4. She's crying. She's crying because we had been through an awful lot that year. We start training in earnest for this process really all year. Our graduation was in December, but we really hit it hard starting in probably March. Our house was being renovated that year. We couldn't live in it. We lived in an RV for 6 months in our yard, which was an incredible test in itself without trying to prepare for a black belt exam. And as you can see here, we have a karate mat we brought out and just found a spot for it wherever we could. Another room where we did that too. My daughter's here running some forms, just move some building materials aside and make some space. And, you do what you have to do. We did a lot of trail running too. There was a running requirement for the test. It's like 3 miles or 30 minutes. And we took it much further than that. We were running as much as an hour out in the woods, just trying to build up the endurance we needed for this process. Had such a great time with this. It's kind of amazing how the universe works, but right in the middle of our testing cycle, we met the cast of Karate Kid, the original movie, at Rhode Island Comic-Con, and you can see them all here, and there's my family in the middle. And here we met Ralph Macchio, which who was Daniel from the movie, and he's a really gracious person. And but William Zabka, who plays Johnny, was so special. When he learned, we had I don't know how much, we had a lot of time to talk with him that day. And when he learned my daughter was testing for black belt, he just absolutely lit up. He's a martial artist himself, and they really connected that day. And I have so many photos of this, but it was really unreal, and just what a really cool sort of asterisk on the whole process to have met all these folks. And so bringing it back to this email, this crazy email I get. It was May 30th, right? I went to class, and I came home that night, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I checked my email as a part of the process of building this presentation. And by 8 o'clock that next morning, I had submitted a bug to Google using their bug reporting platform, which I had never done. But I just let that thing fly. At this point, I was fairly confident in what I had found, and I thought this was a really big deal. I mean, this looked very, very dangerous to me. So by 5 o'clock that same day, Google responds, and they do not agree. They mark this as intended behavior. They're not tracking it as a bug, and I lose my mind. I thought I was right, and I have no idea what to do now. The big machine has told me that I'm wrong, and it feels wrong, but in another life, I don't know. For me, this probably would have been the end of it. So what? Who cares? And so as it turns out, this isn't another life. I do care. So it's time to fight. And as you can see here, by 9 o'clock that night, I'd figured something out, and that I was going to take this to Twitter. I didn't know what else to do. So I sent this off. I go to sleep. I wake up, and this tweet had exploded. There were 100,000 views that morning, hundreds of retweets. It was completely insane. And even seeing that with over 2 decades of experience in this line of work, I am still not confident that I'm right and that Google has got this wrong. And so that's okay. I'm going to make another shot at this. So I compose a reply to Google and I cite this very tweet and I reference the conversation that started and I let them have it. I let them know that something appears to be going on. This is a bug. It's harmful and you need to fix it. And it's one of those things that you write with this incredible conviction. This doesn't happen to me very often, but you're almost shaking when you write it because you're so assured in what you are trying to communicate, and that is so rare. And here we go. The next day, June 1st, Google changes its mind. They changed this to priority 1, severity 1. In a little over 24 hours, this has gone from intended behavior to the most important thing they should be working on. That's crazy. The next few days were completely insane. This was posted on Friday night on Forbes. I didn't see this until Saturday morning. I was having coffee. My LinkedIn was going crazy. I had no idea why. And it's because people in other countries were discussing this story and tagging me. I had no idea what was happening. And then my wife immediately recognizes the totality of what's going on, and she does the greatest thing ever. She knows what this is. She could tell what was happening, and she reaches out to our local media outlets. And that morning, I'm in a TV station, and they're airing our story all weekend long. And this screenshot is so dorky, but it's kind of unreal. Then I was in Apple News on every iOS device on the planet. And then it was everywhere. Newspapers, public radio. I was doing podcasts. I was in the biggest tech publications on earth. I don't even speak some of these languages, but I know everyone is getting the message about this bug. Everyone is understanding this vulnerability and how to protect themselves. And this feels awesome. This is the BIMI standards group we talked about before. They were compelled to reply to this in some way. You can see from the screen here, they never write about anything. And they composed this statement, and the short of it is, yeah, our stuff's working properly, and this is really highlighting a well-known problem with SPF, which we're going to get into for sure. But I mean, all this time, there's this thing that a lot of people knew, and there was no catalyst for changing anything. And well, now maybe this is it. We'll find out. The IETF weighs in. Now, this is the Internet Engineering Task Force. This is the standards organization for the entire internet. This has their attention. Completely crazy. I wanted to post the entire message headers here, but this is an easier way to discuss this message. So this is in the spirit of the All Valley tournament from Karate Kid, but try to not make a mess of this. So our message starts from this virtual server infrastructure, from that random Office 365 tenant. And it does this, it starts over here and moves to O365 because you're not going to send from your attacker infrastructure directly to Gmail. You'll sort of really quickly reveal yourself and get blocked pretty efficiently. But more importantly, I think the attacker knew that Office 365 would forward messages with a spoofed envelope. In this case, that crazy from address that we saw before. There's also some additional packing in the headers. There was a return path value. There was another weirdo UPS email address, just additional insurance to sort of game spam detection algorithms. Then we have this Facebook artifact when we talked about that before. Now the message goes through Facebook. I mean, does it really though? I mean, this was a really confusing part of this. So these artifacts here, you see these in correspondence from Facebook, no doubt about it. They're formatted properly. This is a this X Facebook value. This is a Facebook Singapore IPv6 address. I mean, that is strange. And that doesn't make any sense because our virtual server infrastructure is not that. It's a different IP that, depending on who you ask, maybe it originates in Canada. We're not really sure about that, but it's confusing because in a lot of phishing email research, folks will say that the attackers don't usually manipulate the mail user agent. I mean, in my experience, sometimes they do. But one thing's for sure, there are Facebook has had DMARC for a very long time. Should mention that too. DMARC leaves very predictable traces in email headers. There are no Facebook DMARC artifacts in my message. There's no evidence of a Facebook mail exchanger in my headers, and so I'm not 100% on this, but I think this is tradecraft. I think this may actually have something to do with maybe the actual source of the message. Who knows? But that was a really tough detail to navigate because at first this just looked like a further complication in delivery. UPS. Okay, so this is an enormous detail. They had a shared Microsoft IP in their SPF record, and this permitted anyone in the Office farm to send email on their behalf. And I think many of us who work in infrastructure know how consequential shared IPs are, right? So I think 3 main points here. I think the attacker knew that Office 365 was a soft spot. It knew Office would send that message down the road no matter what, because this is what the attacker does for a living. They had certainly done this before. I think the attacker knew that UPS had a weak SPF. That's the nature of SPF. It's right there in DNS for everybody to see. This is like kind of basic big game hunting, really. So in our third point, the big question, did the attacker know that all of this would subvert BIMI? Was it all just a happy accident? Some believe so. Or did the attacker have all this figured out and their interest in BIMI peaked when Gmail made that announcement in early May? And I just happened to get one of their QA samples. I mean, clearly the message itself was some kind of misfire. This is it. There's no call to action. A reply to this message wasn't going to go anywhere. Certainly wasn't going to go back to the attacker. It's just some bogus UPS email address. So the delivery of this message was not intentional. I mean, it couldn't have been. No matter what, I think very much whoever put this together knew exactly what they were doing. So that's kind of what we didn't know at the time. This was actually this 3-headed monster. I filed this bug report with Google, but as it turns out, I probably should have filed 3. Now it's interesting, as if it wasn't already, I guess. But for a few days, Google just shuts BIMI off. It just turned the feature off altogether. I read that in some LinkedIn conversation folks were having about this. Whoa. Then it came back. It wasn't off for long, but now they look further back in their message headers for signs of failure, and they require DKIM, which is a really interesting detail because BIMI does not prescribe DKIM or SPF. We're kind of getting in the weeds of email here, and so forgive me, but the standard for BIMI is just a DMARC, quarantine, or reject. You can get that with DKIM or SPF. I think at this point we know which one's the stronger standard. Other email clients don't have to do it like Google did. That's kind of an interesting point. So Google makes these changes. I don't even know personally if these changes just impact BIMI for Gmail, or if they have an impact on the way all email is handled in Gmail now. I probably will actually never know that, but I am interested to know that. UPS, of course, we've talked about their misgivings in SPF. They made an emergency change and removed that on June 2nd. And that is a big, big change for a company like UPS to make in under 2 days. The kind of third-party dependencies that organization must have. I cannot imagine what it took for them to make that call. Microsoft, right? So here's a snippet of some Microsoft headers. We saw the message went from our virtual server infrastructure to Office. Right out of the gate, the message fails DMARC because the SPF failed. The IP address of that virtual server was not in the UPS's SPF, for their shortcomings. They had that was working right. But Office 365 continued processing the message anyway, which is weird, except it's not weird because that's exactly how Office 365 handles DMARC. You can see in here there's an action, reject, override, reject. Instead of respecting DMARC, Office marks it as spam and keeps it on moving. And I found this story as a product of doing some further research for this presentation. Maybe a month ago, I find this story. This was a story from DMartian from last July, about a month after the bug discovery. Weird timing. Microsoft completely changes this behavior in Office 365, almost certainly in response to the publicity generated by this bug. That's game over. I mean, we did a whole lot of good, and at the time, I think we knew about a third of it. and the whole thing is surreal. The media part was one thing, and that's nuts. But the BIMI standards group and the IETF was this whole other thing. But infrastructure changes by 3 of the biggest brands on earth, all from that little email. Overwhelming. And so that was the Gmail bug, and that's what I call it. That's what we still call it in my household. And excuse me. Now I want to kind of stray back to karate here for a minute. These words here, this is our student creed. These are our values, the things we live by, things that I live by. These things are swirling in my head all the time. I've probably said them 1,000 times. I see a lot of these things in myself. I see them reflected in the way that I handled the Gmail bug. The modesty part is really tough because it's a lot of, obviously you saw, it's a lot of attention. And so that has to be for a really good reason, which I think it was. I will say this, sometimes it's easier to be brave when you're fighting a big company because it doesn't have a face. But in this case, it doesn't have a face, but I know what it takes to work in a place like Google. I have a pretty good idea anyway, and that feels like enough. That's enough to scare you. That's a place where some of the smartest people on earth go to work and change the world. And I mean, that's not me. I'm not a member of that club. I'm not a genius. I'm a kid who grew up poor in a trailer park. In fact, I grew up in this trailer park. This is something I found from Google, and sure enough, there it is. That's probably in that 3rd unit up on the left. It's where I came from. Looks pretty much the same here as it did in the 70s and 80s. I had a hard childhood. My home situation was not good, and that is an understatement. And that is a whole thing for another time. But I would end up running away from home. I will never ever forget the night that I ran for good. I had actually run a few times before that. I put on these shoes. In the middle of the night, I just ran. I ran right down the middle of the road, 5 miles in the dark. I would spend the next 2 years of high school, living with friends. As I've done almost my whole life, I've just tried to model other kids who were smart and had families that were intact. And I really faked it, I think. And I faked being a smart person. And, these kids were going to college and I had no idea what I was supposed to do. So I just did what they did and I applied to the schools that they applied to. And there was one thing I could not fake, and that was being poor. And I had to write one hell of an essay to convince somebody that I was worth taking a chance on. And I wrote it and I didn't leave anything out. And I don't think I can ever read it again. I have it. I've been carrying that essay around in a box for about 30 years now. Gmail was a fight. And fighting seems to be something I know how to do. Persevere, I guess. And if there's one of those principles of black belt that I was born with, I think it's perseverance. It's how I got to college. I fought for myself. I told my story, and the University of New Hampshire listened to that story. They gave me an incredible aid package that basically allowed me to go to school tuition free, which allows me to be here with you today. I have a hard time talking about this because I haven't seen this acceptance letter probably since I received it in 1995. I located it for the purposes of this talk with you. It appears that I never read it carefully at the time. There's an invitation there to apply to the University Honors Program. I don't even remember that. That's how messed up that time of my life was. And that's pretty good. I think everything could stop right there, and that would be good enough. At UNH, I was given this opportunity like I never knew. In 4 years, I had a degree. I branched into computer science projects that would really be the springboard for my career. I would help author the school's very first textbook on the internet, which was pretty weird to be in a college where they're using a book with your name in it. And not because I was born some kind of expert, but because I wanted to learn. The moment I set foot on that campus, I wanted to learn. I had a used computer. I had a 1200 baud modem. And that's it. I had nothing but text-based internet. And I printed reams of paper, reams of Usenet posts, just learning everything I could about the web. We teach many, many lessons in karate. And one of those lessons is fail fast. You certainly have heard that before. At UNH, I probably failed faster than most. I started school in September. By the end of that month, can't believe I did this. By the end of the month, I was calling the system administrator at his house on a Saturday morning, furious because my account was locked out, which it was, because it was full. It was over quota because my account was full of malware, which I had downloaded all month, fully unaware of who wrote it and what it was doing. Wasn't doing much. But I didn't know what it could do. I was learning, but by February here, after only one full semester of college, not even a full year, I'd be in front of an academic review panel facing expulsion. I've had many fights in my life, but I was in a fight to stay in school, and that's a fight that I won. I was allowed to stay in school, but I had some very Kevin Mitnick-like restrictions on not using computers for an entire semester, which was pretty consequential for somebody who was pretty deeply immersed in computer science at the time. And I figured out, I'm probably not proud to say I found a way around that, but that was a hard year. It was a hard year in a lot of ways. I went from first semester academic probation to the dean's list by junior year. I would have a job right out of school months before I even graduated. I have a million stories. I would be on the cover of a magazine. I'd go on to do security work for the U.S. Navy, and I'd work for IBM. I'd be a cybersecurity architect for 2 hospitals. I'd be solicited to speak by NIST and the National Science Foundation. I'd serve on a White House task force on internet security. It was just like a month ago. I'd speak at a conference in New York City, headlined by Kevin Mitnick himself. And I'd go on to discover the Gmail bug. That would make world news. This whole thing is a movie. My life is a montage. But that's how I grew up, watching 80s action movies. That's all I know, that life is a series of events stitched together. And because every montage builds to some positive outcome, that's how I think of everything. You put in the work and you get the result. And in the middle, there's all this other stuff like taking chances and failing and getting back up. But to quote this scene from Rocky IV, in the end, you're the one standing. That's what I do. And that's sort of how I bridge this into karate. Karate's kind of the perfect thing for me. It has ideals, it takes hard work, and you fight. This is a photo from 8 years ago. This is the first photo I have in a white belt, here with my daughter, who at the time was 4. I always wanted karate to kind of change my personality and just make me better. And I don't know, in time so far, it doesn't really change your personality, but it does change your work ethic. I don't know if 8 years feels like a long time. It sure feels like it when you're first starting. When your karate peer group is measuring their experience in decades, and the senior practitioner in my art has been doing this longer than I've been alive. I don't know, maybe there is still some time for my personality to mellow out. Who knows? These are just words, but they're some of the first words that came to my mind when I thought about Kempo. It's funny because the first things I thought of were not the predictable things like self-defense or strength or confidence. And I don't know, maybe those are too obvious, but karate is structure. We're tested. Well, we don't like to say tested, but we're evaluated every 8 weeks. Now every 16 weeks is a black belt. And I've been in many, many tests in 8 years of time. I've never failed a test. I refuse to fail a test. I refuse to show up and not be prepared. You are accountable. No one makes you go. No one makes you put in the work. You train and test. You train and test. And that repetition makes you consistent, and there are no surprises. You put in the work, you get the result. I love that. This is goals. Goals is one of those weird words that you look at too much, and then it doesn't make any sense. But we set goals, we plan them, we measure them, we adapt when the plans are not working, we achieve them, and we start the process over. And that those goals are not just karate things. These are like basic life skills. Your whole life is just this series of goals, and that's what you come to understand. And when you have these, I don't know, character traits, I guess, granted to you through this journey to black belt, and you have responsibility and you have work ethic, you succeed and you see opportunity. And that's what I feel like I've been able to do really my whole life, but more than ever in these last 8 years as a martial artist. That is a real gift. And so the moral, I guess, what am I trying to say? No matter where you came from, no matter who you think you are, what you're going through, that might define you in the moment. I won't discount that, but It doesn't have to define you forever. All right, those people you looked up to, that you wanted to be like, you wanted to emulate. It's extremely possible for you to become that person. You'll reach a point where you are that person. And just as karate teaches us, reflect on that, celebrate it, then set your next goal. Take control. Don't let life make plans for you. It's some more karate wisdom for you right there. So maybe three parting things here, born from the karate wisdom that we teach. Number one, make plans. Make plans for yourself. Number two, face your fears. Versus don't be afraid. I mean, everybody's afraid. Fear is a natural response to your world, but every time you face your fear, you get stronger. Accept help. How do you distill that, right? Let others help you. Be teachable. Be a teachable person. Sometimes goals have tests. Actually, any goal worth having usually does have a test. Embrace tests. Prepare for them to the point where you cannot wait to take them. Okay, tests are not games of chance. I used to think that way in my academic career, no doubt. Now I realize what a huge waste of time that was. Taking chances means, taking risks. I think we saw a little of that earlier, but it also means respecting boundaries. And you have to cultivate this sense of when you're crossing a boundary, and you need to exercise some judgment. And sorry, when you're stupid, you're stupid. And short of time and experience, the only thing that helps that along is being helped, being taught, and being guided by other people. Just kind of leads to our final point, letting others help you. I wouldn't be here today without a whole series of people who are willing to help me learn about myself and who taught me how to help myself. And in time you become very, very proud of being able to support yourself, and you tend to refuse help, and that's pride, but that's kind of a tough mentality to correct, because you need to accept help or you will not grow as a person. Okay, so accept help. And so all these things, where do they come from? Yeah, I don't know. You learn karate, right? I guess there is a fourth thing. Learn karate, can't speak for all martial arts, but Kempo is wonderful. But if that's not your thing, pursue the martial arts. There are many. But give yourself a gift of structure and accountability and strength. Sure, but invest in yourself as a person. And if you do that, you put yourself in a position to do, anything you want, and maybe do some really interesting things in the process. Close this out with sort of my thank you tweet that I posted last year to everyone who helped sort of fuel me. And I'll just say again, I said this at the beginning of the talk, but I'm just absolutely grateful to have been given a chance to tell this story today. And in the process, I learned so much more about what happened back last summer. I learned more about myself, but only because I forced myself to sit down and accept the challenge of speaking at this conference, which means doing work. And I did the work, and now I'm on the other side of that, and I'm a better person, and that is priceless. So thank you so much for choosing to be here with me today. And I hope you take at least one positive thing away from this. And I hope you resolve to work on yourself or keep working on yourself. you're worth it, and you always will be worth it. And we close every karate class just like this. Make a fist, cover it, bow our heads. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris. Our next presenter will be up shortly. All right, our next presenter is Jason Kent talking to us about API security and household wiring.
Hey, appreciate that. And thanks to all of you volunteers that I'm sure have been working like mad to get this thing going. Special thanks to Leslie, who I saw post on LinkedIn and I put in to speak at this. My name is Jason, and I do things with APIs, but I also do things with wiring because I'm building a tiny house. So I've been a hacker for almost 25 years now. I tinker with things as all hackers do. I'm building my retirement home in the driveway of my current home, and then I'll tow it away. And I'm a dad, couple kids in college, and that has been quite a fun run. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, I split this talk into two, as you're supposed to. And I'm going to be talking about API security, but I'm also going to be talking about 120-volt wiring, or wiring the way it works in the US. Maybe demystify that a little bit, give you the courage to shut a breaker off and change a ceiling fan or something like that. But first, we're going to talk about API security. So the company that I work for is called Sequence Security, and what I do for them is research. I do internal research where I look at data from attacks that are coming at our customers and try to figure out how they're working. And then I also do my own individual original research where I just break things and try to figure things out. So why are we going to be talking about API security? APIs have really become the backbone of the internet, and everybody loves to say that about various things, but APIs are really the data transport, right? They're the tractor trailers of the internet. They're moving everything around for us, and oftentimes they're built for tremendous amounts of speed. And this combination of lots of data, lots of speed means that when API breaches happen, they happen in a very interesting way. Oftentimes it's sucking everything out really high speed. A lot of times there's API endpoints that get stuck on the internet just because. GraphQL endpoints, if you've installed an OpenAPI server, there's a whole bunch of these different places where you can find open endpoints that you can get to, and APIs are just fun. So what do I mean about this? Well, if you look at the left side of the slide where I talk about the old architecture and how websites used to get made and how we used to do things, back in the 90s, my wife was a web developer for a bank. And she told me that, she had to put all these protections in place because some guy named Bob O'Neill had an apostrophe in his name, and that broke his web application. And back then, when you were developing a web application, you actually had to go order a server, get it, install everything yourself on your desk usually. It took a while before that thing was deployed into the data center. And you did everything sort of inside of this server. Sometimes you had two servers, maybe if you had a SQL database, but oftentimes it was a very heavy architecture, very much iron architecture. Now, if you look at the way that apps are built today, we can always ask for data from somewhere else. We can do authentication that way. We can do all kinds of interesting things with catalog and information systems so that you can find out, does Home Depot actually have this sledgehammer that I want to buy? Does Ulta Beauty have the, whatever product it is at the store near me so I can just run over there and grab it? So when you look at how an app is made today, it's just a discrete data exchange with the end user, but then there's all this other stuff that's happening on the backside. When I talk about this, I usually mention Uber, right? Or an app like Uber, like Lyft or something like that. You say you need a ride on your phone, the location that you're at, all of your payment information, your account information is all going to be interacted with in some kind of cloud environment, as well as all of the drivers near you and anything that is pertaining to where you're going and tolls and just all of this stuff gets called up and figured out all in this platform system that's making a million API calls back and forth. As a API security company, we see a lot of places where people inject whatever it is that they want to in order to kind of satisfy their means. So what kinds of things happen out there in the world? Well, account takeover, it was a big thing back in the 90s on websites when you could just literally send in usernames and passwords over and over and over again. Well, we rebuilt that system. When I was recently, when I had recently joined the company, the lockdowns all started happening and I was stuck at home. So I have a greenhouse here. So I started planting a bunch of different stuff in my greenhouse and I got really involved in my greenhouse. And something started eating my cucumbers and I had no idea what it was. And so I bought a little camera and I set it out there. And while I was waiting for whatever this was to come along, I started looking at the APIs that the camera used and realized that if I send in a bad username, I get back error, bad username. And if I send a good username but a bad password, I get back error, bad password. Well, I can use this to enumerate a list of email addresses to figure out which email addresses have accounts on this system, and then I can use that list to figure out what their passwords are. That's kind of a bad thing. Well, this is how account takeover attacks work. In an API environment, there's not a lot of checking. It's high speed. We're trying to do as much as we can, as fast as we can. And that's just kind of a common example we see a lot of. We also see things like seat spinning, where you'll actually take over somebody's inventory by locking it into either a shopping cart or into a transaction that takes a long period of time. So if you think about airlines, for instance, when you decide you're going to fly somewhere, the time it takes from you to make that decision and actually get to the point where you say, I want this seat on an airplane is a pretty long period of time. And so that seat, by the time you say, I want that seat, has to stay in place because everyone else is coming at that same long period of time, that slow speed. And so you can tie up all the seats on an airplane for a very short amount of time, but you could potentially tie up all the seats on a plane as a seat spinning exercise. Now expand that outward. Anything with inventory is completely possible. Hype sales are another place where we, as a company, have done a lot, but where I've actually got to see quite a bit of attack and all of the different places that these come from. And with the exception of account takeover attacks, hype sale attacks are some of the easiest attacks. And I know Taylor Swift would be mad at me for saying that because Ticketmaster obviously proved that it's difficult, but they are actually pretty easy to detect. You just have to do this through behavioral analysis. And I'm going to talk about how that happens here in a few minutes. Data theft. We've seen so many times people just suck all the data out of a database. Being able to get on the API layer for things like GitHub and stuff like that means that you can do things like code infiltration. And my company pretty publicly works with a lot of ISPs, telecom companies, and we see SIM swap attacks come in over the APIs all the time. If you have an API if you work in an ISP and you have an API where people can do SIM card changes, odds are there are SIM card swapping attacks that happen there. Why do they happen there? Well, we suddenly fell on this sort of two-factor authentication, and everybody went, what we'll do is we'll just put it in an SMS, which is a bad idea, because what happens if you no longer own that phone number? You now have all of a sudden this SIM swap attack happening. And there's been some pretty famous cases that came out about this. A friend of mine, Aaron Ansari, talked about the Coinbase attack at one of the conferences I went to recently, and it just cracked me up. Some 17-year-old kid orchestrating this massive SIM swap by stealing an iPad out of a T-Mobile. It was absolutely nuts. So what are the real problems that happen here? Well, good news is we've got something called OWASP. And so OWASP API Top 10 kind of helps us out. Something you need to know about this top 10 and the way these top 10s are made is this particular top 10 has to do with testing. So if you were to sit down and test an API or test 10,000 APIs, your biggest problem that you would find is that first one, broken object level authorization, right? We call this BOLA. But what this is if I'm in Facebook on edit profile 12345 and I change it to 12346 and I actually get that profile, that's BOLA. I'm not supposed to have access to that object. I'm not authorized as an end user to administer that object, but I'm allowed to do this. And you'll notice I've got a couple of these in yellow and a couple of these in orange. The ones in orange are the ones that are kind of important. And it has nothing to do with testing. This has to do with what I see in the world as my customers get attacked. So what do these attacks, really look like? Well, they almost always come out the same way. And I apologize that if you are in Australia right now, because you probably have heard someone say Optus in the last year. And if you're not in Australia and you've heard somebody say Optus in the last year, I apologize that you may be getting fatigue on this, but it's a great example of what I'm talking about. I find an API endpoint that if I send a phone number to it, it gives me back everything it knows about that phone number. So if I can write a really short Python script, I can just keep iterating phone numbers and keep getting data back. And Optus is a telephone company in Australia. They own about 3 million end users in their line of business. There's about 9 million people in Australia. So they have a third of the market. And somebody figured out they had this endpoint that they didn't know about, was unauthenticated, and was extra chatty. And I'm going to focus on that as we go through this. But all of these kind of end up that way. Peloton had almost exactly the same problem. And the researcher that found it, just like Chris, the guy that was before me in this, talked about, when you drop into that idea that you're going to be living sort of in this world of responsible disclosure, you're expecting them to treat you like a normal human, and they just brush you aside. And it's like, hey, I'm trying to tell you, you got a problem here. The Peloton, the responsible disclosure that happened with Peloton is they told them, you have this problem. I can see someone else's data. And they said working as designed, right? So he went and found, the researcher went and found a reporter's data and sent it to them. That got their attention, and it got them to actually do things. But you can notice a lot of these have kind of the same flow and the same problems, and it's all really kind of the same problem. So let's kind of dive into sort of how this looks, or what this looks like. So I'm going to talk a little bit about an organization called Fly.io. And Fly.io, you should be seeing Fly.io on your screen here. They do something with servers or something, I don't know. But what I'm going to guess is that they have an API. So I'm going to type api.fly.io because a lot of us use very common standard, nomenclature for things. And so when I look at this, what I'm seeing is there isn't anything there, right? There's a 404. But what you have to remember is a 404 is telling me there isn't anything there, but it is telling me there's a there. What it's telling me is I requested something that has a valid domain name, but it just doesn't exist on this server. And because if you guys know web at all, I didn't put a trailing slash on here or anything, so it's going to assume trailing slash index.jsp is going to try a couple of different things, but it's not going to get there because I never defined any of that in the web server. But just simply because I know that this endpoint's there, I can start asking it questions like, hey, do you have a GraphQL endpoint? And this particular organization, and you have to realize this isn't a vulnerability, this is their demo site, so it's supposed to work this way. You can go mess with it if you want to. This is how it's supposed to work. But api.fly.io/GraphQL loads their GraphQL playground to me. Isn't that an interesting thing? And I think that it is, because it's telling me that they have GraphQL in this environment. Now, are they aware of this? Well, that could be a yes, and it could be a no. And I'll talk about how you can become more aware of this as we go on. But what we're going to talk about is what do these API calls, actually look like. So here's a response, right, where I've got this big JSON object and it's giving me all this data back. But let's just focus on the request here real quick. And so I use Burp Suite. So this is just a copy out of the Burp Suite headers, right? So I send a request in to customers at example.com. Sorry. And what I'm trying to do is figure out, can I get from customer 1 to customer 2? So you can see I've tokenized the customer position. And in this, I can iterate through numbers or letters, or I can stick GUIDs in here, or however they've defined this on the way that it works. So let's step down through this a little bit. The host, this is where I'm trying to go. The user agent that I'm using Mozilla user agent, Firefox user agent. And as we slide down, you can see what I accept and the different things that I have a good understanding of from this website. In its response, you can see the server allowed for it to happen. It's telling me a bunch of stuff about headers and different things that it accepts and what it does. And then you can see the data in the response. And so this request response in APIs looks exactly like it does in web, with one exception. The response doesn't contain anything for the website to use or for the web browser to use. It's not telling the web browser, hey, formulate the page this way and say account ID and put this in on it. It's actually just sucking the data back, right? We're just moving the data around. This really shrinks what it is that you're moving. And it's the reason why the adaptation of APIs has gone on the way that it has. There's so many more people doing APIs now. So now you've seen, here's what a request looks like, and here's what a response looks like. So why are API attacks working? I mean, what is it that makes them work? And so if you kind of break it down into, what mistakes are there being made, it's these sort of three things, right? Unknown endpoint. I didn't know it was there. In Optus and Peloton and a bunch of these breaches, their very first thing that they share with everybody is that was an endpoint that we weren't aware of. And so being aware of your endpoints becomes really important. It's not just looking at things like, what requests are making it to the endpoints the most. It's which endpoints are actually available that I need to secure. So what you might be noticing here is I'm talking about simply understanding, cataloging, what endpoints it is that you have. But you have to understand that a lot of stuff, when you turn it on, you get defaults like GraphQL, and like OpenAPI gives you swagger.json, and there's a bunch of them, right? The next thing is, are the endpoints authenticated? Is there actually authentication that goes along with these endpoints? Either it's an entry point and there isn't an authentication expected, or you should be authenticated now, right? And you need to be authenticated here. When you first stand up a Jenkins server and you don't have any security headers, you are the admin. You don't have to put an administrative credential in it. You don't have to do anything. And a lot of times people don't shut that off. So when you show up to a Jenkins server that's challenging you for authentication, strip the auth header out and see if it'll just make you the admin, right? Understand, should this endpoint be authenticated or not authenticated? And then the next thing, or what we in the scanner business, back when I used to do web scanners, would call the authenticated endpoints, right? Where you need to be authenticated in order to see this, things like account data. Test to make sure that you can't get there with 256 A's or no authentication header or just random stuff in the authentication header. Check to make sure that it's not just doing a check to make sure the authentication header is there. And this last point is the most common mistake that I notice, with organizations is they future-proof their apps, right? They make them extremely chatty. They put a ton of data inside there, and it's stuff that just doesn't need to be in there. When the lockdowns first started during the pandemic, my local pub, which has the cheeseburger that I like the most, had to suddenly become an organization that took online orders when they didn't used to do that. I joke all the time. Go back 10 years, walk into your favorite bar and say, hey, in 2 weeks, I want you to bring me a whiskey out on the curb. They're going to just laugh at you. And a lot of states did that, right? During the pandemic, it's how liquor licenses, it's how they could keep their taxes and all that kind of stuff. And so they had to get a system. And so they got a system. And of course, I browse the web through a proxy usually. And I noticed that in the responses that were coming back to me was the administrator over at the bar's name, their phone number, what level of service that they had with the organization that was doing their online services for them. It was stuff that just doesn't need to be there. And it's stuff that you can use, frankly, during a social engineering attack. And so you definitely don't want that stuff there. You definitely don't want to try to have that stuff there anyway. So pushing this kind of future-proofing idea doesn't always work, right? So if you want to find your endpoints that are out there, there's a couple of different ways to do this. One of them is called Kite Runner. It's by Asset Note. And what they did was they went out and they ran Google BigQuery on GitHub and found out what all the common endpoint names are. And then they put that in here. So they allow for you to test to see, did we put any of the common endpoint names in place? I'll warn you, this generates a lot of false positives, but it is something that you can do. Paying the bills, Sequence has something, and that's really all I'm going to say about that. If you want to talk to me about it later, I'm happy to talk to you about it later. Look for things like /GraphQL /Wagger.json /Explorer. If you go look at that word list on Asset Note and it's big, you'll notice a whole bunch of real common things that are inside there that are very common endpoints. And they'll allow for you to find some of these default endpoints that get installed with whatever platform. Like if you're running Kubernetes and you have a database and stuff, you probably have a GraphQL endpoint that you're unaware of. And so you may want to know about that. And this last piece that I'll talk about with this is APK file decomposition, where APK files are the files that Android apps come as. There's plenty of repositories for them. Every version of every Android app that has ever been made has its APK file stored someplace where they probably didn't intend it to be stored, and you can go download it. And you can use that to find endpoints. I've had customers call us and say, hey, we're getting attacked on this endpoint that we never, let you guys know was out there because we never intended it to be used. And somebody's using it because we left it on. And can you please help? And we look at it and it's just sitting in their APK file and it's easy to find. And once you understand how to decompose an APK file and look for API endpoints, you end up with all of the API endpoints that are common or used for almost every application. So you can figure out what the API endpoints are for a banking application, for instance. I taught a class on this for OWASP back in like 22. And there's YouTube videos on how to take APK files apart. I'm not here to discuss it in great detail today, but if you have questions about how to rip an APK file apart, I've got a pretty good Docker file that'll help you get there. So how do you mitigate all these risks? Well, peak mitigation is doing behavioral analysis, and I'll take account takeover as like a really simple example, right? I've got this user who's shown up from 29 different countries using 8 different user agents, right, trying to log in. Well, that's an account takeover attempt. It's really not that hard to figure out. Once you read these words, it's not that hard to figure out. Now, implement it technologically, right? Install the thing I just said. That's a little bit harder. And so we're going to have to, break that apart a little bit differently and say, you need to have data science and you need to count things, right? So look at what you need to count. User agents, you need to count countries. So you need to be instrumented so that you can figure out what countries things are coming from. And then you need to count how many times has this user shown up today. But if you can just do regular Bayesian analytics, right? Machine learning is just comparing 2 things and how they normally look. If you can do regular behavioral analysis through using these behavioral analytics, you can say, well, geez, the 3rd time this user showed up from a 3rd different country, I should just start throwing this user's traffic away. And this can go on. It depends on what your business is and what it is that you do for a living. But this can go on and on. Look at gift card enumeration as another, really good example. I actually stopped gift card enumeration, and for one of my customers that I have, they had a gift card program, but they were like really easily guessable gift cards, and they had like a rewards redeem. You could see how much value was available on an API endpoint, and somebody just pounded on that thing with millions of requests, iterating through numbers, finally figuring out which gift cards were valid, and then going and spending the money. And so when you start to look at some of these things, they're easy to see through behavioral analysis. Little aside here on API gateways, because we often get questions about this. Gateways, think of them as routers. They'll move the data to wherever it is that you need it to move to, but they haven't layered in a lot of security. Many of the gateways will say, yeah, we have security that go along with this, but it's very rudimentary. It's not behavioral analysis, which is where you need to really end up. So in summary, there's APIs out there. Often they aren't authenticated, and many contain the data that they shouldn't, right? So shifting gears to the other side of this presentation, I'm going to talk about household wiring. I apologize if you're outside the United States, because some of this isn't going to apply. But if you're inside the United States, you own a home, you live in an apartment, whatever, and you really want to change that ceiling fan, you want all of your outlets to be bright white instead of ivory, you want, to change things out, you don't have to go hire a licensed electrician to do very simple things in most states. Now, not every state is the same. It also depends on the application here. You're going to notice I'm throwing a lot of kind of preemptive, don't go do this without a lot of study kind of stuff in my talk here, but I'm not an electrician, nor am I an electrical inspector. So how in the world could I know this? Well, it's 2 wires, right? It's really not that hard. It's just, we've been taught you just shouldn't touch it because it's going to hurt you and all of that kind of stuff. And that's true. If you stick your wet fingers into a live circuit, you are going to get electrocuted. And it's going to happen. It's going to hurt. You're not going to enjoy it, and it might kill you. So don't get killed. All right. There's a few assumptions that go along with this talk. You understand that there has to be a completed circuit in order for electricity to flow. That's part of it. You also understand that I'm going to be using a couple of different terms that mean a few different things. And everybody will, have the chance for this deck, and it'll be out on the recording and stuff. I broke some of it down here. There's math that goes along with this. I was on a submarine in the Navy, so submariners have to learn basically everything. And I was an electronics technician, so I did a lot of that. And in my electronics technician job, I was a sonar tech, so I also did a lot of math. But we had to learn every system. I know how a nuclear reactor works. I know how refrigeration works. I know high pressure hydraulics. All of these systems are very simple, very basic. And so you can understand them in a fairly basic way if you understand a few of the different things. Like when somebody says, you know, this is a 1200-watt toaster, you can figure out real quickly how much resistance is in the strips because 120 volts, 1200 watts is 10 amps, you know, 10, you can figure it out really quick, 10 ohms of resistance. So what I'm trying to get across here is you can do the math quickly and figure this stuff out. If you understand the formulas. So I've given you kind of the formulas here so that you can sort of work things out. And I'll give some examples kind of as we move along. I'm talking all about US. Most of the appliances in the US are 120 volt AC, with the exception usually in a house is the dryer. That's usually a 240 volt. And then further exceptions when you get to places like my house where I've got, you know, Bitcoin miner that's running 240 and I've got my tiny house plugs in at 240 and, you know, stuff like that. So you have to think about this stuff. So I don't know how many of you have taken the panel off of your breaker box, but this is what it looks like if you take the panel off your breaker box. It's the breakers, the lines leading off the breakers, and the rest of the circuitry that's in here. So you see this black line on the left and this red line on the right are indicating things like how much power are coming in. All right. So in this particular breaker, I've got 220 volt lines coming in, but they're out of phase. So if you measure peak to peak on the distance there, we're going to get 240 volts, right? So each one of these breakers is plugged in to a bus bar that is setting this up. And then there's a safety mechanism that gets put in here called the neutral. And the neutral is how we split these loads in half so that way we can have 120 volts, right? You'll notice there's a big bar that goes across from one neutral to the other. All the bars are all plugged in the same. The grounds are plugged into the neutral bar, right? So this neutral bar is kind of important. But the real important one is the black one and the red one. Those carry the 120 volts each that are out of phase. So when you run them together, you get 240 volts. If I take one away, remember that discussion I had earlier about how we have to have a circle in order for a circuit to work? That white line is the other half. So we've got the black one running at 120 volts and is sending its voltage back on the white line. The red one running 120 volts and is sending its voltage back on the white line. It sort of breaks apart like this. If you were to follow it out to your house, you've got a hot bar. That's one of those, it's either the black or the red line that comes out. And then you've got a neutral line that goes back to that bar that's there in your breaker panel. So your breakers are set so that if too much power is pulled down the circuit, right? If somebody plugs in something that's going to draw way too much power, the amount of current is going to go way up and it'll go past, in most household environments, 15 amps and the breaker will trip, right? And then there's no power on the circuit and the circuit is safe. And that's what you're trying to do when you put all these things in this way. But you'll notice there's all different kinds of plugs and weird things that you can put together. So I'm going to break it down a little bit easier. Coming from your breaker box, you've got 3 wires, right? I said it was 2, but there's a ground. 3 wires come from your breaker box. The black one is plugged into the breaker. The white one is plugged into that bar on the side, and the ground is plugged into the bar on the side. Why? Well, you see how your light switch has a bunch of metal around it? Well, what happens if that hot line touches that metal and then you reach up to grab the switch? Well, you could potentially get electrocuted. So they ground everything out so that way it'll draw a ton of current and trip the breaker. The whole idea here is trip the breaker in order to make it safe. So this is really, really common This is when you flip on just a light and it lights up your room or lights the light closet up or whatever in your house. You'll notice the only thing that's being switched is the black line. The white line just continues on up to the appliance. The copper line is being pulled over to ground the switch out as well as ground the appliance out. It goes up and grounds that out. The only line that's broken here is the black one, and that's the switch line. We call that the hot. That's a real common switch. These are the switches that when you go to the big box stores cost, $4 each or whatever. Now, some of us have three-way switches where you turn a light on at the bottom of the steps and you turn it off at the top of the steps. That's the most common application. In my tiny house, I've got one switch that shuts all my overhead lights off in the whole house. But I've also got, individual switches that can turn things on and off. It blows your mind the way this works, but think about it for a second. So the line coming in from the very, very left side of the screen is the one that comes from the breaker box. You'll notice your whites are all tied together. You notice your grounds are all tied together, and that just continues on all the way through up to the light. Only thing we're messing with here is we had to add a wire, and it's called a traveler wire. When you turn the switch on, it's going to send power down that traveler wire, and that traveler wire is connected to the black wire that goes up to the light bulb. It's also, when you turn the switch off, you can turn the switch on, and it links on the right side switch the black and red traveler wire terminals together so that you're powering it, right? And then you're sending the power off down the line. It's this weird thing, but you got to have three-way switches in order to make it work. And what it does is it sets these gates up that allow for power to move back and forth and around. It's a kind of oddball situation when you think about how things are wired. This is a very common three-way wiring. Now, if you were to take this entire scenario and make that a ceiling fan, often ceiling fans have two wires that go up to them. You rarely would make this a three-way switch. You'd put this back to just a single switch turning the light on and a single switch turning the fan on. But oftentimes you run the same kind of wires, the ones that have extra wires up to a ceiling fan, because the fan and the light are separate. And I just put in a remote fan and they weren't, and it blows my mind because I'm like, the fan and the light are on when one switch, it shouldn't be that way, but it is. And I guess that's how we're doing it now. They got remotes for everything. I personally can't wait till they stick my fan on the internet. You know what I mean? People can hack me through that. So why are we talking about all this? Well, like I introduced at the beginning, if you want to change your light switch out, a lot of people are just afraid of it. I've got a close neighbor that calls me anytime anything electrical isn't happening because he thinks that I have magical powers about electricity. It's just a couple of wires. The breaker shuts the hot one off. It's not a lot of, there's not a lot to it. There are exceptions and there's extra things. If you're going to put a shed out in your, back garden and you want to run power out to it and have a, I don't know, Tesla charger out there and stuff, get an electrician. All right. You're going to need some extra things going on with sub panels and all that kind of stuff. But if you just want to go switch your light switch out, if you don't like that your outlets are the kinds that they are, or you want to put USB outlets in, I've done that, a bunch of my outlets, broken ceiling fans, whatever those things are. But keep in mind, I'm trying to help you save a little bit of money, improve your quality of life, make yourself a little bit happier, just so that things go out okay. So I said that, and I talked about all the power. So what's the safety stuff? What's the things that you should do to make sure you don't die? All right, this is super important. Find the fixture that you want to fix, right? So say I want to change out my light switch, right? It's going to have one power line on it. If it's not a three-way switch, I want that power line to be off. So what I'm going to do is go find the breaker for that power line. There's a couple of different ways that I can do it. They make little tone generators and all this kind of stuff that you can hook on there, or I can just flip it on, walk down to my basement, flip the breaker off, come back upstairs and see if the light went off, or have somebody in the room with me or whatever. But turn it off, right? Find the breaker for it to be off, turn it off, and then check it dead. Klein makes a power sensing little thing that you stick next to it, and it'll beep if it senses power there. You can put a voltmeter on it and measure it, but check to make sure that it is dead. And don't just lick your fingers and touch them on there. That's not the best way to do it. You're going to end up with bad headaches if you do that. Once you know the fixture's dead, swap it out. You're going to want to follow the same way it's in there. If the little loop's looped around the screw a certain way, you want it looped around that screw a certain way, because that's going to have the best connection and tension. It's not going to back out on you. It's not going to come off. So pay close attention to that. Go find a YouTube video on whatever it is that you're doing, and learn how to swap those things out. I don't like backstabbed connections, but people do that, and people make light switches that you just stick the thing in the back. I don't think they give you a good connection, but that's, there's personal opinions that go with everything. Things that you should probably never do are things like swap out breakers. Anytime I swap a breaker out, it's usually because I'm out of space in my panel and I need another 15 amp breaker, and they make it's two 15 amp breakers as one breaker. I know it's terrible. Don't do it. Yeah. Let me run my house my way. But what happens with a lot of these circuits and a lot of these things is you add and add and add to it over time. And then one day you flip the switch on for a half hot or something else, right? And it blows a breaker or causes some kind of problem. Had a really close friend that had a 15 amp breaker go bad. The breaker went bad. It tripped so many times it went bad. And so what was his solution? Get a bigger breaker and put that in. We have to realize the wire running through your house isn't set up for that, right? Most 15 amp circuits, that's your light switches, your fans, that's almost all of your plugs, right, are 15 amp circuits. If you look in your breaker box, it's almost all 15 amp circuits. There's a few 20 amps in there, probably your fridge, maybe your microwave, right? Stuff that draws a lot of power, but only that thing draws that power. 15 amp circuits tend to be chained together a lot. So, you probably had this happen before where you have a breaker trip and suddenly 4 outlets don't work. And that's because they're daisy chained together, right? That's very common practice. So when you start to get through all this, you start to realize that all of these things are built to code and for a reason. Some states and some cities and some municipalities, they don't let you touch anything electrical. They make you pull permits and all of that. But almost every place has an owner permit. So you can go do things like changing out switches, changing out fans and that kind of stuff. So keep in mind, you just got this black wire, it gets switched back and forth, right? And you got power wire that comes in from the outside. That's how almost all of these circuits are designed. But then you've got a whole million plugs out there in the market. And I put this in because everybody has a dryer. When you buy a dryer, clothes dryer, it doesn't come with a cord because they want you to match your plug. And one of these might be it. And you'll notice whether or not is there a white wire on these. So the 650-R, you'll notice, is just hot and hot. It's just the 2 reds and a green. That's the 3 plugs. It says GYX in the middle. This is what my welder outlet is. This is for my welder. It runs off 240 volts. The 120s are the return path, right? Some people have dryers that are like that. Well, how do you have anything be 120 volts in that circuit? Well, you just grab half of it and run it down the ground. And that's what they did for a very long time until they realized they needed more 120 volt power. And now you've got a 1450R, which has a dedicated white that goes on it. It's changed. Why did it change from 3 to 4 prongs? Is they put more 120 volt stuff in the dryer. The reason it's 240 volts is the heating element, right? And that's the reason why it went that way. Partially switched receptacles are what we call half-hots. You flip a switch and the lamp over in the corner turns on. It's simply them breaking a tab off and running wires this way. It's a very simple thing. If you have questions about this kind of stuff, feel free to ask me. Go to YouTube, do all that kind of stuff. But turn it off, check it dead, and keep in mind, there's lines that come into the top of the panel that bolt into where your main breaker is. Those lines are still hot. Don't touch them. When you flip that big breaker, you're shutting all the little breakers off and all the power to the bar down there. But those big lugs at the top that I showed in that very first slide, they're still there. They're still going to cause you problems. So I'm a little bit ahead of time here by like 2 minutes. But I'm Jason. I broke into a garage door API back in like 15. CASA API disclosure. I've done a bunch of things with GraphQL playgrounds and Swagger files, as well as build my own tiny house. And I encourage you to go out and do whatever it is that you want to do with your life, because why not? Somebody else is probably going to try it. Let's go figure out how we can make things better for everyone on the planet, and then we'll have a planet that we all like to live in. I'm ready for questions. Mel?
Awesome. Thank you, Jason. It looks like we don't have any questions in the chat. Our next presenter will be up shortly.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a great con.
Okay, our next presenter is Karina Sirota Goodley. She's going to be talking to us about applied cryptography, certificates pre and post quantum computing, and cookbooks as cultural storytellers.
All right, hi everyone. So I'm here to talk about certificates. As I've noted, it's definitely everyone's favorite part of the internet and working with things. But I think cookbooks are pretty cool too. So just a little bit about me. I have spent the last 6.5 years at Microsoft as a security product manager, running the Trusted Root program, which I'll explain in the presentation what that is. A small company, but my background before that, I was a college hire at Microsoft. I have a bachelor's of science in communications and computer science from Northwestern, an MBA from IU recently completed, and I'm almost done with a master's in strategic management also from IU. And my background generally was in human computer interaction and how do we work with that. Work with computer systems, how do we communicate with computer systems, use computer systems to communicate. And it works very well with how we communicate with certificates. And so throughout my career thus far, I've been the vice chair on the CAB forum, which is the CA browser forum, one of the leading standards bodies for certificates. I'm also a member of the Common CA Database Steering Committee, which is how the industry uses compliance to get around what we do together. My other hobbies, just as an FYI, are hanging out with a baby that I have. She's 7 months. I like eating, cooking, reading, and blogging about reading at the Goodly Bookshelf. You can find me on various social media there. But from a more professional place, if you're interested in certificates, cryptography, anything like that, connect with me on LinkedIn. It's just my name. It's got this picture. It's easy to find. So I'm happy to connect and share stories with anyone. So I hear you asking what a certificate is or what applied cryptography is. So what is it? When you go onto a website and it's supposed to be HTTPS, So what we do is make sure that that S is secure, and that's what it stands for. And that S stands for a certificate. It's a cryptographic artifact that authenticates the identity and authenticity of something. A website, a document, a piece of code. There's all sorts of examples of what that could be. In this presentation, we're focusing primarily on websites, but code is also something that code signing is something that we focus very heavily on with our program. And how do we do that securely? Document signing, email signing, things like that. Our program trusts about 80 partners known as certificate authorities. Essentially, how it works with publicly trusted certificates is you go to a certificate authority, they issue certificates that say, hey, we know who you are and we trust you. Through that chain of trust, because we trust the CA trusts you, Microsoft says, hey, we trust your website. Let people see what's going on. So just going through how certificates work. So when you do, like I said, you go to a certificate authority and you ask for a cert, it has all of the details that you need. Your company name, your domain name, if that's just what you need, various details like that, saying, hey, I need a certificate, here's who I am. What they do is they'll give you a key pair, and that has a public and a private key. And you share the public one and you use it for encryption, and you keep the private one secret and you use it for decryption. And so often when you have issues with secrets sharing, it's because your private key in one form or another has been stolen or has been leaked somewhere or something like that. So that can cause big issues. So keeping that one private and secret, but you use it to decrypt. So once you have a key pair, you also will get a certificate, and that's encrypted, and it has all of the details about the website or the piece of code. It has the public key that you were just provided. It has the date of issuance and the CA's digital signature. From that digital signature, from that certificate, you then take that certificate that you were given and you install it on your web server. When someone comes to your website, the server should, it asks for a secret for the certificate, which then verifies the cert against, comparing the digital signature against the CA's public key. So then once you have that and it requests the cert, there's a key exchange between the server and the browser to exchange a secret. And this is a test. With this test, the browser uses the server's public key to encrypt a shared secret, which is then sent to the server, and it's decrypted using the server's private key. And then once this is done, there is a secure data transfer, AKA the website and the details and everything. That's how you see it. And so this process is very quick. It's one of the things that browser creators really focus on doing very fast, so that you're able to, you log on to a website and in those 3 seconds, if that, maybe, 1 second, a couple milliseconds to load, all of this is happening in the background. And since we focus very much so on HTTPS everywhere, all websites should hopefully have certificates attached to them. But on a very high level, this is what's happening in the background. And then when you have like code signing and document signing, it's the first slide of process where you create the artifact and the keys, and then it signs it. And then rather than having a website that's doing it back and forth, the pieces of code just have a certificate attached to them. So then when you open up a game or any application on your device, the operating system will verify that the certificate is valid for whatever details it needs, and then will allow you to run it, or it'll tell you, hey, something's wrong with this certificate. Same with the website. As we all know, when you are on a website and there's a certificate error, you get big updates that say, hey, there's something wrong with this, please don't go through, or depending on what the level is of what's going on, it'll either block you or it'll allow you to go through at your own risk. So what does the root program do as a part of this? The root program, we manage the root certificates for all of Windows, for all of the several billion devices that we have. Each browser / OS, Apple, has their own root program. So we pick CAs, certificate authorities, that meet the requirements that we've set for our program based on Windows security standards for certificate issuance. And we work with them to make sure that they are compliant for our program requirements. We also work very heavily in industry forums and focus groups to make sure that we're not only pushing standards forward, but we're really working together as an industry to come up with, here's what the best practices are based on what makes sense and what our customers are seeing and what CA's customers, who are ultimately our customers, are seeing. And so in order to be in the programs, annually CAs provide audits. And so what we do, in addition to creating the requirements, is we work with major auditing bodies to create the audit criteria based on industry standards. The auditors do almost all of that, but we work very closely with them through the groups and just directly on, here's what we want to see in terms of when they provide an audit letter, what information do we need to see publicly in order to be able to verify that this is a body that we trust and that we know that they're doing a good job issuing these certificates. We also work on creating new technology to help the other root programs and CAs manage infrastructure and do their program management work. So we have several tools, like I said in my about. We work together in the Common CA database, which is a management tool that just keeps track of all of the CAs and all of the certificates that they've issued for intermediates, not the end ones that go onto websites, but the way that the chaining structure works. So there's, hundreds of thousands of these in some cases for some of these CAs. And so making sure that each one of those is compliant with requirements, has the right audits and everything, is a lot of work. So we've built tooling around automating how do we validate the letters, how do we make sure that contacts are kept up to date, that we're able to stay communicating, that everything else is going through. So that's a big focus of ours, is how do we drive management forward as well. And if you're interested in what types of requirements we set and how technical it gets, there's both technical and then there's requirements around how do we do like when there's incidents, how do we do incident management? You'll see there's, because of how secret and important certificates are to the industry, you'll have CAs that are constantly trying to get hacked, something like DigiNotar years ago that really started a lot of the industry work in setting specific requirements. So we have a variety of requirements that we set forth. Our public website is there on aka.ms/rootcert. And we've worked and continue to work to make things as safe and secure as possible from the root perspective. So just some of the key things when you have a publicly trusted certificate. One, what is the identity information level? So there's different types of certs, even within, say, websites or code signing. There's on a website, it would be called domain validation. So this is something like if you just make a website using a web provider like Squarespace or WordPress, you'd probably go to Let's Encrypt realistically. They'll give you a cert that just says, yes, this is the domain that this person says it is. It doesn't do any company validation. And it's very easy to automate this. So, but it doesn't provide any validation. So it could be, what you're saying essentially is, yes, KarinaGoodley.com is the website that it says it is, but it doesn't say whether I am the owner behind it. So different levels of security assurance. EV is extended validation, where we do require customers to have that extra level of trust in terms of what the company is and to do all of the extra validations for it. So we're not just saying that, yes, bankofamerica.com goes to Bank of America. We have physical proof that this is the right company through a number of checks and things like that. And so there is, when you're on a browser, different browsers show different levels of information. Honestly, this has been like a huge issue and point of discussion in terms of who shows what. So Google has their beliefs on how EV doesn't actually help in terms of customers making decisions, and it provides any positive indicators generally are not great for users. So they don't have any lock icon, and every type of certificate is just secure by default unless it's not secure, and then you get negative indicators. On Edge browser, we do show the lock icon, and we do show some levels of difference for EV versus DV certificates. We do, like, I think personally, when you know what to look for when you click on the lock icon, it's a super useful tool to have and to be able to look at and say, oh, for sure, this is definitely Bank of America or Chase or whatever I'm banking with or whatever I'm doing. If you know to look for it, it's a great tool. I think one of the biggest issues is the vast majority of people don't check. I mean, when was the last time you looked at a lock icon and said, is this the website that I wanted? So, but there's a lot of discussion, and this is constantly ongoing with what are we showing and where are we going, and new regulations in the EU are going to change this even further with their e-identity laws and with what they have. So this will still be changing. It's very ongoing. It's very cool. Another thing to know or to check, especially if you have a broken certificate, what is the chaining information and is it accurate? So if you know a website that you're looking at and you want to look at the chain when you click on the lock icon or the information button in Chrome, it'll show you this is the website certificate. Here's the what we call the intermediate certificate, and then the root certificate. So you can see who it chains to, and if you know certain websites go certain places, then you know that it's the right website that you're trying to get to. But often if something's breaking, it's because the chaining just is a little bit off. You haven't chained to the right intermediate, and so there's an issue with the website. Another thing when you're looking at your certificates is, was the certificate issued with up-to-date security practices? There's a lot of them. We constantly are going through them and checking what that looks like. So, just making sure if there's issues that, you're using the right hash algorithm, that you have the right, all of the right little details. And it's often up to the CA when they're issuing the certificate that it goes there. But if you're generating your own, they're not going to be publicly trusted, but it is something to consider. And then finally, generally the biggest issue with certificates, what is the expiration date on that certificate? And it's something to keep in mind and to always consider. Karina, what happens if my certificate expires and I forgot to renew it? Oh. Yeah, so most outages, I can't say for a fact that they're because of certificates, but most companies have certificate outages. And frequently, if you see a random outage from a company, there's a very good chance that they have an expired certificate that they forgot about, or they weren't able to replace for whatever reason. And that system goes down because of where certificates, where you are required to put them or expected to keep things secure and encrypted goes, you can get pretty deep in your infrastructure and have a certificate related outage. So something to just keep in mind. They cost obviously a lot of money. Your whole system would be down for some amount of time until you find the right person who knows how to replace the certificate, or they know where the certificate is. Why can't we do something about it as Microsoft? I mean, really, we're trying. Like, it's one of our top priorities is to figure out how we can do this better. certificate automation is something that's really starting to catch on. Like I said, if you're just doing for like a single website, you have one certificate, and you're using something like Let's Encrypt or DigiCert for that program. We have Let's Encrypt has worked, and others have worked on a protocol called Acme that Let's Encrypt builds into their system. So they will automatically renew your certificate every 90 days. And the requirement is that certificates are required to expire after a year for publicly trusted websites. So every 90 days, you just get a new one. You meet the other requirements that we've set, but you can kind of set it and forget it. So for better or worse, it's good that it's automated because someone else is updating it. Generally, setting it and forgetting it is not the ideal for certificates. So that's why the industry browsers keep pushing towards more frequent updates for certificates. It used to be 2 years when I first started working at Microsoft. Apple had made a really controversial statement to unilaterally decide to make their requirements 1 year. And then the industry decided to take it and roll with it. So, and that's just to make sure that people are not setting it and forgetting it, and that all of things are getting updated annually, and different browsers have different goals for what they're looking for what that'll look like. But because it's going through the CAB forum, there's a lot of really public discussions around what this should look like. So if you love certificates or you hate them, this is something that you can get involved in and discussing. When you use a certificate, you can try to follow our best practices that I recommend. One, avoid pinning certificates unless it's necessary for your security environment. There's definitely use cases for certificate pinning. I will not say that there isn't. There's also people who don't want to deal with certificates and changing them, so they'll pin them and forget them. And understand if you forget to change it, your service or whatever is going on, it will go down. And that's one of the most common use cases is that there is issues with pinning. So just a consideration, not telling you to pin or not pin, but just really consider whether pinning it is the right choice for you. Also use proper key management storage and keep track of where your certs are in your coding. So really the goal here is to make sure you know where you're using your certs, what is needed to make those certs work, and when those certs need to be replaced. It's just keeping, same with all of the artifacts as a security professional that you may or may not be needing to keep track of. This is one that's just super important. Otherwise, yeah, you end up, with your system down and trying to figure out why and what's going on. And, then you get calls from your customers, and we all know what happens when you have outages. And then I would also just say, always use a certificate for your websites when you're doing them. HTTPS everywhere is an industry goal set by certain browsers. Personally, I very much agree with it, using my personal hat, not my Microsoft hat. It's just really important to be able to, even if you have a static website where you're not actually transferring data, there's no logins, there's no banking information, anything like that. There's always someone who can, if they can modify it, what's written on a static page, having a certificate would prevent that type of hack from occurring. Oh no, but I heard that all quantum computers are going to break all TLS connections and nothing is going to be secure, and we all need to constantly be panicking. Well, what is quantum computing? So traditional computers right now, and this is all on a very high level, so it's not super technical, but traditional computers, as we know, they have switches, thousands of switches that can either be 1 or 0 at any given moment. What a quantum computer does is it uses legitimate magic to make states that can be superimposed such that the switches can be both 1 and 0 at the same time. Don't ask me how. I'm not a wizard. I don't know this magic. I am just aware of this is what's happening. And so each one of those new switches that can be both a 1 and a 0, it's called a qubit. And so computers right now have a certain number of qubits. I think there's a certain number that they need to get to in order for quantum computers to be like a viable machine. However, something called quantum supremacy was proven by Google. Quantum supremacy being that quantum computers are actually faster than regular computers. So once we have full power quantum computers that can be used, they'll be able to do advanced computation much, much faster than traditional computers. There's different problems that they can solve. They should be able to do more than just break cryptography, but Google's running a contest right now to find problems that quantum computers can solve. So the real use cases, I think, are to be determined. I've always heard that there's interesting use cases in terms of doing like health research where you have incredibly large data sets trying to find anomalies and things like that. A quantum computer would be able to do it like in substantially, rather than taking months or years, it can do it in minutes, days, things like that. So, but one of the biggest concerns about quantum computing is not necessarily what else it can do, but what it will do, which we know is it will break what we know as cryptography, applied cryptography that we know right now. So what we've been working on at Microsoft and counterparts in very many companies around the world is post-quantum cryptography, PQC, and it is coming. One of the key things is, we're working on this, so you don't have to worry. One of the things to know is NIST is almost done approving algorithms that should be secure against quantum computers. And I'm saying should be secure because that's part of what the testing is. And a lot of the assumptions are that it is secure until proven otherwise. But NIST, they have, I think there's 3 algorithms right now. Maybe it's down to 2 because I think 1, or maybe it was 4. There's a number of algorithms that they are assuming and are testing to see if there is any backdoors built into them, anything like that. But they're working on it. There's a couple going on. And cryptography experts and companies are working on a number of ways to boost current practices to be post-quantum crypto compliant. So some of the things that there are being considered pretty widely, how do you adopt these new algorithms? Because that'll change for all of the billions, trillions of certificates that have been issued. All of them will need to go on to new algorithms. And there's other parts of cryptography that will also break. And how do you do quantum key exchange using new algorithms and things like that? The other thing is, how do you make bigger key sizes? So one of the things that, I've learned is that it's not just new algorithms are going to be cool, but one of the things that customers can do is just make the key sizes bigger, doubled. And that might make things slower. It does work in terms of being post-quantum resilient. So, but how do you make it bigger such that things still work the way that you expect them to work? And how does everything work there? So, and then, one of the things that a lot of people are really considering is how do you do these hybrid algorithms that use traditional like RSA, ECC encryption, along with the new algorithms so that you have both and you don't have to do much. So hopefully changes. The goal that I have heard and that we've been working with is that they're easy, quick, and transparent for all end users. So you'll know that they're being transferred, but really it should be straightforward and as easy as possible. It'll be kind of like how all certificate management is super easy to deal with right now, right? Yeah. But we're really trying to make it easier. But while cryptography is a lot of fun, I think cookbooks are even more fun in a lot of ways. It's a small passion of mine to have cookbooks and to love them. And I bet you've never thought about cookbooks beyond, wow, that's a really cool book with recipes. But in my opinion, and this is not peer reviewed, it's just my thoughts and some of the discussions that I've had with people, is they're some of the most interesting cultural artifacts that we have from history. women's history can be very scarce. And older cookbooks, especially ones 70 to 100 years ago, they just have pages and pages on how to live in society, how to cook recipes, how you're expected to act, because they were often passed down, from generations. They were written down in different ways. And so you have, like, from what I've seen, like between home economics cookbooks and from the later times, but especially in earlier cookbooks, how do you set tables? How much should you feed children? What are the expectations around hosting people? What are the newest technologies that you can use? So it's really interesting to see. One of the things that I especially love for all history, not just women's history, but when you have cookbooks, modern and non-modern, you have comments on recipes often in cookbooks. A lot of cookbooks, especially older ones, they're compiled for charity fundraisers. You've probably seen them. They're those little thin books that are like hand bound. If you read them and you really look at them and you consider them, they give hints on how people see the world around them. So you'll have, this is a recipe that I've passed down, from my family who came through Ellis Island, or things like that, where there's just various little comments on where people are getting their ideas from and how people are communicating with each other. And I think it's super fascinating. When you read cookbooks, and I honestly read cookbooks like regular books. I'll just sit down and thumb through it and then decide on recipes that I want to cook later, but just read it like a regular book. And I've met many other people who do that too. So when I say reading cookbooks, this is what I mean. But when you look at cookbooks, you can see changes in society. You can see technical advancements. You can see changes in like food science, and you can see how culture has been exchanged through time. And it's super interesting, like food science advancements. You have different recipes that were required years ago because this is all of the sudden, we've been using butter as our only source of fat for baking for quite some time, butter or lard. And here, now we have margarine, much cheaper, made from different types of oils. And like, what does that mean for that? Or like, certain technologies that you would see in modern day cookbooks, like go to your Vitamix and press, for 10 seconds, the max speed button. You'll see that it's, that wasn't something before. So there would be new technology and how things sort of change, or like where it recommends, using dishwashers as a novel technology. Or one of my favorite older cookbooks has, here's how you use an ice box because fridges don't exist yet. So it's just really interesting to see how things change and how people view things. And one of my favorite points is if you look at an old cookbook recipe, very frequently it's very minimal. So you'll have the ingredients and you'll have the general list of things to sort of steps to do, but it doesn't go in depth. And that's because a lot of women were cooking and they were expected to know how to cook. Or in even older recipes where a lot of people had, help to do the cooking, they would just do it. So you'd have a recipe that says, here's how you make a pie, make the crust, whatever, here's some cool ingredients to put into this. So things that just didn't really exist. They didn't need to know how to have like step-by-step, how do you do the crust? How do you do this? Because they just knew. One of the other, pieces of history that really is shared is, there's so many restaurant cookbooks and chef cookbooks that were very famous for their time. And those restaurants don't exist anymore. Those chefs don't cook anymore, but they've shared their recipes. And so if you're interested in, what were people in Seattle eating in the 1960s, you can find these cookbooks and really discover, what the people who really loved eating at restaurants and foodies, for lack of a better term, what were they eating? And so I think that's super cool. And then modern cookbooks, I think there's like so many diverse authors and you get such rich details in comparison of how different people live and eat. And like one of my favorite examples, you know, is like you can compare Priya Krishna's Indian-ish cookbook to like Madhur Jaffrey's. She's got very many books on classical Indian cooking. Indian-ish is Priya Krishna's experience as an Indian American. And so these recipes are inspired by the types of stuff that she grew up eating, which is not necessarily this very traditional Indian food. It's a mix. Same with like there's a Korean American cookbook which has a mixture of both. Sort of what does that look like? You know, being a first generation immigrant living in this country versus someone who, you know, here's recipes that have been passed down for generations. Just really interesting to see all of the different thoughts. And so, you know, just some more thoughts that you've never thought about cookbooks, most likely. There's a whole community of people who love collecting cookbooks. We have so many cookbooks. And I love seeing where people find something really rare that they were looking for, or people who find out different tips or tricks, and then they'll share it online. Cookbooks, a lot of people say they're dead, especially a lot of online recipe blogs, because you can just go online and say, I want chicken tikka to bake tonight. How can I make it? Which is a great way to find recipes. What I've found is often, there's editors and there's taste testers when it comes to a physical cookbook, especially one that's been like done by a big company. And so the recipes generally work. And that's not to say that recipes from online recipe bloggers don't work. There's plenty that do a lot of good testing and write really good instructions. But from what I found, it's often a little bit easier. And it's really nice to have physical copies. I put Post-it notes and then I just pull it open. I'm never, you know, there's nothing on the internet. I don't have to remember where I found it, or I have to remember to print it out so I could take notes on it. Just a favorite. If you are a fan of cookbooks, or you're not a fan of cookbooks, but you have a couple and you're like, I wish I could use them more, but there's so many recipes in them. I don't know how to figure out what I'm going to cook tonight. Highly recommend using Eat Your Books. This is not sponsored by them in any way, but you can basically make a database of the cookbooks that you have, and all these volunteers have gone through each recipe in so many cookbooks. They list them. They say, here's what the various ingredients are in the cookbooks. And so you can just do a search through their database to say, hey, I want to make chicken tikka masala tonight. You would put it in there, and it would show you, here's all of the recipes that you have in your cookbook. What I especially like using it for personally is for ingredients. So you can search by ingredients. So if you have, say, you bought eggplant and you were, you know, very ambitious saying you're going to roast it, and you know, 3 days after you've come back from the grocery store, still have not roasted it, just saying this from experience, you can look up eggplant into the search bar, and it'll show you all of the recipes in all of your cookbooks that have eggplant. And so then you can use it up. It's really useful for trying to minimize food waste, because I think sometimes when you buy stuff to eat and to cook, and then you're like, well, I don't really want roasted eggplant tonight. What else can I do? Or how can I incorporate this into a new recipe? It's been really useful for that. And you can also take from blogs and from magazines, if you have any of those. It's a very wide variety of resources where you can search for ingredients. So highly recommended. The last thing that I can really recommend is to host a cookbook club. They're a lot of fun. Basically, you find friends or people you want to be friends with, and you pick a cookbook to cook from. And from there, everyone takes a recipe and cooks it, and then you get together one night and you all eat various things. I would just recommend maybe having people decide what they're going to cook before they show up, and announce it, so you don't end up with 6 pies and no actual food to eat. Although my husband would say 6 pies is better than actual food, so to each your own. But just one thing, they're really blowing up in popularity. There's one really close to me here in the North Shore of Chicago, and it's a lot of fun. So some of the cookbooks that I've loved, that I've sourced and looked and cooked from are the settlement cookbook. This is the one that I was talking about. The first edition I think was published in the mid 1900s, like 1910s maybe. And so it is older. And they've had many, like the first couple years, maybe first 20, 30 years, they're publishing a new version every year. So there's slightly different information. But the first like quarter of the book is just like all these details on how you are expected to live. This was handed out to resettlers, immigrants in the early 1910s. And so it has a lot of like fusion with Eastern European recipes. But it has, here's sort of how you would live in America and what Americans do. So it's just got a lot of really interesting information on how people were told to live, at least. Milk Street Tuesday Nights Mediterranean is one of my absolute favorites. We pick recipes from it. Like I think I've through at least half of it. The recipes are like an hour or less, something that you can cook on a Tuesday night. And they're just really straightforward. There's a lot of tips on how to cook things generally, which is what I really love in cookbooks. The Seattle Classic Cookbook is an older one. It's from the Junior League of Seattle. I spent 5 years living out in Redmond, where I worked. And this is a really great old cookbook that focuses a lot on seafood, and it's crowdsourced recipes. So salmon and various crabs and things like that, just really good recipes in it. True Roots is one that I use so frequently, and it has a lot of like base recipes for things that it's like gluten, dairy, and refined sugar free. But it has, here's how you make like your own nut milk. Here's how you make granola. And that's really the kinds of recipes that I love from this cookbook. Really easy, small number of ingredients and straightforward to make your own food. And then Cooking at Home. This is by David Chang, who, if you've heard of Momofuku, it's one of his cookbooks that he's made. It doesn't actually have a ton of recipes per se. It kind of has these guidelines on how to cook things. So it'll give you a general idea of, here's a couple things to try. Like if you want to we make dal from this recipe all the time. And so it'll have, here's like a general amount to put into it. And here's what you look for when you're cooking it. And it's meant for cooking at home easily, using your microwave, using things that you have, not sort of this like fancy cooking type. So it's a very nice cookbook. And then finally, I like How to Cook Everything, the Basics. Again, this goes to very basic recipes. How do you make a burger? How do you make meatloaf? How do you make braised beef? How do you, there's several side dishes in there that I can't remember off the top of my head. But it's very like core recipes that you can then, once you master them, you can make all sorts of different things. But what's really nice is it has really great details, and it has pictures for every step of the way. So when you make braised beef with it, this is too much water, this is not enough water, things like that. So I have some time here, looks like, to answer questions. Except for very detailed things on post-quantum cryptography, because I don't want to get something wrong and get in trouble with my colleague, Nate, who will definitely critique everything I said wrong about it after this presentation. So, but I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Karina. I don't see any questions, but if you could tell us where to find you online, that would be great.
Yeah, primarily LinkedIn, it would be great. On Karina Sirota Goodley, and I'm on Twitter at Karina Sirota, I think with an underscore, but I'm not super on, or I guess X now. So.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter will be up shortly.
Hey, welcome back. Our next speaker is Casey No. Casey is a cybersecurity engineer at MITRE and a member of the MITRE Attack for Enterprise team, where she provides cloud expertise updating the attack knowledge base with novel defense ideas and adversary techniques. Her specialities and interests include web development, international cyber policy, and then in her spare time, she can often be found flying stunt kites or playing Dungeons and Dragons. So yeah, Q&A at any time. So if you want to send through any questions, I'll
escalation. This is me. I'm a cybersecurity engineer at MITRE, as Alan mentioned, and among other things, I work on the Attack for Enterprise team, where I'm the cloud lead. So Attack, as you might have heard in the previous talk on track 1, is a globally accessible knowledge base where we discuss tactics and techniques that are used by adversaries and threat actors in the wild. So we're really focused on behaviors that these threat actors are actively engaging in order to help defenders and red teamers and cyber threat intelligence professionals have a common language that they can use to talk about them. What I like and resources and how we can exploit that. We often talk about the major cloud providers, Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, and Azure, as if they're all the same. But in reality, there are quite a few differences in how they handle identity and access management. And those differences can be important for how we think about defending those environments and escalating privileges in those environments. So good to consider how we think about permissions based on how these cloud providers think about permissions. I find this chart really useful. This was from an article by Tenable Cloud Security that compares the IAM systems in AWS and Azure and GCP. It's a little bit complicated looking, but actually it has a lot of really good detail. I think the important structures first are the permissions and resources section. So when we think about Azure and GCP, permissions and resources or roles and scope are sort of decoupled a little bit. So we think of role as this set of permissions that you have, and the scope as a sort of resource or group of resources. So these cloud providers have a strong hierarchy. And so it allows you to assign these roles up the hierarchy. So in Azure, you might have a role at the management group level, the subscription level, the resource group level, or the resource level. And you can see how as you go up that hierarchy closer to the management group level, you can have permissions over a lot more resources and a lot more data. In AWS, an IAM policy is a sort of collection of permissions and resources together. So you'll have an effect like allow or deny. You'll have an action and you'll have a resource or a list of actions and resources. And these can be wildcards as well. So again, you can have potentially a lot of permission scope in one policy. In terms of human users, Azure uses what was formerly Azure AD is now Entra ID for user management. This is often federated from on-prem Active Directory or synced with on-prem Active Directory. So that's where these users come from. With Google Cloud, we have identities from Google Cloud Identities or Google Workspace. With AWS, we can have IAM users, although AWS recommends generally that you federate your identities from an external source and then allow those to assume roles. So instead of an IAM user with a permanent access key, we're thinking of a federated identity that has credentials and is assigned a temporary access token that allows them to perform certain actions. For service accounts in GCP, we have service accounts that can be assigned to resources, they can be assigned roles. In Azure AD, we have service principals or a subtype of service principals called managed identities that can also be, again, associated with applications, assigned roles. In AWS, you can pass roles onto resources like EC2 instances or Lambda functions, and those resources can then use those roles to access AWS resources. So some subtle differences, but all of them have user identities, all of them have service identities, and all of them have some ways to assign permissions to those identities. So same, but different, but still the same. So one other thing to consider that I think is really important is that on-prem, when we think of the final goal, if we're doing a red team engagement or a pen test, a lot of times we think of domain admin, right? We want as many privileges as possible. We want as much access. We want all the permissions. We want to just get everything we can, right? Climb to the very top of the ladder. But in the cloud, that isn't always necessary. So when you're escalating privileges in the cloud, it's important to think about what you actually need to accomplish, right? What's your goal? What are you looking for here? So for instance, if you're a threat actor and you're trying to crypto mine, then maybe you don't need more than permissions to spin up some virtual machines. If you're trying to access sensitive data, then maybe you just need read access to the right object storage or S3 buckets. If you're trying to mess with software supply chain a little bit, maybe you have write access to an S3 bucket and can modify a JavaScript file that some application is pulling from, right? You don't necessarily need all the permissions in order to demonstrate an impact. So that's something to keep in mind, right? You don't need global admin. You need to think about what you're trying to do. So now that we have that out of the way, we can think about how we actually elevate our permissions. And the first method is maybe don't. So there's a great report from Microsoft back in 2023 that talked about the state of permissions in the cloud. And they talk about how in the cloud, there's something like 40,000 permissions in these multi-cloud environments that you might have to keep track of. Over 50% of these might be high risk. And as a result, the principle of least privilege is really hard to apply. So what you're seeing in actual cloud environments is that there's 10 times more workload than human identities. So you're creating all these service accounts. They might not be monitored well. They might not have multi-factor authentication. Half of identities are super admins. They have tons of permissions. And yet less than 1% of permissions are actually being used. And over 60% of identities are inactive. This isn't because cloud administrators are lazy or incompetent. It's because the cloud is really, really hard. It's because permissions in the cloud are complicated. It's a big space, it's a new space, and it's hard to get everything right. We're seeing more tools to help defenders, tools that help them identify this identity hasn't been used in a while, this identity doesn't have multi-factor authentication, this identity has permissions it's not using. But even so, it's a lot to keep track of. So as pen testers or red teamers, we can take advantage of this because maybe we gain initial access and we have all the permissions we need. Again, thinking of those actions on objective, thinking of what our goal is, as opposed to accumulating as many permissions as possible. And this is something we see super common in threat reports and in the wild reporting. So for instance, a great report from Promiso Cloud Security on a threat actor called GUIville talked about how, given that cloud credentials are often grossly overprivileged, the threat actor often doesn't need to elevate privileges. And because I want to talk about attack, and we have to map everything back to attack, this is a classic case of everyone's favorite technique, valid accounts, cloud accounts. It's a big bucket. We dump a lot of behaviors into it because you're always leveraging valid accounts as a red teamer or as an adversary. But it's a really important one because all these actors have to do is get that initial access and use those valid accounts to accomplish what they need to do. So that's something to consider. Another report by Promiso on Scattered Spider, they choose initial victims who have the type of access necessary to carry out their mission. They have a goal, they pick their victims, and they have all the permissions they need. Again, a use of valid accounts, cloud accounts. But this isn't very fun to do if you're doing a pen test or a red teaming exercise. So maybe we should think of something that's a little bit more interesting in perhaps a slightly better defended environment. And so the second method I want to talk about is using credential access in order to escalate privileges. So credentials are everywhere if you know where to look. And I think the key point I want to emphasize here is that they're not just in the sort of cloud control plane. I think here is where you can really leverage this connection between cloud and other cloud environments. So a connection between infrastructure as a service and software as a service, or infrastructure as a service and on-prem, or maybe you have multiple infrastructure as a service providers, right? So you can look in all sorts of different spaces and not just stick in one. You can look at instance metadata, object storage, document storage, hosts and virtual machines, code repositories. There's all sorts of places. And we see this in the wild as well. So back to the Scattered Spider report, they've leveraged AWS Cloud Shell to scrape credentials available in Secrets Manager. And this is, of course, a case of credentials from password stores, cloud secrets management stores, because secrets managers are where you are supposed to keep passwords in the cloud, right? They're more secure. You're not supposed to just store them in plain text, but sometimes you might have access to something that you really shouldn't, right? You have a secrets manager, you're doing everything right, but then you give a user too much access and then they can read some of those secrets. So a very classic place to look for credentials. Another case, back to GUIville. This threat actor had read access to services, and they used that to review data in available S3 buckets and found credentials with administrator privileges in a Terraform file. I think this is an example of how we often consider security to be sort of securing the perimeter, right? And don't always think about what happens when a threat actor gains initial access, right? We know we shouldn't put config files with credentials and things that has full access to the world, but sometimes we give too many permissions inside as well. And so we can take advantage of that if we're pen testing by looking through. Maybe in these S3 buckets, we can find unsecured credentials. We can comb through, we can see config files, we can see these Terraform files. Who knows what's there? Team TNT was a threat group that made quite a splash a few years ago. They did a lot of crypto mining with unsecured Docker and Kubernetes instances. And in their case, their malware would search for credential files on the host and also query metadata for cloud credentials. So what I find interesting here is this searching on the host in particular. We should think about credentials in files, right? We don't just think about the secrets manager in S3 buckets. Maybe there are interesting credentials on these virtual machines or even on-prem. Maybe some developers using this machine and they have a config file that lets them use the AWS command line interface. Maybe there are config files that let an application use AWS resources. It has tokens in them. So it's worth looking in a bunch of different places and not just sticking to one platform. And also querying metadata for cloud-specific credentials. We've all heard about the Cloud Instance Metadata API and how virtual machines can use that to get tokens and how you can use that to get tokens if you have access to the machine or find a server-side request forgery vulnerability. Next, another example of how it's really good to think about moving across platforms. This is a Microsoft report on a threat actor lapsus. And they looked everywhere. So they looked at SharePoint, Confluence, Jira, GitLab, GitHub, Teams, Slack, all looking for credentials. And again, we can look at these SaaS platforms and then maybe pull that back if we're thinking about escalating in AWS or Google Cloud or Azure. So lots of people have forgotten credentials and shared it in a Teams chat or a Slack group. Lots of people have committed credentials to internal GitHub repositories, again, thinking, well, it's internal, right? It's not external, so nobody bad can access it. Or again, SharePoint, maybe giving instructions for how to access a service. So thinking about how all of these services interact with the cloud and with each other is really important. This one in particular is unsecured credentials, chat messages, and thinking about chat again, beyond just Teams and Slack, but also about these collaboration platforms and ways in which users interact with each other more and less formally, right? Maybe you have policies against committing credentials, but again, that doesn't necessarily prevent someone from doing something wrong and trying to share something over a chat message. So all those ways of looking across these services and thinking about how they connect and what you can use these credentials you find for. The next part is on ladders. And I think this is really representative of how the cloud works in particular and what makes it unique. So sometimes you won't be able to perform an action with your compromised account right away, but maybe you can modify that account or another account, and in doing so, allow yourself to perform that action. So, for example, Scarlet Eel, this report by the company Sysdig, talked about a threat group that made some failed attempts to run EC2 instances, couldn't do it, and then decided to try to create access keys for admin users. And they found an admin user, Admin Joe, who they were able to create an access key for. So this is account manipulation, additional cloud credentials. They added credentials to a cloud account. But importantly, this account was not their own. And this account had more permissions than they had. So by using this behavior, which is kind of more traditionally associated with persistence, they were able to escalate their privileges. They modified another account, and that account had more permissions than they had. Another report from Invictus Incident Response talking about an administrator access policy attached to a newly created account by using attached user policy in AWS, providing full access to AWS services. So this is a case of also account manipulation, in this case, additional cloud roles. So this threat actor manipulated their own account to give it more permissions. So again, maybe you can't do something, but you can modify a policy, you can attach a policy, you can kind of change the parameters around which these permissions are structured in order to give yourself additional access. And that's something that's worth looking through and combing through your permissions and really thinking about how they work. This can get even more complicated. So in the cloud, best practice is typically to avoid these permanent permissions or credentials in favor of more temporary ones. So I mentioned earlier, when we think about IAM users in AWS, instead of creating an IAM user with a long-term access key, they recommend using federated accounts, assuming roles, getting those temporary credentials back. Some cloud environments like Azure have implemented just-in-time access, which you could potentially enable on some services, which allows you to separate out this concept of permanent permissions from permissions you're eligible for. Maybe you have to manually approve them. Maybe you can automatically approve them. Maybe you need some justification, but this idea that you don't have all your permissions at all times. Account impersonation is something that you can do in Google Cloud with service accounts. So impersonate a particular service account. And these are mechanisms for, again, ensuring that users only have permissions they need at a given time. You're not just piling on everything to every user. So it's a new dimension to least privilege. But these mechanisms, it can be easy to misconfigure, right? So even though they're best practices, maybe you still give users too many ladders that allow them to move from the ground level to a more administrative or high privileged role. This is rare in the wild. We don't see a lot of examples of this. And I think this is because, as I mentioned earlier, oftentimes threat actors have everything they need right when they log in. So we don't see it very much, although it happens on occasion, but it's also really fun. It gets you to think about how permissions in the cloud are structured, and it gets you to think about what these permissions actually mean. So some examples of this. In AWS, I mentioned that you can pass roles onto instances that allow those instances to assume that role, use those permissions. Well, maybe you can't do something, but you have permissions to pass a certain role to an instance. And then you can take that token and you can actually perform these actions. And so what you're thinking about here is not what you can do, but what you can enable this instance to do. And you don't just have to think of EC2 here, right? There's all sorts of AWS services that you can pass roles to, like Lambda, CloudFormation, and data pipeline. Additionally, maybe you can just update a Lambda function to do something. It already has a role that you can find useful. So you can leverage these instances to do things for you. In Google Cloud, you can use the IAM service account user permission in order to do something very similar. Again, with compute, with Cloud Functions, with Cloud Scheduler. So thinking about how being able to pass these roles and attach roles to accounts can actually enable you to perform additional actions. In Google Cloud, you can use the IAM service account token creator permission, and that allows a user or service account to impersonate another service account. So you can use this in order to sign JSON web tokens and create OAuth tokens, and generally speaking, act as that service account. In Azure, you can use application administrator role to add credentials to an application, and then you can use those credentials in order to impersonate the application's identity. So there's a whole warning in the as-or documentation about how this can be a little dangerous if you don't do it properly. So if the application can perform an action that the user cannot perform, the user can steal the application's token and use that in order to do something. So again, it's really hard here because we're trying to think about not only just what permissions the user has right now, but what those permissions can enable them to do, what ladders they can climb with them. Can they make instances do something? Can they impersonate accounts? Can they modify their own account or other accounts? So it's a whole really complicated network that makes it a really fun space. So in some, for privilege escalation, maybe you don't need to do it at all. Maybe you have all you need. Maybe you can find a credential somewhere. Again, maybe not just in this one cloud platform, but using SaaS services or on-prem or virtual machines, looking through files there. And then again, maybe you can manipulate your account or leverage some of your sort of permissions ladders in order to gain more access. And this particular example is abuse elevation control mechanism, temporary elevated cloud access. Again, thinking about all those temporary mechanisms for gaining permissions and new roles. So we're here, we made it. We're at the top, we're in the sky. What do we see? Kites. So kites have almost 3,000 years of history. They're very old. They've been around for a long time. We have written record of them for a long time. They were probably invented in China, and then from there spread throughout Asia. So to Korea, to Japan, to India, to Indonesia. Although some scholars think perhaps that they may have been independently invented in Malaysia, perhaps for fishing purposes, using kites made of natural materials like leaves, which is pretty cool. They didn't make it to Europe until quite later. We have a few records of some people, some Europeans writing about them, like Marco Polo wrote about man-lifting kites in China, but they didn't really become popular in Europe to maybe the 17th or 18th centuries. I think one point I want to make is that kites have had a lot of uses historically. So they were not just used as children's toys. So this is from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Over the millennia, kites have been used to ward off evil, deliver messages, represent the gods, raise banners, discover natural phenomena, propel craft, drop propaganda leaflets, catch fish, spy on enemies, send radio signals, measure the weather, photograph the earth, and lift passengers skyward. So kites have been used for a lot of different purposes. They've been used for military purposes for a long time, for reconnaissance, for signaling to troops, maybe giving orders, for dropping supplies. Kites have been used in a lot of early meteorological experiments. So Alexander Wilson measured the temperature at different altitudes. He was one of the first meteorologists to experiment with kites. Benjamin Franklin did his famous lightning rod experiment where he tied a key to a kite and flew it in a lightning storm, and then later used that information that he discovered about lightning and electricity to create the lightning rod. The Wright brothers used kites in their early experiments with aviation. In particular, they were trying to solve a major problem that had plagued designers of man-flying machines for a long time, which is simply how to control flying devices at altitude. And navigating in the air was a huge problem, and they developed a sort of wing warping mechanism where one wingtip goes up and another goes down, and experimenting on kites helped to later bring that experiment to their biplanes. Kites were even thought of as actually an alternative recovery system for Gemini space capsules in the 1950s. These were invented by Francis and Gertrude Rogallo. They sort of look like a hang glider kind of situation, and they actually sold them as toys to fund their research costs, although ultimately parachutes were used for the recovery system. One of my favorite examples of a kite invention was George Pocock's char-volant. He was a British inventor in the 1800s. He came up with a number of inventions related to kites. He did come up with a man-lifting kite at some point, which he tested first on his own daughter in a display of shocking confidence. And my favorite invention of his is the char-volant, which is a kite-pulled carriage. He talks about how it's one of the most pleasurable purposes to which kites may be applied, and perhaps the most useful of all. That didn't really come to pass. We don't travel around in kite-pulled buggies nowadays, but it's really charming. He wrote a whole treatise on his invention, which is in the public domain. You can read it. And he talks about these expeditions he would go on with his friends, traveling for miles, being pulled by these kites, how he would steer the carriage in different directions, going up to 20 miles an hour. He talked about how it would go so fast that at one point he passed the carriage of a duke, and that was a huge breach of etiquette, and they had to stop the carriage and let the duke pass again. And he talks about how you could even save money with this invention because tolls at the time could be calculated based on the number of horses pulling your carriage. If you had no horses, you had no toll. So it's a really fascinating little read, and I find it a shame that we don't see more char-volants nowadays. Another early use of kites, World War II actually had a few of them. So there were kites used like barrage balloons, for instance, where they had these trail wires that could damage planes, so anti-aircraft devices. And the kites were perhaps a little cheaper, easier to maneuver than the balloons. They had the Gibson Girl box kite, which was used in sea rescue kits. It was bright yellow for visibility. And then there were Paul Garber's target kites. And I think these are really interesting because they're very early examples of steerable, maneuverable kites. So these were used for naval gunnery target practice during World War II. And you can see how this person has a harness that can be used to control the kite. So pulling it in loops and dives and figure eights. And there were 300,000 of these that were built. So they're actually used quite a lot. And yeah, I find the early example of just a steerable, maneuverable kite really interesting. And one last example is Samuel Perkins' man-lifting kite. So man-lifting kites have been basically a thing since ancient times. We've been writing about man-lifting kites. It seems to be a fascinating subject for inventors for a long time. Even Alexander Graham Bell, who was more famous for a different invention, got in on the action. He designed a tetrahedral 3D kite that had something like 280 pounds of lift. I mentioned George Pocock and his experience with man-lifting kites. So this one was developed for aerial reconnaissance during World War I for the US, but it was never actually used on the battlefield. I think in the early days, Germany and France may have used a few kites for scouting, but to be completely honest, these were big, easy targets. It was not really where you wanted to be, and airplanes just made them obsolete. But it's a really cool design. There was this train of kites and they would lift this pilot off the ground and there would be a team of maybe 10 people who would reel them in and out. It was not super safe. You were going like 200 feet in the air and it was not stable. And at one point, in one experiment, the line snapped and the pilot fell something like 70 feet and was only caught because the kites acted like a sort of parachute. So not really super safe, but a really fascinating example of history. More into modern applications of kites, one thing you might have heard of is kite fighting, especially if you've read something like The Kite Runner. And this is popular in a lot of countries in Asia. It's popular in some countries in South America as well. It usually involves these small single line kites. You'll see different shapes, often diamonds, sometimes rectangles. It really depends. They're usually flown by a team of 2 people, one to sort of maneuver the kite and one to let the line out. They're often flown with an abrasive line, so there will be a coating, and the goal here is to cut other kites. So cut the line, the kite is let loose, maybe you can capture your opponent's kite, and the last one flying wins. This isn't always the case, so this is a 6-sided traditional Japanese fighter kite. And in a lot of those, that's more about destabilizing your opponent, so knocking them out of the air without necessarily cutting the line. And if you see a kite battle in the US, it will usually be that sort of style. There will be, I think, one next week in Washington, D.C. at the Cherry Blossom Kite Festival. So it's a popular sport in a lot of different places and is a lot of fun to watch and takes a lot of skill. Modern sport kiting often takes the form, though, of 2 or 4 line kites that allow really easy maneuverability with one person. So these are controlled with handles or with wrist straps typically. And there are 2 main types. You'll have stunt kites. These are often triangle shaped, although they could be a number of different shapes, and they'll use rods. And their goal is more precision and artistry. So you're trying to have these a really responsive kite that will act like as soon as they'll act as soon as you kind of move your arm, or even in some cases your fingers, depending on how precise the kite is. And yeah, your main goal is just, it looks beautiful in the air. Power kites don't have rods. They're like a big parachute, and they're designed to pull you. So if you've ever seen someone kiteboarding or snow kiting or kite buggying, these will be using big power kite style kites, where they're just trying to generate all of this force that you can use to propel yourself. So examples of this, stunt kites, you'll see in the middle a picture of me flying a typical 2-line stunt kite with a tail. I have 2 lines here that you can see, and I've got 2 wrist straps, so one on my left hand and one on my right hand. And these kites can do simple tricks, loops and dives and figure eights. Out on the left and right side, you see revolutions, which are 4-line stunt kites. And these are almost more bow tie shaped. The revolutions will still have 2 handles, just 2 lines on each handle. And their goal is ultra precision. So you can do some more complex tricks. You can stop them mid-air. You can maybe even gently tap someone on the shoulder. So there's a lot you can do here, but they're a little bit more difficult to maneuver. And what's really cool is that you'll see large groups of flyers getting together and all flying revs at once, like you see on the left. So they'll stand in a big line and they'll all know how to move in these choreographed dances where all the lines are getting tangled, but the kites all stay perfectly in the air. It's really cool to watch, and again, takes a lot of skill. Power kites, a little bit different. Like I said, a big parachute. You can see them in the middle. They have cells that just fill with air and they will just pull you. If you get a larger one, like I'm flying on the right, instead of a wrist strap, you might have a handle to hold on to, just so you don't wreck your wrists with all the force. But I actually really like power kites because not only are they really fun, you get this attitude of jumping high in the air and wrestling the kite to the ground, but they're also great for beginners, I think, for 2 reasons. They're a little bit less responsive, so they're more forgiving. You can make bigger movements and more clumsy movements and not have to worry as much about them crashing. And even if they do crash, there's nothing to break. They've got no rods, so you don't need to have anyone worry about breaking anything. So I usually introduce beginners to a small power kite if they're flying for the first time. So you've chosen your kite, you know whether you're going for more precision and artistry or more power. Where do you fly? So the first option, my favorite, is the beach. That's where I grew up flying. Really windy, lots of open space. Obviously, not everyone has a beach. So if there's a big open field, that also works really well. You want as few trees as possible, and not just because trees are, well, your kite can get stuck in them, but also because they tend to block the wind. So if you've only got a small field with just enough space, you need a lot of wind in order to get that kite in the air. So the bigger, the better. Kite festivals are a fun place to fly, although they're not always a great place to fly 2-line kites. You can see in the picture on the right a photo I took at the Cherry Blossom Kite Festival in DC last year, and there is a ton of people and a ton of kites. If you try to fly a stun kite there, you will crash into people, you will take other people's kites down, it will be a huge mess. So stick to single line kites. You'll see a lot of fun big kites at kite festivals, like the ones on the left, big dragons, that's a trilobite at the top. So those are super fun. But yeah, stun kites best where there are fewer people and more space. So, all right, you found an open spot, you have your kite. How do you actually fly it? I like to tell people that kite flying is a lot like riding a bike. And not necessarily because the action is similar, but because the mechanism is similar. So when you first learn to ride a bike, you don't really know what you're doing, right? It's confusing. You've got the pedals and you can't get your balance and nothing makes sense and it's super hard. But at some point it clicks and then you just know how to do it forever. You can go years without riding a bike and then you go back to it and it all just comes back. And kites are very much the same. It's a little bit confusing at first, but fundamentally anyone can do it. I've taught tons of people who didn't think they could and they were able to fly it beautifully within half an hour. It just clicks. The basic concept is you pull left to go left and you pull right to go right. But there's a couple of things that I tend to see beginners doing. Is the first, they overcorrect. So they'll pull left really hard and then the kite will go crashing to the left. So they'll pull right really hard and it'll go crashing to the right. So they'll just lose control and they'll get really stressed. Small movements. The kite knows what you did. So just trust it. You don't need to do these crazy big yanks. The second, keep your elbows in, right? Elbows to your sides. Pull back. The thing that I always see beginners do, and I warn them against this, but I think it's really quite an instinct, is they'll just go out, right? They'll see that they want to get their kite left and they'll just pull all the way. If you pull back, it will move. If you pull out, it's not going to do anything. It's fine if you do it at first. I think it's a really strong instinct, but just remember, keep your elbows in. But fundamentally, it's not too hard. These kites are really durable. They're not going to break on you. It's worth giving it a try. It's a lot of fun. And once you get your first trick, it feels really, really cool. Our takeaway. So permissions in the cloud are really hard to get right. They're complicated and they interact in really interesting ways to create this network of ladders and lateral movement opportunities and privilege escalation opportunities that is really fascinating from a red teaming and a pen testing perspective. Often you will be able to read something or do something that allows you to take one step up the ladder. Maybe finding credentials, maybe manipulating your account, maybe passing a role to an instance. It's just all about looking around, seeing what you can do, seeing what you can read, and just taking that in and thinking hard about how that can affect the environment. Also, kites are really cool and you should fly them. If there's a local kite festival near you, you should attend it. Check it out, see what you can see. But that's all for me. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Yeah, Casey, it's Alan here again. So there was just the one question. So it's an interesting one. What are the best ways to bootstrap getting credentials into a server system? So I guess the point being that if you have a server system that's going to be working on your systems that actually do all the work and have all the access, how do you get some service accounts onto them that doesn't then can't be compromised at a later stage?
So there's different ways, and this kind of goes to the different cloud providers having different recommendations. So Azure will usually recommend using a managed identity that is associated with a resource. And with managed identities, Azure will handle the credentials for you generally. So kind of almost passing that responsibility onward and dealing with it as little as possible. And also where you can, limiting access, like a service account shouldn't necessarily be able to log in like an ordinary user account. They should be associated with an instance. They should authenticate, not using passwords, but with maybe certificates, just depending on how the cloud provider works. But they shouldn't be just something where you can just log in just normally. And, if that has to be the case, then you really should have some sort of context-aware access where, you've got like a token associated with an instance, but then if that's used outside of that instance, then you get a big old flashing alert. So thinking about just tying it down, locking down the context as much as possible, so it's only associated with specific instances and specific resources. So maybe you don't manage the credentials, so maybe it's not traditional authentication methods, that kind of thing.
Okay, now that's a good answer. Also, no more questions, but a lot of comments about the kites. I think everyone's getting very excited about it, and I think you have inspired some people to take it up. So yeah, well done. Thank you. Thank you. Very good talk. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. Next up, we have Rachel Lininger, featuring co-presenters Cloud and Prem, talking about offline password cracking and training your cat to do tricks. I'll ask the questions at the end, but you are welcome to exclaim at how cute Rachel's co-presenters are during the whole talk. So yeah, take it away, Rachel, Cloud, and Prem.
Hi, good morning and afternoon to everybody. We're here to talk about offline password cracking and training cats. And my presenter is Cloud. Prem is ignoring me, but he will come up in a minute. All right, there's my social media and my email if you would like to contact me. And by the way, there's going to be a lot of references related to this talk. I'll be sharing a PDF at the end with all the links. Also, my friend Tindra may drop some links, although once we started looking at how the Slack was working, things went by really fast. So she's going to use her judgment on what's useful. But if you have any questions, a lot of them may well be answered by those links. And why should you listen to me? Obviously, you should not. You should listen to Cloud and Prem instead. But I'm a thought follower. I've been in InfoSec for 20 years. I have all the certifications, and it's just basically alphabet soup. And again, special thanks to my friend Tindra for handling the links. What are we going to be doing? We're going to be doing a little activity. I'm going to be talking about definitions. I'm going to explain why it's hard, what we ought to do, and the risk mitigations and responses. And then we'll talk about the important part, which is the cats. What are we not doing? I'm not going to tell you how to crack passwords. There's a lot of really good information on that already. If you don't know, you can watch Royce Williams' Password Cracking 201 talk from B-Sides Las Vegas 2017. You can get yourself a GPU and a credential dump. You can run Hashcat or John the Ripper or really whatever you choose. And then, of course, you're going to win the 2024 DEF CON CoreLogic Crack Me If You Can contest. Easy as that. Now, Zoom stream doesn't really have this, but in the privacy of your own room, please raise your hand and put it down when I list an algorithm that is okay for saving passwords in an identity store. MD5, Salted SHA-1, Shark. That's not a real algorithm, but it should be, you know. Salted SHA-512, Salted SHA-3, AES-512. I'm sorry, our algorithm is in another castle. None of those are okay. If your hand is still up, give yourself a high five, just like Cloud did. So what's a password cracking attack and what's a password dump? So we're just going to use some MITRE attack definitions because that's the easiest. Password cracking is when an adversary uses it to attempt to recover usable credentials, such as plain text passwords, when they've got the credential material, like the hash passwords. It's usually done on their own machine, so you can't see them doing it, and you don't know that they're doing it. Password cracking is not past the hash. That's when you use the hash value directly instead of cracking it. It's not phishing, where you just ask the user to tell you their password, and they do because they're very nice and polite about that. It's not credential stuffing, where what you do is you guess credential pairs in the active application, or password spraying, which is where you guess a few credentials per user in the application. It's not OS credential dumping, because that's how you get the hash values to crack. And many of these are going to be enabled by a downgrade attack. One of the great downgrade attacks, of course, is anything that can get you to NTL MV1, Windows New Technology Land, New Technology Land Miniature 1 authentication, which we have killed. Thank you, Steve Seifus. Thank you for your service. But why is this hard? It's very difficult. One reason is that there's two different reasons to store passwords. In one of them, you are the person or the device authenticating to a system. You need the clear text password to log in. If you store this on a computer, you probably want to encrypt it. If you store it on your head, you want to stop doing that and put it on a computer and encrypt it, hopefully with a password manager. If you store it on paper that only you can access and you have a different password for every login, that's actually pretty good. Keep it up, you know, or use 1Password. But this is totally adequate for many people's threat models. It's also not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is this, where you are the system doing the authenticating. You're probably authenticating a lot of users and devices. You need to know that a user or device password matches the correct password, but you don't actually need to know the password itself. Sorry, Prem went into one of his cave beds and Cloud just jumped on him. You know, my co-presenters are very busy with their own thing, I guess. But this is what I'm talking about with an identity store. You cannot lose the passwords if you don't know the passwords. And it is best if you don't need the passwords, you don't know them. There's more reasons this is hard. Cryptography is the worst. I mean, that's just how it is. Perfect is the enemy of the good does not apply to architecting cryptography. It is always going to be easier to screw it up than it is to get it right. And if you screw it up even a tiny little bit, someone's going to break it, and then you'll be sad. Another thing is that the hashes are too fast now. All of the secure hashing algorithms approved by NIST, well regarded by everybody else, they were all chosen because they're fast. They're fast in general purpose computer chips. They're even faster in specially designed chips like ASICs and GPUs. A modern GPU can test millions or billions of cryptographically secure hashes per second, and post-quantum cryptography just makes it worse. When I say that hashes are too fast for passwords now, I mean now started in like 1979. That is when Morris put together DevScript, which was for Unix systems, because they realized that, you know, these hash passwords are not doing us any good. It's always been a problem. It's just now it's really, really obvious and bad. And one thing that's important to understand is that cracking the hash is not breaking the algorithm. You haven't broken SHA-2 if you have cracked a SHA-2 password. What you have done is you have tried a list, hashed every word on it until you find the password. It's not feasible to find the input for a cryptographically secure hash if that input were random and long enough in the first place. You need a certain amount of entropy. But the problem is users do not make random passwords. They really do not make random passwords. The passwords are often pretty short anyway. I think we're looking at a practical minimum of, I think it's 12-ish now, but like double check, because I mean, as far as I know, it changed yesterday. And then password crackers use word lists from RockU and other breaches to find all the passwords that have already been done, and the one you used in that breach that got cracked before. And a modern GPU can test millions or billions of secure hashes per second. So let's talk word wordless. RockU 2009 was the first big clear test password breach. There were 32 million accounts. Most password dictionaries have millions of RockU passwords in them. They supplement it with passwords from other breaches. Have I Been Pwned by Troy Hunt is a super great website that talks a lot about this. It lists 754 owned websites. Most of these have cracked passwords. Attackers publish credentials to enable credential stuffing and distract offenders. You know, and it's fun, I guess. You should go to Have I Been Pwned if you have not done this before. See if your credentials have been stolen. There are 13 billion pwned accounts right now. That's kind of a lot. Salting isn't going to help that much. Salting a hash means that you add a long random string and then store that string with the hash output. Cracking one salted passwords takes the exact same amount of time as cracking one password. What salting does is it protects at scale. Cracking many salted passwords means that the word list needs to be tried separately for each ID. But those GPUs are really fast now. It doesn't slow things down that much. Salts also prevent the use of rainbow tables, which are pre-computed hash digests for fast lookup. Rainbow tables are actually kind of outdated. I've got some links on it on what they were and how they worked. They were lookup tables that you could pre-compute mathematically, that you didn't have to store every single lookup. Now storage is cheap. Compute is cheap. Rainbow tables are nice, but they're basically not necessary, even if, you know, even if you're trying to crack a whole bunch of passwords. So what should we actually do? You should figure it out. We need to use cryptographic functions meant for passwords. NIST requires a suitable one-way key derivation function. That's from 863B 2017. 5.1.1.2, which I have read many, many, many times. NIST recommends PBKDF2 or Balloon. Nobody likes Balloon, don't use it. If you're using FIPS 140, you have to use PBKDF2. That's your only option. The draft's going to add Argon 2 and scrypt. bcrypt is another good algorithm for this, but it's not a key derivation function. Someday I dream that NIST will put this in a way where all the actually good password functions can count. The difference between bcrypt and Argon 2, there's actually a trade-off for your UI. If you're doing passwords at scale, first of all, you need more information than I'm giving you in this talk, but that does sort of change what your requirements are and what the best algorithm is. But in general, do not roll your own off. It must be perfect, and good enough is never going to be good enough. Next, you need to implement that password function correctly. Choose an appropriate work factor. For bcrypt, that'll be like 12. For PBKDF2, that'll be in the tens of thousands. The algorithm's going to use a cryptographically secure underlying function like SHA-2, SHA-3, HMAC, Blowfish, whatever. The algorithm will integrate along random salt. If you are creating a salt, you are doing it wrong. The algorithm does it as part of the algorithm. You should also consider using a pepper or a secret salt. That's storing part of the system, that salt, elsewhere in an HSM on another system. This is pretty difficult. I'm told it's reasonable in some situations, but whatever it is, there are people who can roll their own auth. I am not one of them, and you probably aren't either. Cloud can do it though. So what's the real risk here? What are the mitigations and what are the responses? Your password storage algorithm is your last line of defense. Offline password cracking is only a risk to your system under two circumstances. One, it's more efficient than all those other attacks we talked about, pass the hash, phishing, credential stumping, password spraying, and all the stuff you can get via a downgrade attack. The attacker also has to have gotten all the hash values from OS credential dumping, data from a configuration repository, exfiltrating the entire password database, reading your public API if you're spoutable. Do not put password hashes in your API. One of the ironies of the whole spoutable thing is that how they stored their passwords was about the only thing they did do right. And so on. The problem is that offline password cracking is always a risk to the users that reuse their passwords, and you know they did. It opens them up to credential stuffing or password spraying, and that is why we do not respect the book. We do not disrespect the book. A lot of people will make fun of these offline, password journals. They are better than most of the stuff I've seen a lot of people recommend. Password managers are good. Get One Password. That's the one I like and use. KeePass has a good rep. Bitwarden also does. Beyond that, I have not reviewed in detail, so I can't say, but password managers are good. Anything short of that, the internet password logbook is probably going to be better. What are the other mitigations? So we use an appropriate password function and work factor. We use password block lists to prevent users from choosing known bad passwords, but be selective here. You're not intended to block billions of passwords. It will drive your users nuts. Require more characters and allow up to 64. Allow users to paste passwords so that their password manager works. Allow users to view the passwords because that encourages hard to type passwords, especially on mobile. Shoulder surfing is a real risk. Making it so it's too hard to type passwords so users pick really terrible passwords is also a major risk. Promote or require password managers to encourage strong passwords. I don't know why every single organization does not give everybody a password manager. yes, a lot of us have single sign-on. There's still always going to be a few extra, you know. And finally, give useful feedback to users when a password is rejected. If someone puts in a password, you know, in the generate a password stage, and they can't figure out why it's getting it rejected, they will enter simpler and simpler passwords until they get one through. And they can usually get one through. Password 123, password 123, you know. And finally, multi-factor authentication mitigates many of the risks that are possible. And so what do we do if we lose the hashes? We require the users to change their compromised or suspected compromised passwords as soon as possible. If you don't do that, you are doing it wrong. You activate your computer emergency response team. And you hope that your storage method buys enough time, because that's all it's really intended to do. It buys you time. You know, here's an illustration of a very effective cert. Basically, all passwords can be cracked eventually. You're trying to buy time. One of the things that Mandiant does is they publish an industry report called mTrends that one of the things they do is track dwell time, which is the time between when someone gets in, when an attacker gets into a site versus when they do whatever it is they were going to do. That time frame has been dropping, and now it's like 16 days last I checked for the 2003 mTrends. 16 days is long enough to crack an awful lot of passwords. And I think 2016, Florencio and Hurley published a paper called Pushing on String. There's a really nice talk at PasswordCon from Hurley about that. And one of the things they do is talk about how many passwords do you need to completely own a site or a system or a company? It was somewhere around 10% probably. You don't need all the passwords, you just need a bunch, because once you start getting passwords, you have a valid account. MITRE ATT&CK's most used technique is valid accounts. Once you have an account, even the easiest throwaway, you know, user or non-human account, you can probably find a way to escalate it eventually. And now we're done with the passwords. And let's talk about why we're going to be training cats. For one thing, it makes them a lot more chill. Cats are more fun when they're less stressed and less scared about everything. One of the biggest reasons cats get taken to shelters is that they have behavioral problems. And a lot of the behavioral problems are because they're scared. Self-efficacy, even for cats, this works this way for people too, but knowing how to make things happen helps a lot with stress. There is my kitten taking me for a walk. Harnesses and carriers make transportation really easy. This was an actually very lengthy multimodal trip. We took them by bus, light rail, and car, and they were pretty chill during the whole thing. Shortly after this picture, they hopped out and started exploring the rail station. And you've probably seen this on social media. The cat is faster and has sharper teeth and nails than you do. It has no code of ethics or considerations for its own future. In a fair fight, the cat will win. Don't fight a cat, use your brain, use drugs, or socialize them a lot. It really does help. And finally, we have all, if we've ever had a cat, experienced, you know, the delicate claw to the eyelid to get you up at 5 a.m. for breakfast. Yeah. If a cat knows how to get food in other ways, they tend not to do that, which is really quite nice. Mine mostly just snuggle harder or drop, little felt mousies on my arm. So before you start, you make sure the reward is worthwhile. The cat decides what's worthwhile. Very useful thing, Churu is life. As far as my cats are concerned, this is laced with cocaine. Nobody learns well when they're scared or stressed. So use classical conditioning, and I'll talk about that in a minute, to reduce that fear and stress. In general, gestures are better cues than words. Pretty much always start with gestures. And then if you really want them to obey word commands, then you can you can switch over once you've got the behavior down. And finally, respect their attention span. Keep the session short and end on a high note. And here he is, ready for a training session. He is very relaxed. Oh, and so one thing that's helpful, this Kitty Kindergarten by Sophia Yen, it does not have the best production values. It's a seminar in a shelter, but it's where I learned how to do a lot of this. Here, we're doing the gestures. See? There we go. Classical conditioning pairs a stimulus with a reinforcement. I learned the most about this from a dog behavior book because, frankly, most of the training material is for dogs, but it works basically the same. Patricia McConnell, Cautious Canine, And if a stimulus is stressful, a positive reward helps reduce the stress. It's good for scary noises, transportation, grooming, vacuum cleaners, all that kind of thing. It's kind of a judgment call. It can reduce the stress causing bad behavior, or at least behavior you don't like. But it can also look like rewarding the bad behavior. So you want to be careful to avoid that dynamic. It happens a lot less than we think we do, but it does sometimes happen. In general, try to replace the behavior you don't like instead of trying to end it. So if your cat takes up smoking, that's cotton tubing, it's not a cigarette. If your cat takes up doing stuff you don't like, find something else for them to do. Operant conditioning is the fun stuff. It encourages voluntary behavior with a reinforcement. You can fist bump. There you go. Negative reinforcement backfires. Don't do that. You use a clicker or a marker word to communicate clearly which behavior got the reinforcement. The clickers are loud, like there's a clicker. I only have 2 hands, so I mostly use the marker words. However, study shows that clickers are more effective. If your goal is kitty parkour, then you probably need clickers. So the actual mechanics, learning the mechanics of operant conditioning, again, there's not a lot for cats. Great Courses has a really nice video series called Dog Training 101. Never pay list for Great Courses. You can get trials, the library has it, or they have, regularly 85–90% off sales. So, but that particular Dog Training 101 course is super helpful and fun to watch, I thought. You click a few times to sort of charge the clicker. So, it works. And then when you're looking for a behavior, you click on your mark the instant you see the right behavior and reward as soon as you can. So, high five. You try to pay in position, which is if you're teaching a sit, you try to get the treat to them before they stand back up. And finally, remember that clicking and marking is communicating. It's not the reward. Reward is reward. Don't be a wage thief. Nobody likes a wage thief. One of the things I've taught them is they hop right into their carrier when I pat it. It's very helpful. So how do you get them to the behavior? You hold the treat so they follow it. You can shape do what they call shaping. That's waiting for the right behavior. And then when it happens, you click and mark and reward it. If you're teaching a complex trick, break it down into easier steps. And the goal for each session is to reward several times per minute. And if you're not, pick something easier. If you're doing a shaping, go with the more approximate behavior and just let them get closer and closer, but be sure to be rewarding frequently enough so they keep trying. Here, Prem is learning how to play fetch, and they do know fetch. However, Cloud likes fetch a lot more than Prem does. Personality does come in. So intermittent reinforcement. Once the desired behavior is pretty solid, and you do need to get it to be pretty solid, you can either introduce a verbal cue, or you can slowly fade the reinforcement to be increasingly rare. Only work on one of those at a time. Don't try to do both. You will confuse the cat. You still have to communicate clearly, and you still have to reward sometimes. If you stop the rewards, the behavior will eventually stop. And, don't be a wage thief. And that is how you train cats to do tricks. And so I'm really hoping there were questions. I deliberately did this a little bit short so that we could be sure to have questions. And because having sentient demos is probably one of the stupider life choices I have made.
Okay, so there were a lot of comments. Your talk generated a whole bunch of commentary. So I'm not going to go through all of it, but I would recommend that you go into the channel and have a look. There were two questions that came up near the end. So one was from George. Any recommendations or experience with pheromone collars for cats with behavioral concerns?
So I don't know about collars. I do know that if your cat is super stressed, the pheromone infusers can help. This is a general sort of recommendation for that. It goes in with the whole classical conditioning discussion is what we're doing here. And so, by the way, how many of you can harness your cat like that? Anyway, but yeah, definitely if you've got a stressed out cat, pheromones help. And I've used Feel Away, and I believe that there's a couple competing brands.
Okay, the next one was from Mike. Have you had experience breaking bad habits like fighting between cats?
So these were Cloud and Prem are mates. They love each other a lot. But yeah, Prem is definitely the boss, but Cloud's pretty okay with that. And because Cloud is actually the more physically coordinated, if he wanted to beat up Prem, he totally could. So I don't have direct experience of that. Something that helps is making sure they each have their own space. Like if one of them is blocking resources from the other, make sure that there's another source. They don't tend to resource block, so I feed them at the same time and place. It's fine. But if they did, I would be feeding them separately to make sure they both got it. They've also both got places that they can hang out that the other, there's plenty of room. I actually have 2 floor-to-ceiling cat trees, one in my office so they can watch me while I'm working and judge me there. And then one in the living room so they can watch me while I'm cooking or eating or, hanging out in the living room, and they can judge me there. And we've got a number of cat beds. One of the things I've actually been trying to teach them is while I'm working, I don't like them jumping on my desk. So I say cave, and, they will frequently go to the cat bed and then look at me like, yeah, he's looking at me now. Where's my treat? I'm in the bed. So there are animal behaviorists. Your vet should probably also have good advice. It's probably specific to the animals too. But another thing is when I give them, I feed them a mix of wet food and kibble just for various reasons. And they never get the kibble in a bowl. They always get it in a puzzle. And some of the puzzles are honestly hilarious. There was that bone puzzle you saw. They tend to make more of them for dogs, but there are also puzzles for cats. There's those little treat balls that they roll around. Excuse me, but this is the funniest. This is my favorite puzzle because it's honestly hilarious. So you put the treats in here and they learn to flip them over, and the treats fall in here and they have to pull it out. And so I feel like this keeps them entertained and enriched and lets them do hunting. There's some people really love laser pointers. Other people feel like the cat doesn't really get to complete the prey cycle. They don't get to catch and kill anything. They don't get to eat anything. So there's sort of mixed reviews on how they work. I'm actually too lazy for them because you have to keep holding the laser pointer. But if you just throw a mousey and he brings it back and then you throw it again, that works pretty well. And like I said, one of my cats loves fetch and the other doesn't. He'll do it sometimes. He gets jealous of the treats, but so yeah, that's about all I have. And I'm sorry, I don't have a more direct answer for that.
No, that's okay. So I've got one last question from Bex. So if a cat has like learned behavior, for example, so the example seems to be that certain people looking after Bex's cats, when it comes time, when the cat gets hungry, the cat realizes that if it pulls like a picture off the wall or whatever, then people react to that and then realize, oh, okay, you're hungry, and then feed it. And so it's now learned the fact that if it moves the picture off the wall, it will get fed. Is there any way that you can stop the cat from realizing that?
That's a hard one because you have successfully trained your cat to knock the picture off the wall. And so what needs to happen is, one, that needs to stop working. But the thing is that will take a long time because the cat has learned it. And actually, intermittent reinforcement is more rewarding. It's the difference between Vegas and a job, Vegas is a lot more fun. So they will continue to play Vegas and knock the picture off the wall. So one of my cats sort of likes pushing things off the headboard in the morning. And what happened was I stopped reacting to that. And I also insisted that before he got food, he had to snuggle me. So I would pick him up and hold him and pet him for a while and then carry him to food. And he eventually learned that the way to get food was to climb on me and start kneading and purring, which, he just snuggles harder. And well, I love that for me. And so find something else for him to do to signal that it's food time. The other one will bring me the little mouse and start dropping it very insistently on my leg. I've had them start, come on, high five. I've had them start doing that. And so one of the things with training is, it's not that dogs are easier to train than cats precisely. It's that if you screw up the mechanics, the dogs are much more forgiving. They will keep trying. However, if you screw up the mechanics with a cat, they'll eventually be like, you don't know how to do this. You are untrainable. And I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Because from their perspective, they are providing a prompt and you have been trained to feed them at the prompt. And so, replacing the behavior, insisting they do something else before you take them for food. And, with with other people that starts getting more complicated because I, when I was teaching them high five, first I got them to high five for me. And then it took actually a lot of work to generalize that to other people. And they will give high fives to other people that they know now. Not sure they do it for strangers, but it can be done. And part of it's just figuring out something else, some other way that they can tell you they're hungry and that it's food time and that they are very disappointed in you.
Right, I think that's all we've got. Yeah, so thank you very much
About storing
again.
passwords.
No, I've got no questions. There were a few comments about salts and hashes and stuff, but no questions that came through. So yeah, it was definitely very well received. And I'd ask you to still look through the comments, but there were no questions.
All right.
All right, thank you very much,
And
Rachel.
everybody have a great afternoon.
Right, welcome back. Our next speaker is Alon Moranek, who manages R&D for the Seeker IAST agents at Synopsys. He has been a manager for over a decade and hates meetings with a fiery passion. The talk is called Default Async, Prevent DOS Attacks on Your App and Your Day. Q&A at the end of this. So in the Slack channel, please send through any questions. Take it away, Alon.
Thanks for that introduction. So, as Alan said, today I want to talk about DOS attacks. And as we do things here in PancakesCon, excuse me, I'm going to start with the security aspect. Can we prevent DOS attacks on our apps? Now, for those of you who are older than me, you might be wondering why I'm talking about a several decades old operating system. I'm not. I'm talking about this kind of DOS, short for denial of service attack. Taken from we'll take the formal definition from the OWASP site. The denial of service attack is focused on making a resource, site, application, server, unavailable for the purpose it was designed. And then this goes on for another 2 or 3 pages, which I saved you the trouble. But this is the DOS I'm going to talk about today. Just to clarify, often when we think about DOS, or at least when we hear about DOS, we hear about DDoS, distributed denial of service, which essentially means you're hitting the application or site or whatever with a bazillion requests. And yes, that is a technical term, a bazillion requests from a bazillion different sources, hence distributed, and you just overload it until it's unresponsive. That is most definitely a valid form of attack. It's completely not my wheelhouse. I'm an application security guy. And the prevention of DDoS, of this type of attack, is usually outside the core application security aspect, and it's more in the ops world of rate limits and whitelisting and all sorts of fun stuff like that, which is totally awesome, and I unfortunately am not smart enough to be really good at. So instead, I want to focus on the core, on the application, and preventing DOS attacks in the application layer. Now, the one thing that is really important to remember, or to keep in the front of your mind when thinking about DOS, is that it's not about speed. Now, most people's instinct when they hear about DOS and denial of service and having things take too long and consume too much memory is to say, okay, great, we'll optimize everything, we'll make everything super fast and super lean and super efficient, and then we won't have a DOS problem. It's an understandable thought, but more often than not, it's just wrong. First of all, I mean, if whatever you can optimize, by all means, go ahead and do so. You will make the world a better place. But chances are this isn't the best usage of your time. But more to the point, the denial of service isn't just about speed, isn't intrinsically about doing things faster or slower, because maybe something takes half an hour to respond, and that's fine because that's the way it was designed. Denial of service attacks are about consuming resources and blocking others. So it's not necessarily about the speed, it's about the effect you have in other participants. Okay, that was a lot of technobabble. let's see a couple of examples, and hopefully this will be a bit clearer. So how do we DOS an application? First instinct, if our application parses something, let's try and overload that parser. So we have here a very simple application in Node.js. Actually, probably should have said this earlier. All of my code samples here are going to be Node.js. Well, first of all, because that's my focus nowadays. Second, because it's quite often really straightforward to read, and even if you aren't a Node.js or JavaScript expert, it's pretty understandable and pretty easy to translate in your mind to code sample of your preferred language or ecosystem. But even if you don't do that, these aren't real applications. They're intentionally vulnerable snippets. I will explain them as we go by, so don't get freaked out by the scary Node.js code. So we have a so-called application here. It takes a JSON payload, parses it, and returns back the number of keys in this payload. And naturally, we would think that the larger the payload is, the more we overload this parser and make it consume more resources, etc. Well, how bad is this? So, as my wife likes to say, I am worse than a nerd. I'm a nerd with a degree in economics. So, how bad is it? I put it on a graph. And we can see that other than some sample errors, probably due to cache misses or whatever, or paging, more probably. How bad is this? This is linearly bad. The larger the payload is, the longer it takes to parse. Now, remember, we said DOS isn't about speed. So the problem here isn't that it takes almost 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes to parse a kilobyte of JSON. The problem is that in a lot of modern web frameworks, specifically we see this in Node.js, you have a single event loop, which is supposed to get the request, extract the parameters, do its thing, and then do any heavy processing or I/O in a worker thread and go back to responding to more requests. JSON parsing, when done like this, is done on the event loop. So you send out a big request, it takes 4, 5, 10, whatever minutes to answer, not a problem. Or at least, well, seconds, not minutes. I don't know how to read my own graphs. But the fact it takes 5 seconds isn't the problem. The fact that your application can't answer any other request while handling this is the problem. And that's the denial of service effect, where you deny service from other legitimate requests. So what can we do about it as application developers who are conscious of security? Well, quite a bit. First of all, kind of off the top of our heads, don't allow tainted or user-controlled input to be parsed by such a parser. Well, nice fantasy, not usually realistic, right? If most applications, the whole reason for their existence is to get input, do something with it, and return output. So if you can't handle input, what are we even doing here? What you can do very easily, quite often, is just limit its size. How do we want to limit it? I don't know. You tell me. The key here is to get to know your application, get to know the legitimate use cases, maybe add some buffer, but understand the legitimate use cases and cap the application around there. We see this quite often, for instance, in SPAs, where you have a heavy, rich front end that takes the user input, meshes it around. At the end of the day, it sends a JSON to the backend and gets a response. That's fine. If my input is a form for username and password authentication, username is, I don't know, 10 characters. Password, we were just told in the previous lecture, it can be up to 64 characters. Put that together, 78. A bit of overhead for the JSON format. 100 bytes. Absolutely no reason that that backend handler should accept a 2 meg default input. Get to know your application, cap the inputs at a reasonable size. And of course, since we said that the main issue is blocking an event loop, blocking others from having the requests served, excuse me, throw this into the background. There's tons of ways of doing this. These are, of course, Node.js specific examples like BFJ or JSON stream, but in whatever ecosystem you're working in, there will be a way to do this. But okay, this was kind of boring. It was kind of basic, linear dependency. Let's see something a bit more drastic. So again, we have a quote-unquote application here, intentionally vulnerable, of course. Don't copy this code anywhere. So this code takes an XML payload, passes it, and returns back how many child nodes were in the payload. Well, seems benign, but what if I tell you there's a bomb threat in this application? Okay, no, I'm sorry, bomb threat was way too serious. PancakesCon is supposed to be fun. My mistake. Instead of talking about bombs, let's have a laugh. In fact, let's have 1 billion laughs. So this is an example of a payload. This is the XML variant of an attack called the billion laughs attack. And this is a form of payload, or a form of XML bomb attack. What we see here is a relatively small payload that takes advantage of the XML format's ability to define entities and then reference them. So we have the definition of the lol0 entity. It's then referenced in the lol1 entity in the third line, and then it's referenced recursively as the lines go on. So as you can imagine, if we expand all of these entities, we start out with a really small payload, but it bombs up, hence the name, to something huge in memory. Now, how bad is it? Again, being a nerd with a degree in economics, I just graphed this out. Starts okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 levels. In the 5th level, we start seeing a noticeable difference between the size of the payload and the size it expands or bombs up to in memory. 6 levels, it's quite noticeable. In 7 levels, the payload itself is 650 bytes. It bombs up to 29 megs in memory. And it continues exponentially. I tried to put the 8th level on the graph here, and it just made everything else too small to notice. So I stopped at 7. What can we do about this? Again, quite a bit. So if the threat here, if we have a bomb threat in XML parsing, well, don't use XML, of course. If you can, if the entire reason your application exists is to get XML input from some other microservice or hand XML output to some other microservice, you can't really avoid XMLs. On the same note, if you can disallow tainted input or user-controlled input in your XML parsing, again, problem solved, but again, quite often not the case. In the realm of more realistic solutions, XML is, again, a technical term, a smarty pants format. It has a ton of functionality that more often than not, you do not need. So if you don't need to expand entities, just disable this feature. I think most ecosystems have an XML parser that's just a wrapper on top of the libxml library. So this is how you'd configure it for libxml, but if you have a different parser, find your configuration values. And of course, this same way we treat any injection attack, sanitize your inputs. Don't allow stuff you don't excuse me, you don't expect, like entities if you don't want them. Also, kind of when I did this presentation at my previous job, one of the comments, well, wasn't in English, but boiled down to something like, okay, boomer, who uses XML anymore? Well, fair enough if you don't, but what are cool kids using today? YAML? YAML has the exact same problem. Of course, different config values and different parsers, but YAML also allows defining entities, and depending on your parser, you can also bomb a YAML parser. So the concept stands. But enough about parsing. Let's talk about something a bit different. I mean, regexes. Okay, every programmer knows regexes. Every programmer used regexes at least sometime in their career, and I think absolutely no programmer likes them, but we all still use them. So again, a vulnerable application snippet, again, intentionally vulnerable, do not paste this anywhere, but very straightforward. It gets a regex, it takes a text, it tests if they match, and returns some indication if they do or don't. Well, regexes are also regexes are an extremely powerful tool, ridiculously powerful. Sometimes, also again here too smart for their own good. So consider regex like the regex in the comment, brackets, a plus on all of that. For those of you who aren't fluent regex readers, this means a string of one or more A's, one or more times, which is a very, excuse the language, stupid way of saying a whole long bunch of A's. This is a functionality called backtracking, which has its legitimate use cases. This is not one of them, again, because we could have expressed this in a much simpler regex. But why is backtracking bad for us? So just think about a poor regex engine that needs to evaluate a string of 10 characters against this regex. So of course, there's optimizations and pruning, etc. But in a nutshell, you'll have to see, could it be a string of 1A followed by a string of 9As? Two strings of 1A followed by a string of 8As? A string of 2As followed by a string of 8As? And so on and so forth. So again, how bad can this be? Really, really bad, really, really fast. I graphed out the function of the time it takes to evaluate such a regex against a string made up of a series of A's and B at the end of it. It worked kind of okay until 26, 7, maybe 8 A's. In 29, 30 A's, it really started kicking up. At 33 A's, it took almost a minute. 35 A's, it took almost 5 minutes. At 36 A's, excuse me, I had to kill my benchmark because it was taking up so much CPU time. It was making my music hop. And if there's something that's really annoying is hopping music. What can we do about this? First of all, if you don't speak fluent regex, check your regexes. If you have regexes baked into your code, I'm not going to recommend any specific tooling, but generally speaking, SAST, static analysis tools, do a really good job at finding bad regexes. As always, considering tainted or user input, don't allow tainted input as your regex if you can. Not always possible, especially if you have a functionality to get a wildcard search string from the user, something like that. But if you can, just avoid that. Also, if you can, don't allow user-controlled input to be evaluated by a regex you know might be dodgy. Again, if you can. If you can't avoid this, at the very least, use length limits. It's a really cheap, really fast check that you can apply before even going to a regex. And again, if you can, think about alternatives. Regexes are kind of the go-to for format matching, etc. There are alternatives that are not vulnerable to redos, to regex denial of service. So there's a saying that people will take 1 or 2 sentences away from a talk. What do I want all of you to take away about DOS attacks? First of all, DOS attacks aren't flashy, they aren't good demos. We can't show user data exploration or takeovers or remote code execution, but they are relatively easy to pull off and can have really bad impact. So think about your denial of service. Think about how the system can be used, by who, with what input, and what input will bring it to a grinding halt. And with that, I want to pivot a bit away from application security, because we all care very deeply about our applications and preventing them from denial of service. But there's something we want to protect much more than that, our days. Can we prevent our days being DOSed? Well, if we're going to talk about prevention, let's first talk about how can our day be DOSed? Well, really easy. You want to ruin someone's day? Let's have a meeting about it. Meetings are the abject worst. So I consider myself a relative novice in security, definitely compared to the other speakers here. I've been doing this for the last 5, 6 years. But I've been working in tech for, I think, 23 years. And I've been a functioning adult for a bit longer than that. I've been a manager for, I think, most of my career, about 2/3. And I had a hell of a lot of meetings. So I feel quite qualified to say meetings are the abject worst. And why are they the worst? Well, as a functioning adult, especially in our industry, we have a fantastic privilege of managing our day. We know when we're high on energy, we know when we're low on energy, we know when we're communicative and open to discussion, and we know when we want to focus, and we can build our day accordingly. A meeting, if you aren't the one scheduling it, breaks all of this. It just gets slammed down, usually by someone higher up than you. You have to attend it, and there goes your plan, denial of service on your day. And the kind of most irritating point about this is that the payoff is really small. I will claim that for the immense price of ruining your day, you get really little benefit. Why is that? Well, for a number of reasons. First of all, meetings have a limited time. At least if the person running the meeting is competent, a meeting has a set start time and a set end time. This in itself is not a problem. This in itself is actually the one saving grace of having a meeting. If we schedule a meeting between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, if the person running it is competent, by 3:57, we'll have a decision on what we're going to do. By 3:59, everyone will know what their action items are towards this goal. And by 4 on the dot, will be out the door. That's an advantage. Problem is, if we cap the frame, there's only so many words you can say within an allotted time frame. And these words don't get distributed equally. Naturally, some people are more extroverted. Some people feel more comfortable speaking up. Some people, and this usually correlates with rank, will speak more of their fair share of the time with less of their fair share of good ideas. But if we want to cap the meeting at a time, when the time is due, we'll be done. Will all ideas get their fair shot? Probably not. So will we get a decision on time? Yes, if we're competent at running a meeting. Will this be the best decision? Almost certainly not. And even worse than making subpar decisions quite often, I think there's a bigger problem. I'll claim that meetings, by their very essence, are exclusionary. Now, I'd like to hope that in this time and age, no one will set out to explicitly or intentionally exclude anyone, or won't set up a meeting for the express purpose of excluding anyone. But by the very nature of having a meeting, you will exclude some people. Why does this happen? Well, for a bunch of reasons. First of all, we have what I like to call the time zone problem. So if you work in a global organization with people from all around the world, or if you have customers or partners from the places, you should be aware of something called time zones, right? Different places in the world have different times. If it's now about, I think, 4:45 over in Chicago, it's about 9:45 over here in Israel. So whenever we set a time for a meeting, we have the chance that someone will have to compromise. Someone will have to make adjustments to their day in order to attend. But it's not just compromising. Quite often, it's not about the compromises you're willing to make, but about the actual ability to attend. And here's the kicker, it doesn't only happen if you have a geographically diverse team. In my team, we have 2 people that live about 20 minutes ride from each other, 20 minutes drive from each other, but they are effectively living in different time zones. One of them has 3 kids. He wakes up usually at around 6:30, wakes everyone up. The whole family has breakfast together. They plan out their day. He drops 2 of the kids off at school. His wife drops the other one off at her school on the way to work, and he starts his day at about 7:30. The other person, wow, English is hard today, excuse me. The other person wakes up much later, goes down to the beach, has a surf, goes back home, takes a shower, changes, gets to work at about 10:30, and then stays on a bit longer. Both of these are fine. Both of these are completely valid. But if we have a meeting at 9 a.m., it's fine for one of them, and the other one needs to really change around his day. And if we have a meeting at, I don't know, 4:30 p.m., it's fine for one, but the other one is constantly looking at his watch and waiting to be done with this day and get home. So they can both, even if they both attend, they aren't really in the same level of energy, the same level of commitment. They aren't both of them really there as much. And this isn't about geography, right? 20 minutes drive from one person's house to that. But let's say you don't have this problem. There are, there are other exclusionary traits to meetings. Second problem, which I like to mention, is the language problem, the language barrier. So again, this happens more often in large companies, global companies, where you have participants from different countries, partners in different countries, customers in different countries, but not necessarily. In any case, if we're having a meeting, we obviously all speak the same language. That's kind of a given, but usually English in global companies. But being able to speak a language and being able to speak a language well and fully articulate yourself in that language are 2 very different things. For people who are forced to participate in their 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th language, and I've had meetings in English with people from all of these numbers, ranging from 1st down to 5th. There's a huge difference in being okay in a language, being able to watch TV in a language, traveling to the States and asking where the bathroom is. That's a fair level of English. And being able to have a deep technical meeting and bring up your ideas, right? Explain them, defend them. It's really not the same level of comfort with language. This, by the way, also does not only happen in global companies. Same problem happens within the same country, in the same language, when some of the people in the meeting weren't born in that country. They emigrated to it later in life and picked up the language later. Or even to a lesser degree, if their parents immigrated to that country and at home they speak whatever language their parents speak, but outside of home they speak whatever language everyone else speaks in that meeting for argument's sake, English. Still a noticeable difference quite often in the ability to communicate. Drawing on these two, the third problem we have intrinsically with the concept of meetings is what I call the like me problem. There's a ton of research that shows that people generally speak up when they feel comfortable, and people generally feel comfortable when they're in a group of people who are quote unquote like them, whatever being like me means for anyone individually, completely subjective. But generally speaking, the more noticeable whatever perceived differences are, for instance, and this is really sad, but we see it quite a lot in tech, if there's one woman in a room full of white dudes, statistically, these people will feel less comfortable and will speak up less. Are their ideas any worse? Of course not. Do the same ideas get the same share of the meeting? Probably not, because the people who feel that they're different for whatever personal subjective reason tend to speak up less. What do we do about this? Going back to the concept of the talk, we default to async. Async communication, written async communication, is the great equalizer. I usually like to say that there are no simple solutions and no silver bullets, no one-size-fits-all solutions. Replacing a meeting, any meeting, with asynchronous written communication is as close as you get to a silver bullet. It negates almost all of the problems we discussed here. First of all, with the caveat that you need to buy into the concept of asynchronicity. It will not be as fast as grabbing 4 people from the cubicles, going to your conference room and hammering out a discussion in half an hour. It won't do that. If you're willing to lean into this, if you're willing to have a longer discussion over written medium, a lot of these problems go away. First of all, you aren't imposing on anyone's day. Right? I send out an email, everyone else can answer it when they're comfortable, when they are in the right mindset and the right energy to communicate. We don't have as much of a problem of everyone trying to clamor in and fit in their 2 cents in half an hour of a meeting, because we don't have a time limit on this, or at least not a firm time limit. And moreover, the fact that I write 200 or 2,000 words of a reply doesn't mean I'm taking away 2,000 words from anyone else. We can both write long replies. Time zones problem goes away because you answer when it fits your day. The language barrier doesn't disappear completely, but it's greatly diminished, especially for people who communicate in a second language. Written communication is quite often much easier than verbal communication. You can stop to think, you can look up a big word you aren't sure about, you can ask your mom. The like me problem is again much reduced. The participants will be as diverse or as non-diverse as they were in a meeting, but it's not in your face anymore. It's just names behind the emails. You aren't sitting in a room thinking, hey, no one else here looks like me, and everyone else seem to be okay with talking, and no one has a horrible accent like I do. So the diversity is still there, but it's greatly reduced. It's not in your face as much. So if you've ever heard the idiom, this meeting should have been an email, it absolutely should. Which meeting? All of them. Almost universally, all of them. They are really real and rare cases where they shouldn't, but I do not want to DOS the next speaker's time, so I'll leave it as that. If any of this struck you as interesting, please don't be a stranger. I am not a hard person to find. Reach out to me. Let's continue this conversation. And if there are any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Thank you, Alon. So yeah, let's go quickly. So I did get one question from Shannon. Any recommendations for bringing more asynchronous ideas into a team? You can use tools that don't always solve problems, but sometimes they can give a good base. But I guess how would you push the idea? Don't use meetings, but rather use asynchronous communication. How have you done that?
Well, first of all, if you're the one scheduling meetings, just stop, send out emails instead, or put up a shared document in Confluence or Google Docs or SharePoint or whatever you're using.
Mm-hmm.
If you are forced into a meeting, absolutely insist that this will be followed up in writing, because we don't remember what we talk about. And then once you have this anchor, you can usually build off of it. So this is a summary, reply all, okay, that's a great point, but I think we can do X, Y, Z, and you start building on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the only question that we had. I mean, yeah, I really feel about time zones. Started this conference at 2:30 in the night here in Australia.
Oh God. and I thought I was in a bad shape.
Yeah, no, it's a labor of love. So yeah, thank you very much. There were some good comments, people that agreed with you in terms of making sure that you don't have meetings and stuff, but also some discussion about Microsoft's DOS back in the 80s and 90s. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, and thanks everyone who listened. Have a great day.
Okay, welcome back. The next talk is one that I'm quite excited about. I've seen Nicole talk in the past, and she always does a really good job. So Nicole Schwartz, Circuit Swan, is currently a senior security product manager at Active State, researcher at the Internet of Dongs, the chief operating officer for the Diana Initiative, also another one of my favorite conferences, and one of the organizers for B-Sides Edmonton and Sky Talks. She resides in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, with her partner, 2 tuxedo cats, and a giant rabbit. So yeah, I'm excited for this talk. Questions after each segment. So we'll stop it in the middle for some questions, and then at the end if there are any. So take it away, Nicole.
Awesome. I will be talking New York City fast because I'm going to cram as much information into your heads as I can. But first, we're going to talk about securing your supply chain. Well, what is a supply chain? So if you think about a supply chain for a laptop, everybody's heard about the shortages that happened, multiple years ago and are still happening. It includes the natural resources, refining those, creating components, getting all those components put together, testing them, transportation, sale at either an e-commerce platform or a retail platform, and then the consumer actually getting it, right? Well, in software, it's kind of that same end-to-end system, but a little bit different. It's going to be open source dependencies that most companies use. In fact, open source dependencies can be up to 70% or more of people's code. And that goes into a build process along with the first party code. That build process is in like a CI/CD, program that gets packaged up. It gets put on some servers, and then those servers are maybe SaaS accessible, or you get it bundled up and you download that exe and you run it on your local system. So same kind of idea, soup to nuts, to get to a consumer. Well, a lot of us are in information security here or interested in it. So let's dig a little bit deeper into that step where we're taking components and putting it in with first party code. Now, if you've heard the phrase turtles all the way down, that's definitely the case. A lot of these open source dependencies we're talking about use open source dependencies themselves. And a lot of people who are using dependencies, they may be a combination of open source and commercial off the shelf or COTS. And so it's kind of this never ending expanding tree for your software supply chain. And do you really know what's all the way back there hiding in the corner? Do you know if that's vulnerable? And, that's really where this whole thing comes in, is you need to care about that stuff hiding upstream in your software supply chain, if either you're a consumer of something or you're a producer of it. And we've all seen this XKCD comic where there's, that one project that's maintained by that one person because that's their passion, but, they may not have a degree in cybersecurity, or they may not realize that they checked in something that was vulnerable until a security researcher tells them. And in a lot of cases, free things are like puppies. They're wonderful, they're free, you get them, and then you've got to take care of the feeding, the maintenance, the vet bills. If there's an emergency, you've got to handle that appropriately. So I'm sure you've heard of a supply chain attack like PyTorch, Torch Triton, or other things. That's where a lot of these are coming front of mind. And we all know that a lot of times we don't pay attention to things until it's front of mind, right? All right. You agree with me, right? This is a problem. What are you going to do about it? You're not going to like this. It's pretty boring, but let's go through it. So you have figured out that you need to know what you have. Your own software that your developers are writing, the dependencies that they're using, the systems they're deploying onto. And you need to kind of get an idea of as many of those as possible. Perfect is going to be the enemy of good. In a lot of cases, most companies don't know what they have. So knowing some of it is better than knowing none of it. This is where buying some donuts or pizza is going to come in handy. Make friends with finance, IT, everybody. Find out hey, are people secretly buying any domains anywhere? Are they spinning up some AWS accounts? What about some GCP accounts? That whole shadow IT problem, this is what you really got to start getting your hands around, because you may have access to your main GitHub repository, but what if they're using just some stuff that they spun up and put onto Wix or WordPress? You don't know about that, right? So again, finance is your friend, an asset management scanner is your friend, talking with IT to find out what domains people recently added. Consider it like a fox hunt. If you've ever played one of those games, do some Google dorking, do some Git repo scanning, consider a little hunting game. All right, so you figured out I've got all of these assets. The next question is, are they being scanned? Software scanners, application security testing. There was somebody earlier talking about fast scans in depth. So if you didn't see that talk, go watch that. Ask QA, what kind of tests are they running? Ask your DevOps people, what are they running? What other kind of system scanners did general IT set up? Antivirus, container scans. Your security team, what kind of triage processes do y'all have like put into Runbook? And are there any external contracts? Do you have annual pen tests? What are they covering? Are they covering a subset of these assets? Are they covering all of the assets? Are they covering just the external assets? So just get your hands around for all of those assets you found. Is there somebody poking them with a stick occasionally? All right, great, you've got scans. Are they being aggregated? Is anyone actually reviewing them? Are they being run frequently enough? If it's only once every 12 months, I promise you they're very out of date. I would suggest aiming for 3 months. If you can go more frequent, that's wonderful. But anything beyond 3 months, you're really starting to get a little bit stale there. Even if you're not actively developing that code, security researchers keep finding more and more vulnerabilities. The whole fact that the CVE system is kind of at a standstill right now is a completely different talk topic that I've proposed to other places, but we could talk about that on LinkedIn or Twitter, wherever you want. But there's other ways to find vulnerabilities beyond just NIST. So keep looking at all that data. And also data retention policies. Are you deleting this when you don't need it anymore? That could contain some sensitive information that could be interesting to someone. So how about you just get rid of it? Keep only what you need. All right, so hopefully you found most of your assets. Hopefully most of them are being scanned. And hopefully somebody's actually looking at the scans and they're not going into the trash bin. You've achieved observability. Congratulations, I'm very excited. But likely you found some inaccurate data in there or some stuff that was out of date. It's time to go back and update that. Not exciting, totally boring. But putting links to those department policies, those triage processes, those run books, all of those things means that future you or other people on your team are going to have a much better time of it. All right, so no sticking your head in the sand. Your goal is observability. You've kind of temporarily got it. So if your reports aren't being aggregated, could you look into building or buying something to aggregate them just so that there's a ping that says, hey, a new scan came in, new result came in. A lot of places will sell this for you, but if you've got some like coders on your team and a lot of the tools have APIs, you can also just pull in something. It doesn't need to be fancy unless you're showing it to upper management, in which case add some pretty pie charts and whatever. But the important thing is, what have you got? When was the latest scan? Did somebody do something with it? And also verify the owners. Again, on that 3-month cadence, you'd be surprised at the number of times that a project owner leaves the company or goes on maternity leave. Who's going to be responsible if something happens there? And as far as also, we're talking about projects here. If you have the ability to talk to finance, when people are applying to do a new project, make sure that they're building in 10 to 20% budget for future years for maintenance and decommissioning, and that they put a future decommissioning date in there. And that they also put in what team owns that and gets that budget going forward. You can't just deploy a website into the wild and then abandon it. Make sure that finance is clear on that so that all the budgets going in get that allotment so that some team at least is getting a little bit of budget and resources to maintain these things. All right, so you found way more than you can ever handle, I promise. I don't care where you are, you found more stuff than you can deal with. So let's make sure you're doing it in the best priority order that you can. And it shouldn't be just on you. You should be able to spread this out with the dev teams, the ops teams, the QA teams. But I suggest you start by doing a threat model. Now, to be able to compare across all of these different things, you're going to want to use one particular threat model for everything for the comparative. But if each team wants to use a different threat model for their own purposes, because each one has its different pros and cons, that's okay. You just need one standard for comparison, whether you're using Dread, Pasta, Stride, VAST. I know, so many acronyms. I suggest checking out the threat modeling manifesto. And when I share my slides out, there's going to be some links to a couple other sites that kind of link to a bunch of different pros and cons of different platforms and why you might want to use one or the other. But all right, you've threat modeled your system. So you know which systems are kind of the most squishy, or there's the most sensitive data, or if this system is breached, it could wreak a lot of havoc because it's got a lot more admin permissions or it's got a lot more control points than the other systems. So take those highest priority ones and deal with their highest priority findings first, and then keep working your way down. And hopefully when you're knocking off some of those higher priority things, a lot of times because of these whole dependency trees we were talking about, the turtles all the way down, when you fix one thing, a lot of times it may actually fix a bunch of other things as well. So hopefully you're knocking out, a bunch of things every time you take off a top level item. All right, you're gonna have to repeat this cycle, which gets easier if you add automation. Example, can you alert if new IPs in your IP space go into use, like using Nmap or Shodan? Could you be doing this more than once a year? Yes, because if it's once a year, it's not going to be accurate. Could you add this automation in so that it's happening quarterly, monthly, weekly, daily? Can you schedule spot checks and divide them between the teams to make sure that the automation's actually catching things? AI. I don't think that AI is automagical. I don't think that it's going to fix everyone's problems, but it can do simple tasks. And I bet it could help you with some of your simple automation things that you want to get accomplished. So make this a little bit easier. You found all the flaws the first time around. Maybe have something where you automatically schedule all of the owners an email once a year to be like, by the way, are you still at the company? Is this still your project? When is it going to be decommissioned? See how many of those bounce. That would be a really good quick check, right? All right, you came, you observed, you made it better. Good job. And if you do need some help with that open source turtles all the way down, the place that I work builds your open source dependencies from source, so you're not just pulling it off PyPy. With isolated and ephemeral environments, does FOSSA level 3, we give you some S-bombs, and we give you organizational level vulnerability reports in an API, so you can throw it in your own dashboard. Coming soon, we've also got this currency reporting and version freedom, which is basically get you current and keep you current if you're on Python with automatic code remediation. And so consider us for your portable developer runtimes for Python, Perl, and Ruby. But now let's have questions, if anybody has questions about this kind of thing.
Yeah, so we just got one question. If you have mission critical tasks that you need to spin up quickly on a server, but you can't get them officially provisioned, what process would you do for securely homebrewing this and then migrating it to IT supported infrastructure?
Okay. So I'm against shadow IT whenever possible, but sometimes people create so much red tape, you're kind of in that position. There's actually a bunch of really interesting free tools out there. So if you're talking about deploying some software that you wrote, so go grab like SemGrep or some of the other free like SAST scanners and SCA scanners and run them. If you can go ahead and run like a port scan to see what ports are open, are only the intended ports open, like come up with a very good checklist that is similar to what it would be if you deployed it in the approved IT environment. Make sure that you are filling in all the information as if it was an approved project. So give yourself all that same headache. Who's the owner? What ports are supposed to be open? Are only those ports open? Did I do a SAS scan? Did I do an SCA scan? Did I do like a web app scan? And like I said, a lot of these can be found online for free, or maybe if you have a friend, on the red team, they could like do a quick scan with some of the tools they've got. Maybe they got some Nessus or Metasploit around, or Burp Suite. Go ahead, get all of those scans in, so that this way, when it's introduced into the environment, you have minimal amounts of friction. So this way you can say, well, we already did get a good Nessus scan on this, and we already did check the ports. We're willing to have it checked again, but here is all of the things we did. So really that's my recommendation, is SCA for your dependencies, container scans, antivirus if you're on like non-containerized, and just document as if you were in the regular environment. And then this way you have less friction when you're trying to sneak it into your regular environment.
All right. And we did get another question just came in. Have there ever been legal challenges in this space? For example, when an incident has occurred, like someone suing Venti or Barracuda or whatever, in the supply chain or software supply chain space?
There have not been any that I know of that actually went outside of settlement. So I think people have tried to make kerfluffles, but lawyers, I don't think any actually went to court. I think they all got settled outside of court. I know that different governments around the world are trying to implement rules where you can't just get customers to agree to waive all of their rights in terms and conditions. So I really think this space is going to be shaking up over the next few years, especially with the White House really focusing on supply chain security. They just said that they suggest people use memory safe languages. And so I would not be surprised if there weren't cybersecurity or just information security insurance changes coming, as well as regulation and law changes about who can and can't do class action lawsuits against one another.
Yep, no, that's it, just those two. So yeah, if you want to jump
All
into
right.
part two.
Part two. So you want to run an event. I'm going to provide tips about running an in-person event. This does not apply to virtual or hybrid events. Those are a completely different presentation, which I could potentially give or other people could potentially give at some point in the future. So first, why do you want to run an event? Write it down. I'm not kidding. Actually, like, write it down somewhere. And then you're going to have to create a business plan. This does not need to be like the perfect business plan in some kind of template that you found online or whatever. Cover, I want to do this type of activity for this type of target attendee profile. I would like to have 100, 500, 1,000 people. I want to charge them money, or I want it to be free and have the, event covered by other sources. This will be the kind of activities there. Will there be food and beverage? Will there be alcohol? Any other special considerations like risk of fire? If you're running an indoor, Renaissance festival and you want to have fire breathers or fire dancers, that's a thing. So when we get into the who is this for, you've got your business plan, you got why you want to run the event. Think about your ideal customer profile. So anyone who's been in the product management space, you know this. It's because you're going to have to target these people. Are they early career people? Are they of a specific gender? Are they of a specific career type? Are they people in a certain geographical area? Like, figure out all of these different variables and then keep checking as you go through the process. Are you still servicing this group? Are you still meeting their needs? And is your business plan still valid? Because sometimes you'll keep making these individual little choices and you'll find yourself deviating away. So you're going to have to check back with this occasionally. And then you're not going to be able to be everything to everyone. And you're going to have to resist that urge. And sometimes you're going to have to reject things that are a great idea and would be wonderful somewhere else. Next, make a list of geographical areas. Are your ICPs welcome and safe there? For example, at TDI, we have somebody who's tracking local laws in Nevada to find out if that's going to change and that our ICPs are no longer welcome. We communicate that on our website, on our tickets, and in our newsletters, because we don't want somebody who's not going to be safe or comfortable to attend our event. And thus far, luckily, Nevada's actually been good, and we don't have to look into relocating. Pick one of those areas and then call around. Call everyone, community halls, event centers, hotels, conference centers, universities. Call everyone. And they're probably going to ask you a lot of stuff off that business plan. So this is where the business plan starts to come in handy. A lot of those venues are not going to return your call. You're either going to be too big, too small. You're going to have suggested a date that doesn't work for them. Next, they're probably going to want a large deposit to lock you in. So you may just want to do the thing of like, hey, we're currently discussing this with multiple people. I'll get back to you in a couple of weeks, unless you happen to have a whole bunch of money sitting around and you definitely want that venue. They may require you to spend a certain amount on food and beverage. So if you've been in an event and are like, why the heck are they doing all this food and beverage stuff? It's because sometimes there's a requirement. There has to be a certain amount spent. They may also require you to use their facility for food and beverage and audio and visual. So you may not have the option to bring in anybody else or do it on your own, or there could be a penalty associated with that. They may require that you sell a certain amount of hotel room nights. So that's why a lot of events have hotel blocks, because they need that certain number of nights. Otherwise, they pay a penalty fee. They may require you to get insurance. They may require you to get different types of insurance depending how many different activities you're doing. Often they have a lot of rules what you can and can't do. You can or cannot hang things from the ceiling. If you hang things from the ceiling, they have to be this particular way, and we have to do it, so on and so forth. Also, they may be booked for the dates you want, so you may have to adjust. Sometimes the location dictates the dates or the dates dictate the location, vice versa. All right, so you've made progress. You have when, where, how many people, hopefully, that you need to break even or that you can maximum accommodate in that space. And you have kind of the cost for, your venue. You know approximately how much you have to spend on food and bev, AV, etc. All right, now, how are you going to pay for this? Are you going to get sponsors? Are you going to get vendors? Are you going to sell tickets? Are you going to pay out of your own pocket? Are you going to get a loan? Do you have some other idea like grants? And does that proposed cost match with your original business plan? Are you getting in way over your head? Is there enough of the ICP in that area or that can easily get to that area to even make that minimum reasonable? It needs to be reasonable. Can you get enough vendors to that particular location? What about sponsors? Like, is there a really good airport or train station right there? What about other venues in the area or events in the area? Are they charging similar to you? Has there been similar events? Even if it's not, an InfoSec event, even if it's a gaming event, is there something of a similar size and a similar cost? If not, you may be like taking a really big risk here. There may be a reason why. There may not be, but there may be a reason. All right, so if you're gonna have vendors, and a vendor like could be a craft fair, or it could be like an expo hall. So a lot of different meanings for vendors. Are you gonna do an open call for vendors? What are those vendors gonna get in exchange for signing up to be a vendor? Do they get a table? Do they get a certain amount of square footage? Do they get Wi-Fi access? Do they get power access? Are those at extra fees? Why do I say that? Because a lot of times the venue itself is like, oh yeah, you can fit, 50 tables in here, but to give any of them power is an extra 25 bucks or 50 bucks a day. To give any of them Wi-Fi is an extra $100 per device per day. You'd be shocked at the prices that they charge sometimes. Are the vendors going to pay a flat fee to get that space? Or, is related to the square footage? Or are they going to give you a percentage of their sales? Or is it going to be some kind of combination of both? All right, how are you getting your content? Content could be speakers, workshops, musical acts. Are you going to do an open call? Are you going to specifically invite people? Are you offering them any kind of compensation? So sometimes certain speakers, DJs, etc., are not going to come unless they get a certain amount of money, or at least at a minimum, they get hotel, travel, food, etc., covered. If you're going to do that open call, what kind of software are you going to leverage to do that? Is that something that you had already budgeted for? Who's going to be your review committee? What dates you're going to open and close? And when you close, is that going to give everybody enough time to actually book their flights and their hotels and everything to attend? All right, so if you want to have sponsors for your event, how are you going to find them? Do you have any salespeople that are going to help you do cold calls? Do you have a sponsor kit made up that's very clear about what perks and benefits they get for their sponsorship? People usually are not just going to throw money at you. They're going to want some kind of, we get our name recognized and, people can see it, or it's on their bag, or it's on their shirt, or it's on the badge. Like, they want something in exchange. All right, for the attendees, how are they going to find you? Do you have a website? Do you have social media? Are you going to do free ad type things where you find like local groups that say activities coming up this weekend or next week or this month? Or are you going to do paid ads? How are they going to know what events are going on? How are you going to do the schedule? Are you just going to put it on your website? Are you going to use some kind of tool like Sketch? What if they want to do it on their mobile device? Is your website mobile friendly, or are you going to do some kind of app? Are you going to let them save their schedule because you have a really complex schedule and they want to be able to save it? If any of you been to like Dragon Con or anything, there's so many things going on. You definitely need to be able to like pick and choose and save things. Is it going to be free attendance to the event, paid attendance to the event? Are individual activities going to have additional fees, kind of like a gaming event? And if those additional activities have fees, how are you going to arrange for collecting that? And are you going to allow people to drop them and get refunds up to how far in advance? Are you going to give them anything like a swag bag? Is the swag bag going to be limited to the first number of people, or is it going to be limited to a certain ticket type, like a premium one? If you need to monitor access within an area, how are you going to know that they paid? Are they going to have a badge, or do you don't really need to worry about that because, once they get into the building, everybody in the building is yours? All right, what about safety incidents? What if there's a fire? What if there's harassment? What if there's some kind of medical issue? How are you going to deal with that? Are you going to have volunteers you can defer to venue safety staff? Is there even venue safety staff? Are they in some way trained? Do you have a policy on acceptable behavior, like a code of conduct? How are you going to deal with other things like preventing illness? We are in the age of COVID. Do you have air filtration? Are you going to require masks? These are all things for you to consider. All right, staffing. Events require work ahead of time, not just the day of. How many staff do you need in advance? And where are you going to get them? Are you going to pay them? During the event itself, how are you going to staff the event? Are they going to be paid or unpaid? If they're volunteers, what kind of perks do they get? Most people are not just going to volunteer for, no payment. I mean, yes, there's plenty of us crazy people who will do that. But, occasionally they want like free access and only have to work half the events. They can attend the other half of the event, things like that. How many of those people are you going to need? And also factor in flake rate. You may have 100 people say they're going to show up and you only get 70. So take that into account. Also, people need rest, food, bio breaks. Take that into account, making sure you have shifts and rotation. All right, when can you actually set up? Don't assume you can do it the day before unless you actually pay for the square footage the day before. The venue may only give it to you the morning of. Also, when do you need to be out by? Don't assume you can do it the next morning. You may need to be out within hours of your closing time. Are you allowed to do it yourself, or do you need to use the hotel's employees or approved contractor? All right, now that you went through all of that, all those additional things that you found, does that original budget mesh with the original idea? Do you still have enough ICP in the area that can get to the area? Do you have enough vendors, enough sponsors, enough content? Is there other similar sized events in this area? Is your business plan still valid? Is your why and for who still clear? Are you still making them happy, or did you try to make everybody happy? So just, checking in on that. There is so much more that I could cover here, but I can't do it all in 15 minutes. So hopefully I gave you some kind of an idea about things to cover. I'm going to give you a couple examples next, and then you can ask questions. Things that I found out, surprisingly, in Nevada, if anyone at my event is selling something, I need to collect the taxes and remit them, not the individual vendors. I need to get event insurance, and I need to get different event insurance if I'm doing alcohol or not alcohol, just things like that. All right, let's talk about a holiday craft fair. I actually did this one. This was back in my rack space days. So we had our own building, and there were lots of other companies in those buildings / the building campus. So we invited everyone in the building and their family and friends. The fire capacity for the room that we got was 100, so we cut it to 50 because we were going to be cramming in all sorts of vendor tables. We made it free for the vendors and for the attendees because we got space for free. So it was the building lunchroom. We picked a date and a time. We informed building security. They helped us advertise to everybody in the building. We put up little flyers and things. We also advertised to the local business groups and crafting groups. That was free. That was like Reddit, reaching out to the local business association. I was in the local business association, so handed out flyers at a meeting. We set up a little free website. We made some posts to social media, like on our own social media with flyers. And the office manager and myself were the only staff. And basically, we just let everybody in to go shopping for the holidays and then brought them out. And we didn't run into a capacity issue because people were just kind of coming in and out. So we never quite hit where we were too crowded. And so that we didn't have to have the insurance. This one was relatively simple to set up. Like I said, it was just the two of us. And I think everybody had fun. We ended up doing it, I think, 2, if not 3 years. All right, information security event. Targeted to students and professionals, which is kind of a little bit wide, which means you need to expand the content that you're going to offer to have some beginner stuff and some more advanced stuff. Targeting 500 paid tickets due to fire code, so it can't exceed that. Due to the number of people that generally no show, we could sell a bit over 500, but actual check-ins 500. At a local college event center that does have a food and beverage commitment, they do have the AV that they provide and we have to pay them for. We worked out a date and time with them that they didn't have any other, campus activities or prior commitments. Purchased, 2-day insurance. Solicited sponsors, made a sponsor kit, shopped it around, relied on a lot of the volunteers to kind of shop it around, reached out to people who had sponsored it in the past, any companies in the area that might even have information people or IT people. Made a website, made sure to put the speakers and the schedule and the activities up on there. Have social media set up, bought stickers. Everybody loves stickers. Got badges and lanyards, t-shirts for everybody because it's only 500 people. And then we could tell all the sponsors that their names are going onto a t-shirt. It was staffed by volunteers before the event. And it is staffed by more volunteers on the day of. So think like a team of 10 or so year round, and then 30 to 40 or so on each day of the event. We also have campus security around for anything major, any escalations we need. The college does the basic AV, and the volunteers do kind of the specialized stuff like the capture the flag or handling registration. Open call for speakers, open call for workshops, capture the flag competition, which we had to find prizes for, and a lot of signs. I don't care how many signs you buy, everyone's going to say they can't find everything, so just buy more signs than you think that you reasonably need. And so the TLDR is, who are you running this for? How many can you have it there? Like how many minimum, maximum, free or paid, where, when, negotiating with venues, figuring out your food and alcohol, what's going to happen at the event, that schedule. Tip for scheduling, always give 5 to 10 minutes in between for people to physically traverse between locations. Otherwise, you're going to have everybody showing up late or leaving early and it gets chaotic. Making sure you have the right kind of insurance, making sure that people can find out about your event to buy those tickets or grab the free tickets or just to show up. Sponsors has been super hard this year for anybody who's in the space. I feel you. But doing that whole cold calling thing, which none of us like anyway, for those of you in sales, I salute you. It is very difficult. Staffing your event, security, setup, tear down. I have a Google Doc actually called Running an Event, where I try and put all sorts of notes that I will share with anybody interested in running an event. So if you are an event organizer who wants to help contribute or somebody interested in running an event who wants access, just let me know. And so if you still want to run an event after all of that nonsense, welcome to the madness. I suggest volunteering as staff at a different event first to give it out a try in person, not just in theory, not just day of volunteering. Diana Initiative is looking for more staffers. Besides Edmonton is looking for more staffers. Work on your business plan. You can get a bunch of that set up. You can grab your domains and everything in advance. Just so that you've got it and you're ready, and take your time to get feedback from potential attendees. Like if you were paying $100 or if you were paying $50 and lunch wasn't included, how would you feel about that, etc. And then attend other events. Make notes on what you think went really well that you definitely want to do, what could be improved on that you could do better. Get feedback from other attendees of that same event. Kind of like wedding planning for anyone who's done that. There's a lot of things that you think are important, like the flowers, that nobody remembers the next day, except for maybe the bride and groom. So those kind of things, although nice, maybe don't need to be on the absolutely mandatory list. So with that, if you want to find me anywhere on the internet, I'm easy to find, but I will take questions for anybody who's interested in running an event.
Okay, so there were 2 questions. The first one we answered already, which was, what does ICP stand for? We worked
Ideal
it out.
Customer Profile, yep.
Okay, well, we got to Insane Clown Posse, but yeah, pretty much the same idea, I guess. It depends on what conference.
that could be your target, could be juggalos.
It could be, yeah. And then the other question I got was from Deviant, which sounds more like a statement than a question, but it said, do you think we are reasonable, those of us who get frustrated when an event's website does not have the dates and location prominently featured in the upper corner of their website on every page?
So having worked with Wix and WordPress and a bunch of other things,
Mhm.
You are probably being slightly unreasonable. Sometimes you cannot physically put it there. I would love all events to make sure somewhere in the top that you put the dates. I actually, when I joined B-Sides Edmonton, the first feedback I had, which ended up getting me in charge of the website, so don't open your mouth unless you want to become suddenly in charge of things, was why is the dates for the event not on the main page? So suddenly I got editing access and I am now in charge of the B-Sides Edmonton website. So yes, I agree that the dates, location, times should be very, very clear. Sometimes you can't get it in the header though, and I blame CMS editors for that.
Okay, and I've got one more question. What happens if you slightly oversell your venue event, and then when you get too many people arriving, would you give a refund, or what would you do in that case?
So it depends if they all show up. At both B-Sides Edmonton and Diana Initiative, we have definitely sold more tickets than we have. But because people show up for a short period of time and not the entire time, we have not run into that issue there. Now, if you roll back on Diana Initiative, probably like 3 or 4 years ago when we were in a suite in the hotel and not a full-on conference center, we ended up turning people away. Most people were fine with not doing a refund because as a nonprofit, they were happy to kind of like soak that cost as a donation. But I definitely would, if I were turning people away such that I knew they wouldn't be able to come back like in an hour or two, like if we didn't have a lot of in-out happening, I'd definitely offer a refund and immediately just use whatever system that I was using to like process that refund right there, no questions. But you'd be surprised at the number of people who like want to show up for one or two particular things, or maybe can only show up in the afternoons or the mornings, at least if you're a local event. Like if they have a day job that maybe they need to do some meetings in the morning or meetings in the afternoon. Now, on the other hand, if you're a destination event and people are flying in, you will get a higher show rate to no show rate. So it really depends on your situation, but I definitely would plan to issue refunds if you oversell, although some people may not ask for them. And then on the other hand, some people will ask for refunds when they got a $0 ticket, which, you know, you can happily issue them that refund and it's no problem.
And then let me just see. Okay, so yeah, this is the good question. Coming from Shannon, is there a centralized place where you can get hold of your event checklist?
Not necessarily an event checklist, but let's see. Right here is literally something called running an event or a conference, where I have an entire Google Drive of resources for conferences, video editing software that I've reviewed, tips to give to speakers, help running speaker operations, social media, tonality, an ops binder for your ops team, ideas if you are going to have alcohol at your event on making sure that you've got mocktails and virgin cocktails available. And this is linked on my different social medias. I will link it again after this event on my different social medias. And this is, anyone who wants to contribute to this, please do. I'm trying to make like a generalized resource for as many conference organizers as want to kind of, you know, learn cool things and like here's some badge sales tips and everything.
Perfect. No, that's excellent. So Shannon's happy with that, and yeah, generally very, very good comments. Very well appreciated talk. So yeah, thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay, welcome back here on track 2. I am Jennifer Santiago. I'm taking over for Alan. I do not have his lovely accent or his pancake picture, but I do have unsolicited opinions about how cool this next talk is going to be because I am fascinated with the idea of hiking the Appalachian Trail. So I'm super excited for us to hear now from Matt Kiley. His talk is called How to Combat Microsoft 365 Account Takeovers When You're Not Out Through Hiking the Appalachian Trail. Matt is also known as Husky Hacks. He's an offensive security practitioner and researcher with 10 plus years of experience in IT and security. He currently works at Huntress, where he leads the product research efforts for the identity security product that protects small to medium businesses and their cloud identities. Matt has previously worked at SimSpace, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a large financial institution, and served in the U.S. Marine Corps. Matt will take all of your questions at the end, and I will be keeping an eye on the Track 2 Slack for any questions that you'd like to ask him.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you to everybody running and administering and who put together this conference. I am so happy to be here today. I'm also so happy to see everybody's cats. I've seen so many cats in the presentations today that it makes me very happy. But hackers and general hackers, welcome. My name is Matt Kiley. I go by Husky Hacks. And today I present to you how to combat Microsoft 365 account takeovers, * while you're not out through hiking the Appalachian Trail. So let's get into just a quick who am I here. We just did the introduction, so we don't really need to go over this too much, but my day job, I'm over at Huntress Labs. So we fight for the small to medium business. We make examples out of cyber criminals, the cyber criminals that would go after the small to medium business. But other than that, I've been a red teamer. I've been a malware reverse engineer. Now I'm kind of in the product research role to see how we can develop the products over at Huntress to hit hackers where it hurts the most. And I get a lot of satisfaction out of that. So I love my job. Love what I do. I'm also an instructor. I'm over at TCM Security. I run a course called Practical Malware Analysis and Triage, and I'm also over at the Taggart Institute as an instructor as well, running a course called Responsible Red Teaming. I'm not really on Twitter anymore, but there's my handle, and I also have my blog and notes down there as well. And I have 2 cats myself, Cosmo and Kiki. So let's talk about why we're here today. So you want to combat Microsoft 365 account takeovers at scale. It's an admirable goal. So let's talk about how we can do that. So let's start by framing the problem. I always like to start with kind of putting the problem into perspective. So identity has become an emergent kind of endpoint. I say emergent like this is a new thing. It really is not. Even the PowerPoint that I'm giving this presentation on today is no longer just a PowerPoint piece of software on my computer, right? For better or for worse, we're all now subscribed to the live service model. And unfortunately, Microsoft has implemented this kind of like subscription pay model, but a side effect of that is that identity, just a login, a credential set, and the cloud resources that Microsoft offers, namely Azure and M365, have allowed us to be able to access resources from any particular endpoint. And so with that, there has been a surge and an emergent level of tradecraft associated with how attackers are going after identity, right? So I think of it as kind of like a new type of endpoint. Remember when people said just harden your firewall, you're going to be okay? That obviously wasn't true. Then people said EDR on your endpoint, you're going to be okay. That's also kind of not true. Now we're kind of saying, watch over your identities, you're going to be okay. That's probably not going to be true in the long run, but that's kind of where we are right now. As previously mentioned, I work at Huntress, so my frame of reference for threat modeling here is the small to medium business, right? And so I have seen, even in my short tenure at Huntress, I have seen companies fall victim to what is known as the business email compromise attack. And that can, in some cases, be a business-ending event. I think of it a lot like ransomware of the identity world. The business email compromise attack generally looks like somebody gets access to an identity, whether through credential stuffing or some of the attacks we'll talk about today, and then reroutes wire transactions or reroutes invoices or moves money from within the account. And basically what ends up happening is that at the small to medium business scale, a business email compromise could take out in a fraudulent transaction the amount of money a small to medium business had for payroll or something like that. So it's just a nasty, nasty kind of attack. Here's the thing though, business email compromise do not just happen. they don't just happen in a vacuum. There is a whole attack chain, and it's much shorter than some of the other attack chains on the endpoint, but there is a whole attack chain that leads up to business email compromise. And one of the places we can look to forestall business email compromise and cut them off, head them off at the pass, is ATO. ATO is account takeover. There's the definition from the Microsoft fraud protection team there, but essentially account takeover, think initial access for identity for Microsoft 365. So all of that, what that means is that when attackers gain access to your identity without you wanting that, that is an account takeover. So let's talk a little bit about the technical side of the emergent M365 threat landscape. And again, as it relates to the small and medium business, but this is generally applicable elsewhere. This is the MITRE ATT&CK framework matrix for Office 365. It is still, in fact, called the Office 365 attack matrix. And I think like all the rest of the matrices in MITRE, this is a pretty good starting point to look at. But I'm in the business of looking at the really specific attacks and picking them apart and picking apart how they work, and then building detection and product capabilities against those. So this is not a slight at MITRE. They do fantastic work. Obviously, everybody knows that. But the MITRE attack matrix for Azure and M365, I find to be a little too general, right? But I'm in luck here because there's a researcher who goes by Inverse Cost. Her name's Lena. And I regard her as one of the preeminent M365 and Azure attack offensive security researchers, along with people like Dirk-Jan Molina and Nestori Sainima. So she has put together an Azure and M365 attack matrix with very nice, very specific attacks. And I have taken her course on attacking and defending M365 and Azure. This is, of course, not a sponsored talk or anything like that, but it is a fantastic course if you're more if you want to get more into learning about this kind of thing. So what I'm going to do is eschew. I'm going to push the MITRE one to the side, and I'm going to use Lena's because I find that it is, for my purposes of learning about M365 account takeovers, it is much more robust. And so that means that what we'll be looking at today is very much in the initial access column. And so account takeovers roughly equate to initial access. If we're going to hunt down hackers, in the identity space, we need to know about our key telemetry sources. In a general sense, there are two places that I recommend that you look for this. Whether you're using M365 just for the Office apps, whether you realize it or not, you're actually using Azure under the hood. And so M365 kind of like sits on top of the Azure ecosystem. And so the Azure sign-in logs, the Entra ID is what they call the kind of Azure authentication. It used to be called Azure AD. Now it's called Entra ID. The sign-in logs, the interactive, the non-interactive, the user principal, and the managed identity sign-in logs are one of the best places, maybe if not the best place to go to start to hunt down account takeovers. And hopefully you're piping this into some kind of SIEM solution. But if you have nothing else, you can go here to pull all of the activity. And so here is an example. Unfortunately, there's not a ton of data to grab onto inside of these logs, but we make we do the best with what we have. And here's just another example here. User agent, big one. You've got user agent. You've got the application that is being signed, the client application, like if it's Microsoft Office or Teams or something like that. So what I'm saying is that you got to go a long way with a little when it comes to the log telemetry here. At least from the Azure sign-in logs. There's also the unified audit log, and that's over on the M365 side of the house. I would go to the Azure sign-in logs for the Entra ID logs first. I would save this one's like pretty good, but it's not as robust as the Entra ID sign-in logs. But you also have the unified audit log to look through as well. And that's just another example of some of my my test bed logins. So technical attacks. All right, this is the fun part. So let's talk about a couple of technical attacks and what we're seeing in the identity space in M365 land. If I could wipe one attack off the face of the earth with a snap of my fingers and a wish, this would be the one. This is token theft via adversary in the middle. Maybe some of you are familiar with Evil Jinx or maybe some of the other frameworks, but basically this is adversary in the middle tradecraft. Instead of standing up a cloned website, an adversary will put up their own server that transparently proxies all of the login information through their server and onto the real, legitimate, in this case, Microsoft 365 login page. And so to the unsuspecting user, there is absolutely nothing different than what they're seeing when they log into Microsoft 365. But they've tapped the system, basically. As the authentication material comes back through, this will even bypass MFA, most types of MFA. And as the user has completed their authentication, the session token, the thing in the browser that says, hey, you're good, you can log in, gets stolen by the evil Jinx server and thus stolen by the adversary. And then they can inject it into their browser and sign in just as if they were the victim. And this is actually just from within the console of Evil Jinx or Evil Gen X. I'll probably say it 3 different times throughout this whole presentation. So this is what it looks like from the actual console, right? So this is a really slick one. This is a fun attack to pull off. But of course, when you've had your fun as a red teamer, you then have the sobering realization that this happens all the time to unsuspecting people. This does assume that the attacker is socially engineering or phishing to get the user to go to their website as opposed to the login.microsoft.com website. Another example here of when the session token comes back through, it's redacted, of course. And that's what that looks like. Okay, so how do we fight this? So this is insidious, right? Again, like I said, if I could wipe one off the face of the earth, this would be it. But this is not a cloned website. So the authentication does not stop. It's not like they're just collecting the credential, and the authentication doesn't stop at the attacker's infrastructure. It goes on to, it transparently proxies to login.microsoft.com, the actual M365 login page. And then when the session is stolen and injected into the browser of the attacker, well, we notice something very interesting. And the Splunk research team has a fantastic article on this, on hunting initial access vectors in M365. So could not possibly have a better resource for my own research here. So credit to the Splunk research team for this. They noticed that when the authentication takes place, it takes place from the user's end. And then when the authentication takes place from the attacker's end, because they inject the session into the browser, well, there's 2 authentication events right there. And they both have the same session ID, but will, in 99% of the cases, come from different IP addresses. And so that is one of the interesting areas to look for to start to hunt down potential adversary in the middle tradecraft with something like Evil Jinx. Moving on to another attack here, device code authentication phishing. This one's so interesting. So in M365 and Azure land, there is an authentication workflow that allows you to be able to authenticate in a device that normally would not have a browser. They call them like restricted devices. So think like a printer or a smart TV or an IoT device or something like that. And the idea is that you log in somewhere else out of band by requesting a code, and then you punch in that code and you're given an access token. Again, an access token in this case is all you need to be able to access resources to M365 tenants. You get this access token, and then you're able to give that to the smart TV or the printer or the IoT device. So there's this interesting interaction where you request a code and then you pass it to a device. But as an attacker, we can, of course, take advantage of that. And so how might we take advantage of that? Well, one way that we could do that is by phishing our user and presenting them with that code and saying, hey, there's something really bad that's going on. You should log in right now to this particular URL. So the flow here, attacker requests the code, the device code. Attacker phishes the target and says, hey, you've got to go to Microsoft right now, punch in this code, and there's something wrong with your account. The victim will say, oh, shoot, I better log in right now. And they go there and they punch in the code. And then they see, and it's all legitimate. And that's the beauty of this attack, all legitimate Microsoft infrastructure here. The attacker doesn't need to set anything up. You're basically interacting with Microsoft in a way that it was kind of meant to be interacted with. And then the attacker simply just makes a request to an API in the Microsoft ecosystem and says, hey, have they punched in the code yet? No? Okay, I'll wait 5 seconds. Hey, have they punched in the code yet? No? Okay, I'll wait 5 seconds. And they keep doing that, and they keep doing that until the user actually logs in, and then the attacker is able to retrieve the access code at that point. So I was maybe going to do a demo of this one because it's kind of such a fast attack, but I think just in the interest of time, I'm going to keep pressing. At the end, if I'm a little ahead of schedule, I'll show the demo. But this is the kind of like slide representation of the demo. First, on the attacker side, we're going to just ask Microsoft, hey, Microsoft, I am any normal user and I would like a code to be able to log into my smart TV. Microsoft says, here you go, friend. And so at that point, we're going to craft our email. And this is from Lena's course. So inverse cost, Lena put this one together, this little Microsoft warning, your anomalous IP, you've got to log in right now. So beautiful fish right there. But see that you go to microsoft.com/device login. That's a legitimate Microsoft URL. So there's nothing like suspicious about this, right? And then they say, hey, go in, punch the code in. We're going to give you this code right here and validate your credentials. And so you do that. You go there, you sign in with whatever identity you use. You even input your MFA if you're using MFA, because I know you're all using MFA, right? And then at the attacker's side of the table, then they just pull the Graph API, seeing, hey, did they punch in that code yet? Did they authenticate yet? Nope. Okay. Wait 5 seconds. Hey, did they punch in that code? Did they authenticate? Wait 5 seconds. Nope. And then finally, you can see right here that after the user has authenticated, we get our access token back. The access token here is a JWT, a JSON web token. So for Graph API, that is one of the ways that you can authenticate. And you always know a Microsoft Graph API access token by its starting letters right there, EYJ0. I like to remember that as A Joe. Where are you going with that access token in your hand? Do. Again, might skip over the demo for now just in the interest of time, but we're going to keep it moving here. So detection. Okay, so that, again, insidious attacks out on the endpoint. And users are getting hammered and with this kind of stuff every day. They're getting phished with this kind of stuff every day. So what do we look for as defenders? How do we do this? Well, device code authentication has a very, I would even call it like a corner case use case, right? It's to be used with IoT and smart printers and that kind of thing that need to authenticate into the Microsoft ecosystem. I'd say that's like maybe relatively rare. Like if you think of just like the browser-based logins, I see like millions and like tens of millions of events a day, right? And of most of those events, most of them are going to be browser-based logins, just with a normal browser, somebody logging into M365. So device code authentication, especially if you have a smaller environment to look after, might be very rare for you. It might not even happen at all. And so this is going to look a lot like a normal login, if not for one particular detail here, where the original transfer method is noted as device code flow. Should that be normal for a user? I mean, that's for you to decide, but that is one of the, if I could have one data field to hunt that down this attack, that would be the one. We can see that here in the logs. We can see the original transfer method right here is device code flow. We have some other identifying information in the pack in the body of the log as well. But this original transfer method, device code flow, that's a dead giveaway that at least device code authentication was used in your environment. Should it be used? Really up for you to decide. Finally, third up, I want to talk about maybe something a little less sophisticated here. So we've talked about a couple of attacks that are a little high speed, a little sophisticated, but what about just a basic credential attack? What about breached credentials? I mean, we were talking about password cracking earlier today, offline password cracking. You know, credentials are published to Telegram channels like, you know, every day, right? And so what about, let's say an attacker uses a VPN, an anonymizing VPN. Let's assume no multi-factor authentication here, which of course makes me sad, but you know, stick with me here. And just logs in. They log in with a username, the identity's username and the password. Well, unfortunately, that's going to work, you know, minus any kind of conditional access policy or any kind of other thing standing in the way. I mean, a password and a username is going to do pretty well for an account that doesn't have any multi-factor authentication. And so let's say the attacker just jumps on Hide My Ass VPN and logs right in. What you need for this one, you know, a browser, a VPN, breach credentials, maybe Trevor Spray if you're doing a password spray or a password brute force or something like that. But how would we detect something like that? So this is where I'm so jealous of my EDR researcher colleagues because they have so much awesome data to look through on the endpoint EDR side of the house to prove evil. But unfortunately, like at the end of the day, M365 logins are logins. They look pretty similar depending, you know, some of the details are going to be different, but a lot of them look very similar. So if we have no further context, how are we going to hunt down evil? Well, the solution here is that you have to make your own context. to be able to hunt down. Just a login from either a VPN or a weird location or some user agent string that seems really wacky. The individual event of a login is not going to know anything about any other events to its left and right. And this is where like threat intel and scripting shine, right? And so you can pull your logs into a CSV and whip up a quick Python script or Jupyter notebook, and then enrich your data by doing long-term analysis and crunching statistics against where a user logged in from. Is that a VPN? Is that an anonymizing VPN? Is it a Tor node? And then start to look at patterns of user behavior. So this is where scripting, hopefully your SIEM is doing something like this. But if you don't have that, this is where scripting and threat intel shine. And if you don't have, maybe you write a script for this that can pull an API, pull it automatically. But you can also just punch in IP addresses. If you want to know if it's like a VPN, you can go find these very simple tools online to see if an IP address is known, a known VPN provider, right? And as an aside, from the SOC of Huntress, about 75% of the account takeovers we've seen come from VPNs, so it's pretty common. So let's say you've been doing this for a while and you're here and you're protecting your little M365 tenant, but then you start to realize that, there is so much tech and so much red team awesomeness that's out there, and you're starting to feel a little outmatched by just the amount of awesome research that's out there. And so maybe you're starting to feel a little freaked out, right? Like this is, it's a very intense thing to try to defend against Microsoft 365 account takeovers, especially when we've got little harbinger of doom, evil jinx here saying I'm become death destroyer of MFA. So this could be kind of intense, right? So what I'm saying is that if you find at some point in your life that you really need to step away from your career and maybe take a 6-month trip up the rugged Appalachian Mountains up the eastern seaboard of the United States because you're tired of the asymmetrical nightmare of combating Microsoft 365 account takeovers at scale, then I would say maybe the Appalachian Trail or the Appalachian Trail is for you. So let's go ahead and say that you have decided to put your career to the side for a 6-month hike up the beautiful Appalachian Mountains. Well, let's talk a little bit about what that might look like, because that's exactly what I did last year. To meet the Appalachian Trail, you must first meet the Appalachian Mountains. And I want to level set here because they demand your respect. The Appalachian Mountains are the oldest mountains on Earth. So please put some respect on their name. They are older than oceans and dinosaurs and bones and Saturn's rings. They are older than all of those things. They have stood sentinel and witness to 500 million years of life and changing seasons and evolution and change of our planet. And so all of this is to say, what I'm trying to say is that the Appalachian Mountains do not care about you, so you must treat them with respect. However, if you feel that you're up to the challenge of hiking the 2,200 miles of the Appalachian Trail, well, this is the AT, the Appalachian Trail as it exists today. So this is on the eastern, kind of, not quite the coast, but like eastern seaboard, eastern mountain ranges of the United States. The southern terminus of the AT is at Springer Mountain, Georgia. The rough midway point, not technically, but who's counting, of the AT is at Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. That's where you go and get your picture taken as you cross the halfway point. And the northern terminus of the AT is at Mount Katahdin, Maine. Sacred territory in terms of Baxter State Park and Mount Katahdin. It's a mystical, absolutely beautiful mountain. If you start at the southern terminus and you hike north, you are called a NOBO. That's the northbound route. That is what I did. Conversely, if you hike from the north and hike south, you are going from Maine to Georgia. That is the southbound route, the SOBOs. You are crazy if you do. I'll get into why in a moment, but you're absolutely nuts if you do that. But hey, to each their own. And then there's some customizability here. You can do a flip-flop, which is like you start in the middle, you hike north, and then you go back down, and then you hike south, or very customizable. You can hike it in sections, so that's also a way. Yeah, and you can approach the AT any way that you want, but most people are going to hike it in the NOBO route. A traditional NOBO would start around late winter, early spring in the south at Springer Mountain, and then hike north. So stats. All right. So the AT is 2,200 miles long. Technically, it's 2198.4, but who's counting? It crosses through 14 states. It crosses through 2 national parks. The cumulative, this one blew my mind. The cumulative elevation change of the AT is hiking Mount Everest up and down 16 times. So let that sink in for a moment. You're probably, depending on your shoe type, you're probably going to go through about 4 to 5 pairs of shoes. So that is that's a fun stat as well. And then so your average time on trail looks probably like about 6 months. Only about 20 to 25% of the registered through hikers actually complete the trail. And in 2023, at least in terms of the registered through hikers that said that they finished, about a little over 1,000 of them finished. So you can see, I couldn't quite find the stat for the registered amount of through hikers, and there's nothing, preventing you from just hiking it. You don't have to register as a through hiker. They do want you to, just to keep stats and keep account of kind of who's hiking the trail and how many people. But yeah, those are your intro stats. Elevation profile. I wish I could find a better picture, but I think this actually depicts it pretty well. The point I'm trying to get across with this one is that the AT is rugged. It's rugged, rocky woods. And so like at the beginning, you're actually up kind of high, right? And so this is like the southern Georgia into North Carolina and Tennessee, which I like to call Tennalina because the AT snakes on the border of both of those states. But then you kind of get through the Virginia highlands and then you dip way down into like Pennsylvania, West Virginia, New Jersey. That's the mid-Atlantic lowlands. Way easier overall. You start to ramp back up in southern New England, and then finally you get into the northern New England section, which also is extremely rugged. And I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a moment. That leads me very nicely into difficulty. All right, this is my subjective rating. Georgia to Virginia, pretty rugged. You've got the Virginian Highlands. You've got the Wild Ponies and the Grayson Highlands there. Great Smoky Mountain National Park is there. That's generally speaking the Blue Ridge Mountains and Shenandoah National Park. I would say overall pretty tough. If you start in the South, if you start in Georgia, you're actually like the first few days of hiking, you're like, whoa, I thought the beginning was going to be easy. Nope, not the case. But then you make it into West Virginia and through to New Jersey, and that's the mid-Atlantic lowlands. That is easy hiking. That is like, yeah, you got to climb every now and then, but like, wow, the actual elevation change there was like not bad at all. Moving along, though, you start to get into southern New England and into the Green Mountains of Vermont. And I would say, again, rugged, not terrible, rugged, good hiking. It will it'll put you to the test, right? And then you get to New Hampshire and Maine, and that is the hardest bleeping hike of your life. I promise you, if you try to through hike the New Hampshire and Maine section, that's the White Mountains, that's the Mahoosic Range. Both of those mountain ranges are worldwide known to be notoriously difficult. The 100-mile wilderness just shy of Mount Katahdin, not to mention Mount Katahdin itself is no joke. And if all of that weren't bad enough, you've got river crossings that will actually kill you in Maine specifically. So in my opinion, Maine is the hardest state, but on the northbound route, it is the state that you are best prepared for, right? So you've spent it's like Pokemon at the end of Pokemon when it's like, all right, time to fight the Elite Four, and you've been training the whole game for it. Maine is like the final boss of a video game. It's like you spent the whole trail learning all the things you've known. You've learned so much now, so show me what you've learned. And Maine gives you every single challenge of all of the rest of the trail, all within one state. And so now, drum roll, please. I think everybody is probably looking forward to this. This is my ranking of the AT from lowest to highest tier. So let's start with unranked. West Virginia. You are in West Virginia for 10 seconds. I swear it is that quick. You cross into Harper's Ferry, you get your picture taken, and then you are out of West Virginia in like an hour. Nothing wrong with Harper's Ferry. I like it. It was a wonderful place, but not enough data to pull a conclusion. D tier, Pennsylvania. I'm sorry. Pennsylvania is a wonderful state, but my God, the trail in Pennsylvania is so bad. It is rocky and boring, and I almost got killed in a lightning storm there, so I do not like Pennsylvania. I'm never returning to the trail there. Pennsylvania itself is a state, beautiful, love it. The trail in Pennsylvania, never, ever doing that again. C tier, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, and Connecticut. Nothing wrong with any of these states. My home state is Massachusetts. I wish I could rank it higher. Just kind of, okay, whatever. Nothing wrong. Just kind of boring. I don't know. I don't have a lot to say about any of these states. Now we get up into B tier. You know, now we're cooking. We've got Georgia, and I threw Great Smoky Mountain National Park in there as well. North Carolina and Tennessee, which I kind of treat as one entity because, like I said, the trail runs along the border there. And then we've got Virginia as well. Virginia is the largest state. It takes a month basically to cross all the way through Virginia. But these states have like interesting terrain and are kind of fun to hike. Pretty challenging though. And then up in the A tier, I'm going to throw Shenandoah National Park. Anybody that's been to Shenandoah National Park probably knows why. It's absolutely amazing. And Vermont, I don't know, something about Vermont, something about hiking the ski slopes of like around Killington. Like that was really fun to me. So I throw it up in A. And then drum roll, please, for S tier, we've got New Hampshire. New Hampshire will break your soul and you will be so happy for it because it's just like so difficult. But when I think back on my time on the AT, I remember New Hampshire fondly. And the astute observers in the audience right now are probably saying, hey, Matt, what about Maine? Well, that's because I had to make a new tier for Maine. And as much as I want to put New Hampshire and Maine in the same tier, there is something about Maine. I don't know what it is. It is mystical. It is remote. It is beautiful. It was so challenging. And the fact that the rivers were trying to kill me actually kind of made me, it was endearing in a way. I guess the rivers aren't trying to kill you. They just will kill you. They don't really care about you. Timeline here. My first attempt in 2020, I stopped on March 17th. I had the intention of hiking the whole thing, but the craziest thing happened in March of 2020 that forced me to go home. I resumed on March 1st of 2023, crossed into Harper's Ferry on April 20th. I then crossed into New England on May 15th, and then I finally summited Mount Katahdin on June 23rd. And now here is, I think, the part that everybody was really waiting for. This is the slideshow of the AT. So let's talk about the vibes, the terrain, the ecology, the kind of experience. When you start in the southern section here, in basically winter, this is what you're gonna see. Mystical, old mountains that are older than time itself, it seems. Sounds in the woods at night that you have never heard before. Walking through just the barren, foggy woods like this, just mystical is like the best way to describe it, I think. And then depending on as you move north and as spring kind of, starts to roll around, you're going to enter what they call the green tunnel. And that's so in the southern sections, but as spring is kind of blooming around you, this is Great Smoky Mountain National Park in the springtime. And these are old growth forests. So these are unfortunately, a lot of the eastern coast of the US and a lot of the AT itself has been logged into oblivion over the in the 20th and 19th centuries. But there are national parks that are not have never been logged. Old growth forests. They feel prehistoric. So that's really cool. That's like Great Smoky Mountain National Park. But then depending on what time of year or season that you're hiking, even in the south, you can find yourself in places that kind of look like Hoth from Star Wars. So this is up in the Rhone Highlands. That was a really fun day. That was crossing over the Rhone Highlands, and it looked like that. But then you get into the Mid-Atlantic lowlands. And like I said, easy hiking, rolling beautiful hills in southern Pennsylvania. And like I said, like parts of Pennsylvania were okay. This is maybe one of my, more favorite parts, but the rest of Pennsylvania kind of looks like this. That's me, by the way. My friend, my hiking partner, Ope, took that. So yeah, don't expect to move very fast over the rocks of Pennsylvania into New Jersey and New York. But then you start to get into where I consider the hike to actually start, right? And so this is New England. This is my home. But even more than just New England, this is New Hampshire, right? And like you will never hike more challenging terrain day after day. I grew up hiking the White Mountains like as day hikes, and I was not prepared for what a through hike in the White Mountains was going to bring. And when I look back, like I had like muscle cramps in my legs that I've never had before. And like I was colder and soaked to the bone. But when I think back on the hike, there are hundreds of miles in the other sections that were just fine, but I don't remember them, right? But like New Hampshire and Maine, I remember what it felt like. I remember what it looked like. And this is one of my favorite memories of all time. and this was the Mount Washington. You hike the Presidential Traverse when you are coming through New Hampshire in the White Mountains, and we hiked Mount Washington. This was June 6th, and it was blizzard conditions on Mount Washington, and that was myself and my whole hiking group making it to the summit there. And it was so dangerous to continue on from that point that they made us take the road down. We road walked down. We couldn't continue the rest of the traverse, unfortunately. And then just, oh my God, like I look at these pictures and I'm just like, I'm trying not to get like super emotional about it, but I look like, this is Maine. This is absolutely incredible. And like, depending on the weather and depending on what it looks like, you're going to be trekking through some like real Lord of the Rings vibes type stuff, right? And just difficult terrain, climbs that will break you. And then hopefully, if you are lucky and if you have survived and if you have made it to beautiful, incredible, mystical Mount Katahdin, this hopefully on a good day is what you're going to see on the climb up to Mount Katahdin. And I don't know if I need to say much else. Just absolutely incredible. Real quick, let's talk gear. How do you even do a hike like this, right? My full gear list is at bit.ly/GazelleKit. My base weight was about 13 pounds, 9 ounces on paper. It felt a little heavier than that. I think like I weighed it out. It was a little heavier than that, but that was basically where it was. If you want to see my full gear list prices, individual weight breakdowns, go to that bit.ly link right there. But your major systems, you need a pack, of course. You need a shelter. I used a tent. A lot of people use hammocks. You need a sleep system. That's your sleeping pad and your sleeping bag. And maybe if it's really cold, your sleeping bag liner. And you need clothing, obviously. You need like clothing that you wear, but also clothing to keep, just in case you get soaked or something like that. And then cooking equipment and water treatment. You absolutely, of course, need water treatment, which is that little Sawyer squeeze that you see there. But the cooking is asterisk because I brought a stove out, but I ditched it like a little more than halfway through, and I just ate meal replacement bars eventually. And then you need your toiletries and first aid, etc. Weight class wise, so you've got your 3 major weight classes on the AT. You've got conventional weight, which I would put anything above 20 pounds is what they call conventional. If you're used to hiking like day hikes, or maybe you were in the military or something, like that sounds probably kind of light. Until you realize that on the AT, you are hiking that for 2,200 miles, right? And every ounce that you can cut is less stress on your body. So it's a very careful balancing game between what you bring, what you need, what you don't need, and your overall base weight. Base weight, by the way, is the weight of all your gear minus consumables and minus the clothing that you're wearing and minus water. So no food, no water, no fuel, and the clothes that you're wearing. Lightweight, 14 pounds to 20 pounds. That's good, right? That you're going to be, you're going to feel pretty good about hiking that. But you can even go below that, and then you can get into ultralight, right? And I was just cusping like under ultralight, so I was within the ultralight range. These are not defined anywhere. This is just kind of like, back of the napkin stuff. But you're probably wondering, what are these 2 other areas, right? And so those are what I like to call stupid light, which is when you bring a toothpick, a napkin, and a prayer out there, and you're always asking people for like their spare clothes or their spare food or something. And then there's stupid heavy, and that's when you have something to prove and you have a rolled ankle. And so generally, I would advise, if you're interested in doing this, you've got to stick in the conventional lightweight or ultralight gear class ranges. That's where I was, again, somewhere in the ultralight. The food. Oh my goodness. The food. I had a list of meals that I would bring out. But the long and short of it is that it is literally anything you want. I'm not kidding when I say this. Like, plus your basal metabolic rate, in addition to that, you're burning at least 5,000 calories every day. And so you need to keep, you are shoveling coal into a furnace, basically, and it evaporates as soon as it enters the furnace. My anecdote that I like to tell for this one is, have you ever gone to a restaurant and ordered 2 entrees with appetizers and finished all of that and still kind of been hungry, like in one sitting? That is hiker hunger. It's well known and well studied in the thru hiking community. So I had like recommendations, but honestly, like one of my favorite things was to like hike out of the woods to a major highway road crossing and find a gas station there and walk into the gas station and like walking down the aisles of all the candy and snacks and the Gator. I drink a Gatorade right to the, right to the head, like one sitting, and then I'd grab all the snacks I wanted and just eat them all on the curb of the gas station. Like that is like through hiking life, slice of life right there. But whatever you bring, I urge you, just like it says on the back of my through hiking tag, you've got to follow leave no trace principles. So please protect your food from the wildlife, because really you're protecting them. If wildlife get too accustomed to humans in an area, and you see this with bears all the time, they will lose their natural skittishness and their scared sense of humans, and then they'll start to forage in humans' packs for food. You don't want that. So please hang your food, use a bear canister, leave no trace, and you really are protecting them from us if you look at it that way. And then with the little bit of time that I have left here, I just want to talk about trail life, because I think again, I'm trying not to get emotional here. I think I think there's something to be said for the life on the trail. Because if you want breathtaking, beautiful, sweeping Sierra Nevada vistas every corner that you turn, you should go hike the PCT, the Pacific Crest Trail. I love the AT, and parts of it are gorgeous and beautiful and more stunning than you'd ever believe, but most of it is rocky, boring woods. But I'm telling you right now, if you want the unparalleled, you cannot find this anywhere else on earth, cultural, communal experience of the through hike, that is the AT. And the culture is what makes the AT what it is. And so we don't even have, I could do a whole presentation on this itself. Trail names, and trail angels, people that just live in the trail towns that you visit every 3 to 4 to 5 days and pick you up. They don't even know who you are. They'll drive you to the grocery store. They'll drive you. They'll keep you at their house. I slept in the basement of somebody's house one time in New York or New Jersey. I slept in a church at one point. People that have never met you will go out of their way to help you. Not to mention the hostels. Hanging out at the hostels is like so much fun. Card games and watching movies with your friends. And the 0 days, the days that you don't hike, you can just hang out at the hostel with all your friends. This is a picture of myself and a few of my hiking friends in the back of a car during a massive rainstorm in Georgia, right? And we're carrying the collective identity of the through hiker. It's something I haven't experienced since I think I left the military, in the sense that like there is this idea of the through hiker. You can kind of tell them by their gear, maybe their smell, but through hikers from just day hikers or normal hikers, right? And they want to represent the community as best as they possibly can. And then there's the camaraderie among through hikers, where, there wasn't a person I met on trail that I wouldn't have gone out of my way to help, right? If somebody was really in need, which happened a couple of times, we all go out of our way. The through hikers go out of their way to help everybody else. So just amazing. Real quick, day in the life, 5 to 6 a.m., wake up with the sunrise, 6:30. You're going to break camp, break your tent down, stretch, have breakfast, and then you're hiking maybe until lunch. You probably go about 14 miles, maybe 16 miles. This is like later in the hike. You're not going to start doing this, but like, let's say 3.5 months into your through hike. Break for lunch, hike again in the afternoon. You're going to pull about 28 miles total, depending on how many miles you wanted to go that day. Or maybe you're hiking into town at that point, and then you try to find a way into town, a ride into the hostel, or maybe you're hitchhiking. Did that a couple of times. That was fun. But about 7 p.m., you're so tired. It's called hiker midnight. So go to sleep. You've got a long hike ahead of you tomorrow. Of course, all that is influenced by how many miles you want to make that day. And then post trail life. I don't know if we have time to get into this. That's me after I got my haircut. But returning from an odyssey like this is there's a lot to be said for this phenomenon that's well studied, well known in the through hiking community, called post trail depression. I'm careful. I always be careful. I'm careful with the D word because that's an actual clinical diagnosis. But post-trail grief, I think, is like the better way to look at it. You're kind of grieving the loss of the kind of life that you had out on the trail. One of the hostel owners in Maine says, plan something new. You know, start on something new when you get back. That really helps. So, and then for me, the what now, I kind of looked around and I said, what do I do now? Well, I picked up at Huntress, and my first research initiative was combating M365 account takeovers at scale. So all came full circle. And finally, a word of caution here. If you feel the call, if this has compelled you and you say, I absolutely must do this, I cannot say everything about the AT and all of the amazing times and everything without this warning. You may never feel when you return home that you are the same as when you set out. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but it is a change. You will be changed. I feel like the trail presents custom challenges to you. I don't believe in the supernatural or anything like that, but like it really felt like the trail was building challenges that were like, all right, dude, let's see what you've got. And finally, I think about the trail every day. And I think that's something you should know if you want to go out and hike the trail. In every walk with nature, one receives far more than they seek.
Matt, that was so cool. And I know we've got to move on to the next talk from George, but I actually read a book called Hiker Midnight, and it was like horror stories from the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah.
But the guy's name was Chris Clean Shave Miller, and he talks about those trail nicknames that you talked about. Are you going to tell us ours, or is it embarrassing and you'll just tell me privately?
I have two, actually. The one I went with in 2023 is just Husky. It's a transplant of my hacker name, but the other one I'll tell you someday.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. That's what I got. Take care.
That was so cool. All right, we're right at 4:30. Well, it's 4:30 my time and Leslie's time, and I can't do math, so my time zone is the only one that I can think in. So I'm going to go ahead and start introducing George, who is our next talk. His talk is called Thrive or Survive: What a Life in the Mosh Pit Taught Me About Cybersecurity. George is a lifelong breaker of things and a seeker of knowledge. He makes his living doing security stuff, trying like crazy to do better and make the world a better place for as many people as he can. And again, with my unsolicited editorial opinion, I actually know George in real life. We were introduced by a mutual friend, Lodrina Cherney. And if Lodrina likes somebody, I know that's like the seal of approval because she's the best. And George spends so much time advocating for new people to get into cybersecurity, especially women, non-binary people, people from underrepresented backgrounds. And George is doing a lot of good work. But that said, I have no trouble whatsoever imagining you in a mosh pit. So let's go. You're muted.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Excellent. And I think I'm sharing. Awesome. Jennifer, I don't know how I can even begin to live up to that. Thank you so much. That was a phenomenal intro and just absolutely thrilled to be here. Thanks to PancakesCon, an amazing staff, folks that are running around in the background doing so many things, and just to be able to follow Matt, really outstanding. That last bit that Matt got into about life on the trail really kind of hit me. It ties in a lot to how I feel about what we're going to be talking about. So I want to talk about today with you a little bit of a survival guide for both life in the pit, getting into hardcore show, getting into a punk show, out at a festival or in a venue, and what those experiences hopefully can teach you about working, living, making your living in information security. So a little bit of background. First off, before we even start, let me just say and caveat this. Common sense is key here. absolutely, positively, I'm going to give you some lessons that I've learned, some perspectives from me, but please, absolutely always in both your professional career and if you decide to dive into the pit, use your common sense. I'm going to hopefully give you some additional common sense, but please don't go getting yourself hurt. So, because there's that. Before you even start to listen to me, let me tell you a little bit about myself. First off, information security wise, I have led teams for, let's see, I've done IT and cyber information security, whatever we want to call it this week, for a little over 20 years. I've done everything with a plug consulting. I've done network detection response, incident response, forensics. I've muddled around in the dark arts of customer success, which is where I find myself now. And my happiest spot in there is I get to lead and build teams and develop talent and develop people and help them on their careers. So as Jennifer was saying, I am super passionate about bringing people into the pursuit of pushing back against evil, and especially folks that don't always have a shot. Probably more importantly and pertinent to this, I grew up in New Jersey, so take that for what you will. I know some of you are already having a mental picture of New Jersey. One of the great things about growing up in New Jersey was we were not far from New York, not far from Philly. New York had a pretty vibrant music scene, so did Philly. New Jersey had an amazing music scene when I was growing up. And one of the interesting things was I wasn't allowed to listen to rock music when I was growing up. My dad literally had redlined parts of the radio that I was not allowed to listen to. So I got saved by a radio station out of Princeton called WPRB that played classical and opera during the day and then switched over to punk at night. So technically wasn't breaking the laws. I've probably done, thinking about, expertise and where you've spent your time and all of that. I have probably done well over 10,000 hours at shows and pits, both as someone attending and working. One of the really cool things, a friend of mine at one point gave me the opportunity to make a living working security in some of these venues, which was really outstanding. So I have spent a lot of time. I can't even begin to tell you the number of shows that I've been to, or the number of bands that I've seen. But I'm going to caveat that by this. And feel free to throw this in chat, trying to pay attention to chat. Anybody ever have someone, you're wearing a band t-shirt, you're wearing a t-shirt for something, and somebody walks up and goes, "Hey, name 2 songs by that band if you're really a fan." I hear this all the time. It was kind of funny. I was talking to somebody at a conference in New York a while back, and woman, also a cybersecurity professional, says, gets tired of getting kind of that feedback. I will tell you honestly, there are bands that I have seen a dozen times. I couldn't pick the band out of a lineup. There are bands I've seen a dozen times that I couldn't tell you the song title for any of their songs, but I've definitely been down in the mud and enjoying those shows. So, expertise wise, I struggle with imposter syndrome, and I think that's the first tie-in for me here is there's imposter syndrome everywhere. What is lead enough? What is punk enough? I've had folks that will say, hey, if you listen to anything but hardcore, you're not punk. Or if you listen to metal, you're not punk. Well, I listen to all sorts of stuff, and I try to. Same kind of thing. So there's our first caution. Moving on. So one of the neat things for me was my journey in all things computers ran simultaneously to this punk journey for me. A lot of the same people that I got my first wares from and my first floppies that had interesting things on them were folks that I met at shows and down in the pit. So the two are inexorably tied to me. And as we got into the pit, it allowed me as a young kid, and even as I got older, to define myself, to understand who I was and how to build. And that's the other part. That's, looking at a couple of the talks today, talking about, kind of finding your way and finding your community, like Matt was talking about, that camaraderie, that finding your people. I found my people in many of these pits, both working there and living there. And to me, that culture that builds up around it informs a lot of how I see the world. So that was part of what got me started thinking on this talk was, I have nothing but warm feelings for that. Now, I will caveat that by saying, and we'll get into some of this, it's dependent on a few factors, but we'll get there. So thinking about, and one of the things that I thought was really fascinating was the ethos, the punk ethos and the hacker ethos, if you will, very similar. A lot of it's defined by what we're against, what we're anti-conformist, anti-authoritarian, anti-corporate, anti-selling out. So that immediately starts off kind of an interesting spot. And just the way that we take things that were meant to be safe and turn them on their head, to turn them into weapons or turn them into expression. The other part really kind of jumps out at me is the rules that get posted by people outside of the community or on the fringe of the communities that we're part of are oftentimes scoffed at. We kind of exclude them. The rules that we follow aren't necessarily always the ones that are posted around. And there's some interesting challenges there. And this is not to say, and I am certainly just very clearly, this is not to say that things like codes of conduct are not essential. As things get more complex and as the stakes go up, we need to have more defined ways that we interact and ways of protecting everybody in the community. So, no slam dancing, no stage diving. My favorite used to be at a club that I used to go to and then worked at was no whips, no chains, no implements of death. So tried like crazy to find that sign, couldn't find it. But a lot of times the culture itself, and especially in the pit, develops organically by the people that are participating in that culture. And some of the rules that they're the day-to-day rules really jump out at me. It's fascinating because even given the anarchist mindset, the anti-establishment mindset, the non-conformity mindset, you look at something as simple as a wall of stickers. And fascinated, saw it at a conference last summer, massive wall of stickers, was I don't know how long, but 10,000 stickers on it. And hardly anybody covered up other stickers with their sticker. Never mind the fact that we do kind of the same sticker, identify, make our mark, etc. So thinking about how that culture organically grows, really kind of started pulling things together for me. And the fact that there are rules and there are rules, and which ones do you need to follow? What's really fascinating to me about the pit, but jumping ahead, the pit is, this is an event within a culture. Pits come and go. You can be at a festival where you'll be potentially part of many different pits, and each of them will have slightly different dynamics, and it just kind of grows. There is no defined spot for a pit. It was really interesting as I was kind of diving in and looking for materials to explain this. Found a diagram of this is where things are for a pit, and it was just like, the diagram was honestly wrong, but the structure, the general structure was right. So as I start, I'll walk you through kind of what to expect, because some of you have been, some of you haven't been. Want to give you an idea of what the experience is like. But really, and again, here's another, the next tie-in, if you will. So much of how to thrive in this kind of environment comes down to your ability to observe, your ability to look, your ability to kind of get in, take and analyze information, sort things out as you go dynamically, because it's constantly changing, and then communicate. Look for communication coming in, look for communication coming out. So the one image that I've got up here, the guy holding up the pit sign, this is a guy I honestly I don't know his name. I've met him multiple shows. You can't see it on his t-shirt, but it says Pit Medic. I know he's an EMT. I know he lives out in Ohio somewhere. We've been at a bunch of the same kind of shows. One of the things that he does is when the pit starts, he unfurls this sign just so if you're looking, you go, oh, that's where I need to go. If you're out in the crowd, you don't always know where the pit's going to be. You don't know where the pit is, and sometimes there are more than one. So it's helpful in a nice big flat field to be able to get there. So for those of you that haven't been to a show, and I'd love to hear like who's been to shows and what your favorite was, etc. But typically there's a stage somewhere where the band is playing. It's kind of, I've been at a few events where there's a pit with no band. That's a little odd, but typically there's a stage and there's a band. This outdoor festivals or small venues, restaurant, bars, etc. There's a stage. Sometimes there's a little bit of space, and then there's what we call a barricade. That barricade kind of separates you from the stage. Typically, there are folks in that barricade space. Folks work in security. This doesn't happen everywhere. It depends on the structure. Those folks are there to hopefully keep you safe, and in some cases stop you from getting on stage, etc. Ideally, that role is there to facilitate you having a good time and being safe and help you when things go sideways. So there are folks there. There's a barricade. Barricades are great, by the way, for launching yourself off of if you want. And typically with folks that are either crowd surfing or they want to get out because there's a little bit of a press, guys behind the wall and the barricade will pick you out and send you back in, and you'll get to go back out. After that barricade, there's typically a press of people that are there that want to see the band, that are there, that their eyes are forward, and that's what they're paying attention to, and that's great. And then somewhere behind that, typically evolves a pit. The whole purpose of the pit is this is a space to dance. This is a space, community space where you just go and ideally have a little bit of fun. These pits can open up at a bunch of different places. Sometimes they open and fold into each other. Sometimes, sometimes you'll end up with staggered pits, or you'll end up with smaller pits of folks hanging out together. If that sounds absolutely horrendous and scary, really the first question is, hey, is this chaos, or is this home to you? Is this something that you're going to enjoy and you're going to appreciate? And I'll tell you, it can be a little scary. I'm going to give you some hints for kind of observing a little closer and maybe making a decision as to whether you want to jump in. The first thing really that we got to do is decide, hey, go, no go. Do I want to get into the pit? Do I want to get into this space? Do I want to have this experience? Or am I good up in the press? Am I good sitting up in a chair at VIP or something, or sitting further back? And all of that is absolutely cool. I will tell you that I've found a lot of fun and a lot of amazing people in the pit, but I know that it's not for everybody. And one of the things, and Jennifer had mentioned, I will say I've had the privilege, of being a large human being. So, and I know sometimes you're going to say, well, okay, that's why you feel comfortable in the pit. I'll tell you that some of the things I've learned is in the pit, there's always somebody bigger. Size is not always your friend. That working security, size is not always your friend. And again, size isn't always the deciding factor. So moving on, and we'll talk a little more about privilege in a bit. The other thing that strikes me thinking about freedom of choice is, as you're starting out your career, very much the same as you're starting a career in information security, so many options. Are you going to go blue team, red team? Do you want to do forensics? Do you want to do IT, OT? What do you want to get into? So how do you make those choices if you don't have any information, if you don't know where you're going? If you haven't done it before, if you don't have the experience, how do you start making those decisions? And I'll tell you, the key that I found is look for people that you can follow. Doing things like coming to a con like this, absolutely essential. Find people, get to understand not only what their background is, but understand for yourself. The other thing that I'll point out is one of the byproducts of one of the things that happens in the industry sometimes, gatekeeping, is it shuts doors for folks that have skills that want to turn them and professionalize them and make a career out of it. And one of the things that happens when they get frustrated and they can't necessarily break in and get a job is they get forced to potentially make a living doing bad things with bad people. That same frustration that you'll see at a show where people are kind of locked out or they're not allowed to get into the spaces where they want to go, that can boil over and create a problem. So something to think about there as to those decisions. Are you going to be good or are you going to be a threat actor? I think if we continue to gatekeep and we keep people out, the natural thing is they're going to go use those skills and do bad things that are going to make our lives more difficult. So one point here, how do you get to the pit? You're in this huge crowd. The pit's up there. You can see it. Follow people. You're going to see folks worming their way through the crowd a little bit. In most cases, one of the things I've found is when people figure you're crazy enough that you're going to the pit, they will clear away because they know you're not going to just end up standing in front of them. You'll find a way. You can crowd surf your way up. That's a whole different trip. I don't crowd surf myself anymore because I think it's unfair to the people that are holding you up, but it's another way to go. But as you see people in these serpentine worming motions moving up, chances are that's where they're heading, and that's a good way to get to the pit. So I will tell you that, if my slides will advance, that chaos in the pit does happen. That if you don't have your wits about you, it will eat you for lunch. You going to hopefully give you some good survival skills, but it is physical, it is jostling, it is bodies against bodies. Whether you're in the pit itself or around it, typically you'll hear folks that'll talk about, hey, there's a wall and there are people that hang there and you have jobs, and there are people that are in the pit, and there are different kinds of pits. There are circle pits, there are push pits. Really, the whole thing is just bodies against bodies and basically back to basic physics. Once you get things moving around, they're going to bang into each other and they're going to be effects. So, sorry, trouble with my PowerPoint. So being prepared is essential. One of the things that I think is important as you're going, not only mental preparation, we'll talk about that in a second, but there are a couple of things, because it is a physical space and you can get kind of banged around. There are a couple of things that I make sure that I bring with me anymore. You may think these are overkill. Again, this is whether I'm working or whether I'm just diving into the pit. I tape my fingers just because I always end up jamming a finger. Tape's useful if you lose a shoe, you lose a shoelace, you get banged up. Tape's great for other things. Your pockets, closing your pockets off, taping your phone into your pocket, etc. Earplugs. I always take latex gloves just because, some fluids are icky. So some folks use a mouth guard. I have in the past. I take Band-Aids. I take butterfly closures. These are exceptionally useful if you need them. Always have a bandana. I wear a watch, so it'll cover up my watch, or get it over your face. Or if it's a really dusty and dry pit, so you can breathe and get that wet. And I take a plastic water bottle. Why a plastic water bottle? Yes, I know it's not environmentally sound. I use the same one for most of the time because I don't care where it goes, and if I lose it and I can get it past security, and there's most of the time you can refill water somewhere at the venue. The other thing that you might want to think about festivals and stuff like that, super glue is outstanding. Super glue was developed, my understanding of it, super glue was developed to close off wounds, and it works really well that way. All right, so we're ready to go. Take a moment, breathe, be aware, look around, see what the environment's like. I'll give you one of the big kind of yellow flags for me is if you're at a venue and there's nowhere to get water, probably not ideal. If you're at a venue and you see security being rough and throwing people around before the show even starts, that's going to be a signal. So the things that really impact like what a pit's going to look like, show to show, or even band to band. The venue itself, you want to know where your exits are. You want to know what things you can bang into. There's a venue that we used to go to that had chairs and tables bolted to the floor, like 10 feet off the stage. Bad idea. The band, I'll tell you the difference between, I don't want to call it any bands. The difference between some bands that played, should we say, Woodstock the last time around and other bands will change the entire energy, the crowd, the people that are there, the time of day, and just kind of the vibe and the energy. If you get a bad vibe, if the little hairs in the back of your head stand up, probably stand and watch. So as things get going and the band kicks in, take that moment, move with some intentionality, know what you want to do, know where you want to go, pull yourself in. I will tell you one of the first things is this, consent, as in all places, is key in the pit. You don't pull people in from the wall. You don't push people into the pit. If somebody wants to get out, you let them get out. But you want to be aware. You want to get your momentum going. You want to get in. If you commit and it's a little too crazy and a little too wild, be okay with making mistakes. Be okay that you know it's like, hey, maybe I overestimated this, or this is a little too much energy for me. One note here, you know, you really have to decide at this point. It's like, hey, am I going to be a jerk, or am I going to go in and treat people with respect and have a good time? I think that applies day to day in information security. We have lots of opportunities to be jerks. We have lots of opportunities to pull people along and lift people up. So that intention. So rise above, be better, dive in, be better. One note here, if you stumble across something, people lose shoes, people lose glasses, people lose phones, all sorts of crazy stuff. What you do is you grab a hold of that, step kind of out, hold it up above your head where people can see it. You don't just take it and chuck it. That's somebody's shoes. And I'll tell you from personal experience, having no shoes in the pit sucks. So don't be a jerk. However, be aware. There are lots of opportunities to be a jerk in the pit. First off, one of the things that kind of gets me is, I'm not going to say zero tolerance for jerk behavior, but we need to call it out. We need to say, hey, this isn't cool. This is not an opportunity. Crowd surfers or other people in the pits, this is not an opportunity for you to impose your will on other human beings. These are not non-player characters. They are not there for your entertainment. This is an opportunity for you to look out for other people. There are sometimes consequences if you choose to be a jerk in the pit. More and more, and I'm encouraged by this, and this comes and goes and has over the years. Somewhat depends on the band sometimes, but bad behavior is tolerated. I've seen bands stop shows to call out people and shame them to leave, which is phenomenal. The amount of harm that can happen ranges anywhere from having somebody having a bad day to somebody having their life altered. That's not this. Nobody should have to have life-altering consequences because they chose to go see a band and dance, which is what essentially it is. You have to understand that folks have rights, and that you don't have a right to impose your will on other folks. We'll get into that a little bit. Thinking about privilege, this is, again, talking about privilege before, this is one of the reasons that I love being in security and not just working the barricade, but working actually in the pit a lot. If you were anywhere, Philly, Jersey, whatever, I worked at TROC, I worked at TOA, so TROC, many shows right down in the pit amongst human beings. And I enjoyed having the privilege of looking out for folks that weren't necessarily able to look out for themselves. The best implementation here, though, is when the community looks out for everybody and then shames the jerk off the stage, or I'm sorry, off the floor. So not only are we looking at for jerks, but here's a huge opportunity to grow, to rise above ourselves. One of the things that's heavy, and again, talking about privilege, it's like, again, large human being, you're going to think it's like, hey, the easiest thing to do when somebody is acting up and causing a problem is to physically move them. That doesn't work for everybody, and honestly, it's not where I go to first. There's a philosophy that I like called the 5 Ds. Distract, delegate, delay, document, or direct. Direct being the last. Direct is, I'm going to wrap you up and I'm going to carry you out. Have some links at the end about the 5 Ds, but this is community action. This is bystander intervention. This is one of the things that I love about the pit, and more and more so in our information security community, where folks are looking out for other folks and helping them. Probably the best rule, the largest unwritten rule in the pit is when somebody falls down, you're going to pick them up. So a couple of pieces of reality. One, everybody falls down. Second piece, nothing scarier than being on the ground and nobody helping you up. Proximity is the largest arbiter of responsibility. If somebody falls in front of you, pick them up. So there's a degree of reciprocity there. So if you fall down, like seen it happen in pits before, if you're not picking folks up or you're knocking people down, no one's going to pick you up when it comes their time. So the priority here, and you'll see upper picture, you'll see all these guys, band's still on the stage, pit's still going, everything's moving. Their entire focus is on the person that fell to pick them up. Everything else stops. When somebody falls down, everything stops. Nothing is more important. We build that person back up and lift them. The other point here is in the photo on the left. So is at a festival 2 years ago, and this is a girl pit. You have an opportunity to, again, stand up, rise above, be an ally, be an advocate, create space for other folks, because everybody's got a right to be in the pit. Everybody's got a right to work in cybersecurity. You don't have to be this tall. You don't have to be this smart. You don't have to be conforming to certain preconceived notions for folks. So how do we overcome jerks? There are lots of jerks that are going to say, hey, this pit is mine. The pit, very much like the internet, belongs to everybody and belongs to no one in particular. You will find people, and here's the short rant. You will find people that think the pit belongs exclusively to them. I'm not going to go into the detail, but you'll see NPFO. If you know what it is, if you want me to spell it out for you, you'll also see it in the playlist. There are folks that try to own pits. I've grown up around this. There are folks that come to shows to terrorize people, to abuse people, to create havoc for people. Second part of privilege, again, that direct piece, I will say I've used in the past. The other spot, though, is the appropriate use of privilege. Given a platform like this, given the being someone that can grab a hold of somebody else and spin and clear out space for other folks, you can control and you can open a spot for kids, for folks that maybe aren't as comfortable or can't spread that space for themselves. I see a lot of our mission in information security as taking that privilege. If we've been in the industry for a while, we have experience, you lead teams, you're a hiring person, etc. Use that privilege. That's the appropriate utilization of privilege, not to necessarily raise ourselves up. So wasted is a problem for everybody in the pit. This again translates to me. Decisions have consequences. The pit is not someplace to dive into when you're trashed. You're going to create a problem. You're likely going to, in most cases, ironically, you end up getting somebody else hurt and you're not. But be aware, there's accountability. Lots of times this is community accountability, but make good decisions. Don't go into the pit trashed. Don't at conferences and events, don't think that because you are inebriated or otherwise, that's an excuse for bad behavior. We're all grown-ups, kind of, so get over it. So there are other things that kind of drain. Look, honestly, you're listening to music, there's energy. It can be really positive, and in some cases, it can stir up a lot of things for folks. It can trigger a lot of things, and it can kind of move things. It's easy to see, look, in our day-to-day, we work oftentimes in a lot of high-paced things, a lot of high-pressure pieces, and a lot of emotions run high, and excuse me, and it's easy to lose sight of that. So keep your eyes open for those moments where people are suffering with internal conflict. Be aware that, be aware that folks do have signals when they are in crisis, when their well-being is there. As managers and leaders, it's one of the things that, I'm honestly thankful post-pandemic and going through pandemic that we call out a little more often. We have more tools, but look out for your friends, look out for your colleagues, look out for your coworkers, especially in things where, hey, you're out there and you're interviewing and you're applying and you're trying to find jobs. It can be absolutely soul crushing. I've done it. I think everybody here probably has done it. It can be a real grind, and there are signs there, not always as apparent as the wall of death, but there are signs. Look for them. And when you see somebody hit that wall, when you see somebody starting to burn out, when they've collapsed, when they fall down, okay, again, the priority is stop. Get them help, okay? When you need help, when they need help, everything else stops and you make a sign. What's great about this, one, you can see it, but it also hard to do if you're still moving. This, if you're at a show and you see, that's people calling for help. Typically starts with a couple of people. This lets the folks that are professionally doing security, professionally doing medical attention, to rush over and aid. And again, I'm going to come back down. This can be a great experience if done right. Absent jerks. At the end of shows, you're going to see people, and my experience, and full disclosure, it's sweaty sometimes, it smells bad. Back to Matt's point, the shared experience can be largely positive and wonderful. And I've hugged people and celebrated with people and just after 40 minutes in a pit for a band with no other commonality. There's a lot of strength there. Those communities form and dissolve and form and dissolve. I love it. I think it's a great opportunity to elevate. We can do this in our professional lives, in information security, in our community as well. So some simple things to thrive in the pit. So again, security is everybody's responsibility. That hopefully will resonate with folks working in the industry. There is no designated pit space, happens everywhere. So pit belongs to everybody. Make room, proximity is responsibility. Consent's not implied at all. Don't be a creep, don't tolerate creeps. When we talk about creeps, creeps are not limited to you'll professionally most likely run into a brilliant jerk, somebody that's hyper intelligent but treats everybody like hell. More about that in a second. It's not a fight. It looks like one. It's not. If it turns into one, try to de-escalate, but it's not a fight. It's chaotic. It shouldn't be violence. The crowd, the band, the crew are not the enemy. So be prepared to adapt, kind of have your head in the game. Again, back to not being wasted. Crowd surfing happens. Don't be angry. It's somebody else's trip. They're having a good time. Your job, make sure they don't fall, especially coming into the pit. Drives me crazy, but you'll see people pointing at folks. Turn around, keep your heads up, be prepared to catch, and signal for help when you need it. And if somebody wants to get out, get them out. When somebody falls down, pick them up. To thrive in information security, again, make space, raise people up, stand up for what's right, eliminate or educate brilliant jerks, build diverse, healthy teams, build social capital for all, act in the community, and ask for help. Real quickly, some resources. Great book. Shauna Potter, lead singer for a band called War on Women. In fact, I missed one of their shows last night. I hope somebody got to go. There's a QR code. I swear it's not malicious to a Spotify playlist. I'm going to put it up in chat. Warning, there are explicit lyrics. And just some resources, the 5 Ds that I mentioned and bystander intervention, that's out on the website Right to Be, and then a couple of other links for resources. Thanks to PancakesCon and particularly Leslie and Clue and Jennifer for the introduction, and to all these wonderful folks for providing research and information. And if you want to get in touch with me, you can reach me at George Sanford at okaytoaskforhelp.org. And that's it.
I'm still here. That was so good. I did not expect to talk about mosh pits to be so heartwarming, but if anybody could do that, it was you. And I think you did a brilliant job of drawing the parallels between, you know, the gatekeeping and bad behavior that can come up in situations like that and in our industry. And like I said at the beginning, I have seen you walk the walk in making cybersecurity a safe space for everybody. And I really appreciate that. There are no questions for you in the chat, just lots and lots of rock and roll horn fingers. Deviant is losing his mind at how great your talk was. So I think we'll give everybody 3 minutes to stretch their legs and get some water and come back so we can stay on time. But what's the last show you went to and what's the next show you're going to?
Next show, taking my daughter to Descendants, Adolescents, and Circle Jerks. Show before that, I think, was Bikini Kill.
Nice. How old's your daughter? 4?
14.
All right. Well, that was an awesome job. Go get your flowers in the Slack chat, and it was good to see you.
Take care. Good to see you. Bye.
Okay, we're back. We've got 2 more talks to go. And if Deviant can get up at 6 a.m. for his keynote and still be rocking, you can too. So our talk that's coming up now is warding off macavity through threat modeling. Threat modeling is a useful tool to assess your threats and can be perfectly applied to your personal life to prevent digital stalking. Cats is a dance-filled mega musical that has been making memories for 43 years. Danielle will tell you how these two very different things intersect. And we'll keep an eye on the Slack for questions, and we'll do Q&A at the end. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Jennifer. Welcome to my talk, and thank you for having me here at PancakesCon, which is amazing. I've been enjoying this day already, and I have been up since 6 a.m. European time already. So it's been an early day. It's been a long day for me. So before I'm going to start, a little content warning. I'm going to talk about stalking. I'm going to talk about abusive relationships, and there are going to be blatant spoilers for Cats the Musical. But it's been 40 years now, so I think that is fair game. However, if you feel uncomfortable with any of this, you can hop over to track 1 for a talk about moving into cybersecurity and writing fantasy fiction, because I can understand that you might not want to hear about a couple of these topics, and then you feel uncomfortable with that. So hop over now. No harm done, and no bad feelings to you. So. The naming of cats is a difficult matter. And just in the introduction, Jennifer already asked me, is it Danielle or is it Danny? Well, I have an umlaut in my name, and that makes life difficult for many systems, which are not able to parse that little diacritic. So yeah, people start calling me Danny. I start calling myself Danny as well. As long as with a da, Danny, if I prefer it that way, that's fine. In my daily life, I am a DevSecOps consultant at Society, and I work mainly financial systems and financial companies. I'm also a member of the Women in Cybersecurity Community Association, which is a very nice backronym coming down to Wicca. And I have the broom to prove it and to bring me to our conference that's happening in Halloween. That's called WicCon. Above all, I'm also a musical lover, and my claim to fame is that I'm in the top 0.5% of Andrew Lloyd Webber listeners on Spotify. Maybe an odd claim to fame, but hey, it is one. And you might have heard already from my accent, I am Dutch. Pancakes look like this in the Netherlands, and they should be about the size of your plate. Anything smaller, yeah, it's kind of American pancakes in our country. So why am I doing this talk? Well, a couple of years ago already, I went to May Contain Hackers, the big Dutch hacker camp, and I listened to a talk. It's not just stalkerware, given by My Fair Lady. It's going to be a link to this later on. And she talked about how to get rid of stalkerware from your phone if your ex-partner or abusive partner is stalking you that way. And somebody in the audience asked, like, are there any checklists? And there aren't any checklists. That was the answer. And I've been looking through those kind of things. I found some tips and tricks and some guidance around the internet, but no comprehensive checklists. And also none of all those sources like do a proper threat modeling that connects all the systems that you have and connect them and see and let them see you how they are interconnected and how they can give access to each other. In my daily work, I do threat modeling all the time. This is my bread and butter nowadays. And why can we not just apply this to our personal life? Well, here on screen, you have like the official threat modeling definition according to the Threat Modeling Manifesto. But you can make it yourself way much easier because threat modeling, according to the manifesto, and people like Adam Shostak, is asking yourself 4 questions. Well, for this talk, I make it 5 questions. So the first question is, what are we working on? What is the system that we have that we're going to threat model for? Is it my banking account? Is it my phone? Is it all my entire digital life? What are you working on? And make a diagram of that. Then you can think about what can go wrong? How can this be abused? And you can approach it from different ways. And we're going to see how we're going to do that later. If we know, like, okay, this can go wrong, it can be abused in this way, What are we going to do about that? How do we prevent this from happening? And finally, you're going to look back at that. Did we do a good enough job? Have we done all the things that we needed to do? These are the 4 official questions. And now comes my 5th question. And how does this all apply to Jellicle cats? What's a Jellicle cat, you might say? Well, the Jellicles are a tribe of cats that star in the hit musical Cats, which is my 2nd topic of this talk. And I've been making this hard for me because I'm going to interleaving my 2 topics. And I'm going to use some of the plot of Cats the Musical to explain personal threat model in order to fend off the stalkers. Due to limitations about content matching and IP rights, etc., I cannot play you any music, which is sad because the music is amazing. But I will provide you with some resources later on in this talk where you can listen and you can watch this show. So first off, what is Cats the Musical? Well, how it's about cats is one of the answers that Andrew Lloyd Webber ever gave to a friend like who was asking, so what is the show about? No, it's about cats. It's a complete concept musical. It's completely sung and danced through, based on poems by T.S. Eliot that he wrote back in the 1930s for his godchildren. It's a stack of silly poems about silly cats. Andrew Lloyd Webber, as the composer, turned it into a musical together with Gillian Lynn as a choreographer and Trevor Nunn as a director and designer. And you might want to know that Trevor Nunn has his heritage, has his roots in the Royal Shakespeare Company. That carries over in all his other work. Everything has an intention in his work, also in the Silly Cat musical. This show has been so successful that the world has not been without an active production ever since it opened back in 1981. The original runs in the West End in London lasted for 21 years. The original run on Broadway lasted about 18 years. Those are closed now. But they held the record for longest running productions for a couple of years until they were taken over by Phantom, also Andrew Lloyd Webber. There are currently 2 running official productions. One is in Japan and one is on the Oasis of the Seas. They performed this at sea, at a moving ship. And if you're going to see the show, you're going to think that is really impressive if you're going to do this on a moving ship. There is a Theatre Pro Shots filmed in 1998, which is the most accessible version because you can find it online. It's downloadable. It's in bits and pieces. It's on YouTube as well. And there is also a CGI movie that's made in 2019 by Tom Hooper, and I like to treat it like the odd-numbered Star Trek movies. We don't discuss it. This show brought also some innovation to musical theater. It was the first show where every performer on stage had a radio microphone. Not just a few, but every performer, so they could get away with microphones on the stage edge. However, it's dancing, there's a lot of sweating involved. All the microphones had to be packed in big condoms. So can you imagine being the stagehands being sent out to the pharmacy around the corner to buy another family pack of XL unlubricated condoms every single day? Cats is also a show that has introduced the singing booth. With every production, there are about 4 to 6 people off stage singing to provide some extra focus to fill up the sound, especially in the big ensemble numbers and the big dance heavy numbers, because singers that need to dance and sing tend to get out of breath. And this is a real toll on performers. So what is Cats about? If you're going to walk into a show, you're going to be greeted by the junkyard. And there, Jellicle cats meet once a year at the Jellicle Ball where we all rejoice. And the Jellicle leader will soon appear and make what is known as the Jellicle choice. When old Deuteronomy, just before dawn, through a silence you could feel, cut with the knife, announces the cat who can now be reborn and come back to a different Jellicle life. For waiting up there is the heavy-side lair, full of wonders one Jellicle only will see. And Jellicles asks, because Jellicles dare, who will it be? And that's all the singing I'm going to do for you. So don't worry about that. I know I'm not a great singer, but I thought this was interesting enough to tell. Because this is the story about cats. It's been told to you. However, it's also the show that is being hated on by the theater community because it's a silly dancing show for tourists, because there is no story. It's only dancing. It's people dressed up as cats dancing. It's people dressed up as cats that dress up as cockroaches dancing. So it's set for yeah, and there's no real storyline, and I beg to differ because there are multiple storylines and story arcs in there. But like Lord of the Rings, you have to dig into secondary sources, to interviews with creators, interviews with performers, to get to all the little bits of stories. You will not find it if you're going to see it just for once. And the main story that I just told you is the talent show. A bunch of cats wants to be elected or been chosen to be reborn in a new life. So that's, and if you're going to see it for the first time and that's all you'll see, it's fine. Trust me. So the Jellicle tribe consists of, for beginning, the leader, Old Deuteronomy. If you're into Nightmare Before Christmas, and at least one of you is, this is Ken Page, who performed it on Broadway, who also performed it in the '98 movie. You might also know him as Oogie Boogie. And there are a whole bunch of more cats, and every cat has its own character and their own tricks and things. So we have Jenny Anidots. She has trained cockroaches to tap dance, and we'll see the tap dancing cockroaches. We have the Rum Tum Tugger, the playboy, the only one who says a single meow on stage, because there's only one meow on stage, and that is it. He has a bunch of groupies found in the kittens. We have the thieving and mischief makers, Mungo Jerry and Rumple Teaser. They steal roast from the oven. They are knocking over Ming vases. And we have Skimble Shanks, who builds an entire train out of pot lids and bicycle wheels together with the rest of the cats on stage during a song. And of course, this one you will probably know, Grisabella. Grisabella, who was cast out of the tribe and tries to come back singing the most well-known song, Memory. And even if you've never seen this show, you will have heard Memory somewhere on the radio. It has been a big hit back in the 80s, sung by either Elaine Page, you see in the picture here, or Betty Buckley, who did the Broadway versions, or it has been covered by Celine Dion. It has been covered by Barbara Streisand, things like that. So there is a whole slew of characters, and we're going to focus on two of them. First, there is Demeter. The show opens up with Demeter running into the running into the junkyard, obviously fleeing for someone. And as with all the characters, she is defined by three words: skittish, cautious, and paranoid. She has some connection with Grisabella, but nobody really knows what and where. She is very good friends with Bon Ballerina, with whom she hangs out all the time. And she used to date McCafferty. And if you're going to dive into secondary sources, you will see a little video clip of Jilan Lin instructing one of the performers playing Demeter. And she says, well, the man was wonderful when he made love to me, but I hated him. There are little things canon about the cat's world. But the one thing that is that Demeter and McCafferty had an abusive relationship. McCafferty was an abusive jerk. So who's this McCafferty guy then? Well, McCafferty breaks every human law. He breaks the law of gravity. He is described as hypnotic and jealous and dangerous, and he is. And he tries to crash the Jellicle ball later. And he is inspired by Professor Moriarty, so that's what he's based upon. He is the namesake of the McCafferty Awards for Mystery Fiction, which are still awarded every year. And he would be a great hacker, because when you reach the scene of crime, McCafferty is not there. He leaves no traces in any logs. None of his paw prints are to be found. So these are the people we're going to talk about in threat modeling wise. So what is this threat modeling again? Well, you start with what are you working on? Yeah, and you start with a data flow diagram and something like this. And this is just a random data flow diagram I grabbed off the internet. And I started doing this for my personal life on a sheet of paper and then in Google Draw. That got really messy real quick because that looked like this. And I can make heads or tails about this. And this is by far not even all the things I needed to put in there. And yeah, after a little while, I felt like this guy. I was just mapping out my tech stack and I went completely nuts. So, but it's not strange because I told myself to build a complete CMDB from scratch, create relationships between all the config items and threat model the whole thing all at once. I fell for the trap of perfect representation. Yeah, that's not going to fly and that's not going to work. So I needed to figure out a system. And I came up with this. I was inspired by the OSI stack with the foundation layer or the physical layer on the bottom, and then you have the application layer on the top and the whole bunch that's in between. And I built it up from the most sensitive at the bottom as foundation to the least sensitive, and thinking about assets and accounts on this can be interlinked. So you start with physical devices on the bottom. So your laptop, your phone, your smart home devices, anything that's physical. On your physical devices, you have access to your primary accounts, to your Google and your Apple ID and your Facebook and your password managers, accounts that give access to other accounts. And Facebook is a single sign-on provider for private people. Google and Apple ID exactly the same. Log in with Facebook or log in with Google. Then we have the sensitive accounts. That's all the accounts that contain sensitive information, your banking, your medical stuff, your GPS data, things that are really interesting for people who want to harm you or want to get into your personal life. Your personal accounts, places where you talk about what you like, what you are doing, your social media, your streaming services, because these things tell you something about you. And finally, the peripheral accounts. So all the shopping that you do, the places where you have to get an account just to buy a ticket for a movie or buy a ticket for a museum. That's peripheral accounts, not that important, but still you have to keep them in mind. So if you're going to apply this, it's going to kind of look like this. Your physical device on the bottom, all your primary accounts, your sensitive accounts, your banking, your hospital, your Garmin or Strava, because they contain a whole bunch of information about where you are. If you're in a place where abortion is an issue, is illegal or might become illegal, your menstrual cycle tracker apps might be an issue here as well, because there already have been issues where law enforcement has used that data to prosecute people. Then we have all your personal accounts, your messaging, your forums, etc., and all the peripherals, the cinema, the Ticketmaster, if you want to go to a show, things that contain some of your information, but might not even be all your true information. But these are the things. Oh, I've highlighted a bunch in green now that contain GPS data that know exactly where you are and when. And these things are kind of interlinked. So your phone gives access to WhatsApp or gives access to Google or Apple ID. And for most people, if I have your unlocked phone in my hand, I have control over your entire life. Because your phone gives access to your email accounts, it gives access to all your other accounts because usually they are logged in. So unlocked phone, access to your entire life. But then we have the partner's devices. Because your partner devices might be connected to any of your accounts, and your partner might turn out evil, like McAfee did. They had a relationship, but he turned out to be a bad guy. He turned out to be an abusive jerk. So this is something that you might want to think about. He might have access to your Google because you shared your account once or logged in on his device. You might have used WhatsApp Web on his laptop. You might be friends with him on Strava, which is a popular running app. All of a sudden, your partner's devices can be a risk and can be stalkerware. Even all the stalkerware that we're talking about, most of it you already install yourself because you like the functionality of running apps, of WhatsApp, of messaging, etc. And then there is also the stalkerware, and the evil trackers that are dropped in your bag that are installed by your partner that might be on your devices as well. But like I said, most of the stalkerware we install ourselves. So how does this work if you're going to apply this to a single thing? I'm a runner. I like to go for a run, and I do that with my Garmin smartwatch that tracks my GPS data. So that connects to my phone. My phone connects to my Garmin account to track all the information. My Garmin account synchronizes to Strava, which is a popular running app. And with Strava, I can share to social media if I want. That kind of looks like this. This is one of my runs. This is one I did on holiday, so I'm not too afraid to share this with exact starting points. If you look at this, you know where I've been, when I started running, when I stopped running. You can figure out where my hotel was in Vienna. I have looked at some friends on Strava that I'm friends with, and for most of them, I could figure out within about 15 to 50 meters to where they lived, just based on a handful of runs or bike runs. So this is something that you might want to consider. And I've given this talk earlier, a couple of months ago. And about a week after I given this talk, there was a video out featuring Jack Rhysider, the host of Darknet Diaries, talking about that he was basically doxxed by Strava. He got an email from, yo, dude, we know where you live. And this is someone who is very private, who is very secure, and who has a lot of good OPSEC. But he forgot he had Strava on, and Strava used to have everything public by default. And that is a lot of information to share with anyone who just wants to have a look at it. So how do you going to approach this if you're going to think, okay, how can this go wrong? Well, there are a bunch of methods. Stride is very well known for a technical perspective. Linden is known for more a privacy perspective. But I want to keep it simple, and I'm going to go for persona non grata, bad people. And bad people is basically role playing, and there's been some more role playing talk at PancakesCon as well. And it is thinking about who are they, what is their motivation, what are their objectives, and how much effort are they willing to put in terms of perseverance, in terms of skill, in terms of funding. So if you're going to apply this to McCafferty, the Napoleon of crime, who is he? Well, he's Demeter's ex-partner. He had access to her devices at some point. He had they shared some accounts. His motivation is jealousy. He feels that she belongs to only him, and he wants to assert dominance over her. His objective is to track her, exert control, gain physical access to the ball, and control the Jellicle tribe. That's a secondary thing as well. And this effort is obsessive. He has a couple of accomplices. I might mention Mungo Jerry, and I could mention Grillabone. And this is this is our threat. This is our malicious actor we're going to think about. So back to our run. If Demeter is going to go running and she uses the same setup with Garmin and Strava, McCafferty might be a follower, either direct or via groups or indirect. He also, where's my mouse? There's also a bit of gamification in these kind of apps with leaderboards and segments and flybys. And flyby is basically if you do a run and you come across another one who's also using Strava, and you get a ping from, hey, you came across this and this dude. Would you like to be friends with them? All these kind of things in Strava, you have to set up your privacy separately. Very nice that it can be fine-grained, but it's also something that you need to go through all the settings. And Strava used to be public by default. I'm using nowadays the Garmin Go app, Garmin Connect app, and Garmin is private by default, which is way better. So, and of course, if you're going to post about your runs on social media in public posts, it tells a lot about your routes and habits. But enough with all the worky things. Jellicle cats come out tonight. Jellicle cats, come one, come all. The Jellicle moon is shining bright. Jellicles come to the Jellicle ball. It's time to have a party. Within the show, the Jellicle ball itself is a 15-minute dance break, featuring the entire ensemble. It's choreographed in Gillian Lynn's a mix of jazz and classical ballet, and it's an amazing watch. It has flips, it has ballet section, and of course it has this amazing lift that is the centerpiece of attention for anyone. And it's an all-over celebration of expression through dance. It is a dance musical. It is a dance concept. It is all about the dancing and the music, and the words, it's not that important, but the music makes it, and the music tells the story together with the dance. So we're gonna have a party. Or, well, maybe not, because McCafferty shows up. After a few false scares and some haunting laughter that you hear around the auditorium, he finally shows up, he crashes the party. He and a bunch of his hench cats first abduct old Deuteronomy, the leader of the tribe. And after he's done that, he comes back into disguise and tries to abduct Demeter. He's trying to abduct his ex-girlfriend. So what went wrong here? Demeter did some threat modeling. What was the thing that she forgot? Well, let's dive back into that. When you're going to a party, at least what I do, I'm buying a new dress or getting a new dress and sharing some pictures with my friends. So she made a photo of her outfit that she wanted to wear with this dress and these shoes, and she shared that with her friend Bon Ballerina. That photo was sent to a shared photo library containing GPS data and dates and times. She also talks to her friends on WhatsApp about the invitation, about making plans, how to get there, when should we leave, when should we arrive, all these kind of things, which are very benign. However, during their relationship, she had shared some accounts, so McCafferty has access to a shared photo library, which was very nice at the time, but turns out to bite her in the butt now. And she also used his laptop once to log into the web application of WhatsApp just to send some messages, and she forgot to log that one out. This is why he could know where she was, and he could figure it out because he could just read all her messages. So if you take these things into account and you're writing it down, you come up with a threat model. You write down your threats, you write down your mitigations, physical stalking during the workouts, stop sharing your workout on Strava, set privacy permissions. You might want to change your routes and routines. I go for the same run every Friday morning around the same time. So if you get access to my Strava, you kind of know where I am, what I'm doing on Friday morning at around between 8 and 10 p.m. somewhere, 8 and 10 a.m. There might be some tracking via AirTags or smart tags or Bluetooth devices. For those kind of things, use the notifications provided by iOS or Android nowadays as well, or use a app like AirGuard that is able to track trackers that are not connected to your phone and can warn you about that. For the installing of stalkerware or spouseware, as it's sometimes called, or family controls, there is some antivirus that will report on it. There is some anti-stalkerware tooling that will report on it, but will not be visible to your stalker, which might be important. You can reset your devices. Keep in mind, if you just gonna buy a new phone or just do a factory reset and log into your Android account or log into your Apple account again, your phone will happily install all the old applications that were on your previous phone automatically, including the evil ones. So keep in mind, if you're going to go that route, that is a thing that happens. He had access to messaging apps on shared devices. In these kind of things, breakups, log out all your devices, all your sessions, rotate your password, enable multi-factor authentication if you've not done that already, and make sure that you also control the second factor. consider not sharing your devices or access in the first place. And this is how much risk appetite will you have? How much risk are you willing to take? And because a lot of these functions are nice to have, are things that we want to use because they're cool, they're fun, they make life easier. There is no right or wrong answer in this. There is no good or bad one. You should never do this. You can do that. You have to think about it yourself. Can I trust my partner? How good is my partner? How long have we known each other? This is a hard question. And he had continued access to the photos, including all the metadata, revoke access to shared photo albums or shared backup services. Don't forget those. And again, rotate password, enable multi-factor authentication, etc., etc. If you're going to act on this, consider the risk of escalation and violence. So you first might want to make sure that you're in a safe place, that you have some friends with you, or that you are with some friends, or you might want to involve law enforcement. Before acting, consider the risk of escalation violence, because this can be a thing. So if you see stalkerware on your phone, don't just immediately delete it. If you're in an abusive partner situation, he might turn violent. So keep in mind of that. So if you're gonna look back to the fourth question, did the meter do a good enough job? Well, she thought long and hard. She made a diagram of her digital life, and she had some help with friends. She went through the diagram systematically, thinking about threats, thinking how McAfee could abuse the kind of things. And she has things to do to mitigate those threats. Some of them she'd done already. So yeah, she did a good job. She worked there, but did she really do a good enough job? Because, well, her ex crashed the party. He abducted old Deuteronomy. He attempted to abduct her. He had to be fought off by the rest of the tribe. So she might not have done the best job at all. However, she also found strength in numbers. She was with trusted friends. She had a backup plan. And threat modeling is mostly about preventing bad things from happening. But it is also about having a backup plan and having measures in place that after things go south, after things go wrong, that you can recover from it. And this goes for corporate environments, have backups. And this goes for your private life. Make sure you're in a safe space, because McAfee might have known other ways, because the Jellicle Ball might have been on the same place, same time every year. So he could just, no, she probably is there. So plan to fail, have a backup. Oh, that is the wrong side, this slide. So McAfee is fought off in a fierce fight by the entire tribe. It's an amazing piece of choreography again, involving a bunch of the different cats that do all the clawing and the fighting and the barking, and it's super cool to see and to follow through. So how does this happen? How does the story end? Well, Mr. Mistopheles, the clever cat, the magical cat, magics back all Deuteronomy. So he is back. He saves the day, and they can enjoy the party some more and finish and do the Jellicle choice and see who's going to be reborn. Until Grisabella again crashes the party as well, completely desperate. And she makes her final entrance, desperately belting one last memory with the most iconic line, "Touch me, it's so easy to leave me. If you touch me, you'll understand what happiness is." I'm not going to sing this for you, because this is Elaine Pace or Betty Buckley belting this out. I do not have the vocal chops to do that for you. However, old Deuteronomy, together with the tribe, makes the choice. He picks Grisabella. She is touched by the youngest cat, the pure and innocent white Victoria, accepting her back into the tribe, sending her up the Heaviside layer to come and be reborn in a new life. And we can elevate our threat modeling too, because threat modeling is not a one-off exercise. It is a journey of understanding over security or privacy snapshot, and it's continuous refinement over single delivery. Again, these things come from the Threat Modeling Manifesto. These things evolve over time. These things change. You want to keep in account because every couple of months, new attacks come out. You buy a new device. I just bought a new tablet that I linked to some of my accounts, which means I got a whole new attack vector to think about. So you want to think about these things on a regular basis. Is my threat model still accurate? Do my mitigations still work? Do I need to figure something new out? Is there a new threat around? Do I have a new partner? These are things that you might want to keep thinking about. And I'm not the biggest fan of agile way of working, but you have to start somewhere, minimum viable products, and iterate on that. So I promise you a bunch of resources, and you should, if Slack is working right, you should have had this link also in the chat. And if not, I can share it with you later. You can also scan the QR code, goes to this GitHub page. This is the point where I'm going to reveal my hidden agenda, because I don't just want you to threat model. I also want to join me in enjoying Cats the musical. For time limitations and content matching, I haven't included any music. So I'm going to give you resources where you can go and give it a listen or give it a watch. Because Cats was the one thing that kept me sane during the COVID lockdowns. It was total escapism. But it got me away from all the horrible news stories during the pandemic about the deaths and the people being sick and the horrible. And I went in, I would watch the Whimsical musical, and it's very repetitive. Neurodiverse brains love this kind of things. So I've watched the hell out of this. Also watched the hell out of like all the other versions I could find. And there is a whole thing, a slew around if you know how to Google for that. I've created a GitHub page with a whole bunch of links to listen to the Broadway and the West End cast recordings, where you can find the 1998 Pro Shot. You can buy it also on Amazon. It's available on Amazon Prime. You can buy the DVD on Amazon as well, if you still want to buy DVDs. It's available on Apple TV, I believe. All the major streaming services have the main albums, and I've included both the West End and the Broadway versions, and I've also included my favorite, which comes from Vienna. Mind you, it is in German, but it includes all the parts that get cut from most modern productions. It's a live recording from the overture to the playouts, and it has some songs that are not available on the other ones. If you're gonna just listen it for the music, by all means go to the Viennese version, because it also has the biggest orchestration. That is the biggest orchestra of the three. If you're gonna go for the lyrics and you want to hear the poetry of T.S. Eliot, pick the Broadway or the London version. They are slightly different, but they're equally good. So with that, I have some room for questions. If you want to reach me later, Dani@hsnl.social on Mastodon or on LinkedIn, that works as well. And I also want to give a little shout out to the guy who made this picture for me, because I dislike AI images so much, so I commissioned an artist to draw this for me. Are there any questions, Jennifer?
Hey, Danny, that was brilliantly done. There's no direct questions in the Slack that I can see right now, just lots of chat and feedback. But I will be honest, that presentation sort of gave me some cognitive dissonance, because on the one hand, it's so lovely to watch you talking about cats, because I love to see people share their joy of something they love so much, and the cats are so cute, and you're very cute when you talk about it. So it was, and that way it was great and fun, but I don't want within that to be lost the rather chilling nature of what you're talking about. And people were definitely reacting to that part of it as well. I think at one point you used the word spouseware, which is not your name for it, but something that people sometimes call it. And that got a reaction in the Slack. So as much as you are delightful, and I could see that it was breaking your heart to not have actual music in the presentation, but that it was a great talk, but this is serious stuff that we absolutely need to be aware of. Oh, and Cat Salad does have a question. Let's see. Oh, is this what your question is? Kat would like to know how appropriate would it be to see Cats the musical again, cosplaying as a cat, with the caveat that she's asking for a friend.
You would not be the only one. I have seen many cosplayers. I've been to the show 3 times in Vienna. I've seen a bunch of cosplayers there. I know a whole bunch of people cosplay when they go see the cats, including the full makeup, including the spandex, including the big wigs. If you want, like, if you need some resources, some people who can make you wigs or outfits, I know some people. So poke me on Slack or on Mastodon or something.
Also, Shannon, I totally agree. Shannon points out that commissioning an artist, she says 12 out of 10 points for that. I think that's really great too, because it's so easy to make AI generated images these days. And it's really important to keep our independent artists working. So agree on that point, Shannon.
Ooh.
Okay.
And if that is all, Cats is now and forever. It has been running for 43 years. Let's make the memory last.
Right. I think we've got 4 minutes until the top of the hour. Please don't go away. Just get your water, stretch your legs, and come back, because the last talk in this track is one you're not going to want to miss. Okay, our final talk on track 2 is pen testing and personal finance, wisdom I wish I had earlier in life. And just really brief story time to emphasize why this talk is exciting to me. Last weekend, I was visiting my best friend, and she and I and her 19-year-old daughter went to visit her parents. And so my friend's dad gave her 19-year-old daughter this set of books that he had gotten from his financial advisor, and they were about how to build wealth, how to invest, how to manage your money. And we looked at him and said, why didn't you give those to us when we were 19? So I really love the idea of this talk. I think it's super important. So Graham Helton is going to be the speaker. Graham is a red team specialist whose main focus is building out red team processes and capabilities, as well as pen testing Linux, Kubernetes, and cloud systems. He enjoys cooking, coffee, Tetris, and deep diving random technical topics on his website. Thanks, Graham.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for that. I'm super excited to be here. Yeah, I was watching a bunch of talks today and I realized that everyone was doing their talks on their hobbies, and that seems way more fun than personal finance. But I think personal finance is something that's super important, and one of those things that the earlier you learn it, probably the better. And so that's kind of why I decided to choose this topic instead of one of my hobbies like cooking or something like that. So to get started, a little bit about me. I do a lot of stuff right now, but my main thing is I'm a red team specialist. It's an interesting title. I would say I get to do red team things less often, and it's more security engineering, but kind of more on the offensive side. So basically something gets built, and I come in and say, hey, an attacker could do X, Y, or Z, and then I go and basically prove out those kind of attack paths. So less red teamy, more pen testy, security engineering. My main focus is Linux and or infrastructure exploitation, and then mostly like offensive architecture and advisement type work. You can find all my socials at grahamhelton.com/links. I also have a blog there where I spend a lot of time going into pretty technical deep dives of random topics. I find that I learn best when I kind of write out all my notes, and then once I have everything written out, why not just go ahead and publish those so everyone else can read those. Some of the things that I like that I also probably could have given the second half of this talk on: coffee, cooking in cast iron skillets, which is I could probably give a 20-hour presentation on all the fun tips and tricks I have on cooking cast iron. Tetris, cats, Linux. Actually, have a cat that is named after the Etsy directory on a Linux system. Dislikes Windows, and one of the random things I dislike is the car industry. But that's a topic for another time. So why this talk? There's a few things. One, so this is split up into two different talks, the pen testing side and then the personal finance side. But why the pen testing side? One, so I can show you cat pictures. But two is I didn't really know where to begin when I first started. And honestly, I kind of still don't. And that's kind of what I'm going to get at here in this talk is it's okay to not really know what you're doing as long as you can kind of figure it out. With that being said, I do have the Slack up. I will try to monitor it the best I can. So if there are questions, feel free to post them in there. I do have some time at the end of this for Q&A. If I do end up going over, which I probably will, or go ahead and just feel free to DM me on any of those social media platforms that I linked in the previous slide. But basically, this talk is just kind of a collection of things that I wish I did, and then things that I did do that I would definitely do again if I had to go back and do it all over. So there's a bunch of things that kind of caught me off guard when I first kind of started in pen testing, or really just security in general. And the biggest thing is you just have to be comfortable with learning the basics over and over and over and over and over. Not only because you have to learn the basics of how to do your actual job in pen testing, but you have to learn the basics of Windows, and then you have to learn the basics of Linux, and then you have to learn the basics of networking, and then you have to learn the basics of cloud. And then, it seems like every couple months there's a new thing that comes out that you kind of have to at least understand the fundamentals of. And a lot of this comes basically like as you're doing the job, you say like, oh, I'm working this pen test, and all of a sudden I have to connect to this network using this VPN appliance I've never used before. I have no idea how to connect to it, so now I need to go learn how to do that. There's also a lot of acronyms that are thrown around that you probably won't understand. There's acronyms within acronyms, and it gets really confusing. So definitely don't be afraid to just ask, especially if it's like a very niche internal thing that people are throwing around just assuming you know what it means. But the big thing that really like caught me off guard when I first started doing like pen testing and security work is there's a lot of emphasis placed on being like the best hacker, right? Getting root or getting to a domain admin in a cool way, or bypassing AV or whatever the case may be. But that's not really like super useful to anyone. Sure, it might look nice on like a resume, or it might sound cool in a blog post, but really what you're trying to do working in security is become that trusted advisor for your client, so that they can come to you and say, hey, I'm really worried about XYZ. Maybe there's a new exploit that came out for whatever VPN gateway they're using, and they're really worried about that. They're not going to feel comfortable coming to you and asking you about it if you're just there to get domain admin or get root and make them look bad. So the typical consulting model was quite a shock to me when I first started doing pen testing. Basically, being a consultant means that you bring in money by billing hours, and that incentivizes you billing as many hours as possible per week, which is that's the typical consulting model. But doing it that way is a super easy way to lead to burnout. And honestly, like you need a lot of R&D time, which we'll touch on in a little bit, to actually get things done. So that brings me to the next point. You might have heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect. And if you haven't heard of this, basically what this means is when you first start out doing something, you're not very competent in it, and you're not very confident in it, which makes sense because you just started. But what's interesting is as soon as you learn a tiny bit about it, you kind of climb the peak to, what people call Mount Stupid, right? So you aren't very competent, but you know a tiny bit, so you're super, super confident about what you're doing. So in the case of pen testing, maybe you first start studying for a certification, or you go through some training, and you're not super competent, but it's okay because you just started. You're not super confident, but again, you just started, so it's to be expected. But I found that, at least for me, what happens is you start out your first job, maybe you have some certifications, maybe you have all the certifications to kind of back up that hey, you can do pen testing, and you think like, all right, this is my first pen testing job, I have to do a really good job. Like I need to get domain admin immediately, I need to root everything, I need to like prove that I'm worthy of this job I just got. And then you get on the pen test day one, and you don't actually get anything done because you can't figure out how to connect to the environment. Maybe there's a VPN you have to connect to, and people just assume that you would know how to connect to the environment given this VPN information, but that wasn't taught in any of the certifications that you went after, and so now you lost basically a whole day because you can't connect to the environment. So day two happens, you actually get to the environment, and then you realize that you can't just run interpreter payload and type git system and get an admin account in a fully patched Windows 10 operating system. And so now like everything that is kind of out the window, and you have to kind of start from scratch, right? So day three, you are still at the bottom of the valley, but then day four, you kind of you kind of start climbing out and you start understanding the system. And as you keep going throughout the days, you are like slowly getting more and more competent, right? And then you've reached like halfway on day 10, and then the engagement ends. And that's it. That's you don't get any more time. You can do retesting later on, but there's not really anything else that you can do in the environment because the client only paid for 10 days of testing. And oh, by the way, you're probably late on the report because you haven't been reporting as you go. And then there is a new challenger approaches. And who is this new foe? Oh, it's a totally new client with a totally new tech stack that you are now going to have to pen test tomorrow. And now you're straight back to Mount Stupid. What's interesting about this is every time you pen test a new environment, it's even if they're running Windows, they're running all the same technology, each environment is totally different. And I would say that whenever you're doing like a pen test, you maybe retain maybe 5% of what you learned from the previous pen test that you can reuse on the next one. And we'll get to this in a little bit, but documenting things as you go is kind of a way to combat this, but it's really just like you basically just have to learn over and over and over, and you have to be comfortable with constantly, falling off the cliff and landing into the, valley of despair. So, like I said, the learning is kind of endless, which is a good thing and a bad thing. If you like learning, then it's great. If you just want to be in a role where you learn something and now you're the expert in that, and you will always be the expert in that, pen testing might not be the best place to go because it's constant like learning new things, keeping up to date with the latest technology, all that fun stuff. Taking good notes can help with this, especially if you take notes of the commands that you're running. If you're running in an AWS pen test and 6 months go by and you are now doing another AWS pen test, it's going to be really, really helpful if you have, notes where you can go back and look at all the commands that you ran and, copy and paste them. It'll save you from having to look up every time what you're doing. The next thing is learn how to automate the repetitive tasks. This is one of the things that I wish I had spent more time in. Learning how to automate and creating tools to basically save you, even if it's just 5 minutes, a week, is super, super helpful in the long run. This was pretty prevalent when I was doing a cloud pen test one time, and I needed to write a tool that would basically run a bunch of commands for a bunch of different, basically AWS accounts. So being able to write a tool that would, go through and iterate and run that command on every environment, saved me probably dozens of hours throughout the course of that engagement. The next is, kind of aim to be a generalist. Sometimes the specialists get the spotlight, right? It's super cool if, someone is, an expert in bypassing, AV or writing exploits, wherever the case may be. But it's really hard to provide value if you don't have, a general sense of, a bunch of different security topics. That being said, if you have a team of specialists, then that can be super, super powerful, but it's difficult to provide value to a customer if you're only good at bypassing AV or you're only good at writing exploits. And the next thing is, learn as much as you can about as many topics as you can, and then go deeper on the things that are necessary for your job. This is kind of what I've been doing with Kubernetes because, it's one of those things that's notoriously difficult, but, I've identified it as something that would definitely be worth my time to go deeper into than just kind of understanding what it is. And the next is kind of turn left to go right. So the weird thing that happens when you learn a bunch of different security topics is you will learn basically something about cryptography. And then all of a sudden that pops up in like a web app pen test. And that little bit of like cryptography that you learned is super, super useful for something totally different that you're doing. The next thing is become an expert in the tools that you use. Your tools are how you interact with, a system. And if you're working with these tools all day, it's going to be a pain if you can't split your terminal when you need to, or you need to look up the SSH commands every time that you need to run them, or you don't really understand what they do, but whenever you copy and paste them, they normally work. So, it's probably fine. If you actually understand what's going on when you run or, set up like an SSH tunnel, you're going to be able to troubleshoot that way better once your, SSH tunnel inevitably breaks. The next is aim to kind of deeply understand whatever technology you're working with. So say you're working with, something like Active Directory or Linux servers, creating a home lab, super, super important for that. Next, this is kind of the big thing about note-taking is creating a methodology where you basically go through and say, okay, I have a Windows pen test coming up. Here's, everything that I'm going to do on day one. And having that kind of listed out, A, so you don't forget anything, but B, it just saves you a ton of time and you'll be able to get to more things quickly. And whenever you do find something super interesting, you'll have more time to pursue it. The next thing is, fight for any R&D time that you can get. A lot of pen testing is kind of based on open source tools and techniques that have only been found because pen testers were given R&D time. If you don't get R&D time and you're billing, 40 hours a week, I would definitely encourage you to look for a place where you are given that time to have some non-billable hours. The next thing that is, I think, pretty important is don't underestimate your value, right? If your pen testing firm is charging, $200-$300 an hour for the work that you're doing, that should be reflected in your salary, right? You don't want to be making, $10 an hour when your company is charging $200 an hour. I think things are definitely getting a lot better, but I think that's something that everyone should keep in mind. And the other thing is you can go from, basically a new hire who's kind of useless to being very, very, very competent at pen testing and being, very billable very quickly. And so if you start out and you get, your first job doing pen testing and you very quickly become like an expert in whatever service that you're offering, your salary should reflect your competence, right? The next is I always encourage people to be a high paperwork employee. And what I mean by this is there are lots of benefits to working at companies that aren't necessarily just like salary, right? So if you're working at a company and they say, hey, we have an unlimited training budget, you just have to fill out this form and get approved by your boss, but it's unlimited, take advantage of that. Basically, if that is part of your total compensation, then you should definitely take as advantage of that whenever you have time or need to learn something new. The next thing is learn quickly. Scale plus complexity makes things really, really hard. When you're doing a certification or something like that, you might be limited to, it might give you the IP address of the machine you're attacking. What happens when you're working on a pen test and they give you a subnet that's a /16, and now you have thousands and thousands of systems that you're responsible for doing a pen test on, but you're only given a week to do it. One thing that can make this much, much easier is talk to the engineers and the sysadmins who are, kind of at your client if you can. If you build that, trusted advisor relationship, you should be able to just reach out to them and say, hey, walk me through what this system is supposed to do. Are there any weird compliance things we had to keep in mind when building this system? And chances are they probably know where the problems are. And if you are kind of on their side, you can help them get those problems fixed and you can call those problems out in your pen test report. Another tip is ask for the documentation that they give to new employees. This isn't something I've seen done on the kind of pen testing side because no one really thinks to give the pen tester the, new employee or new software engineer basically like training guide or handbook, right? But that can really help you get up to speed. Threat modeling a system is super, super important. Again, if you have a massive, /16 network, but really only, 15 endpoints are actually important, start with those 15 endpoints. And if you have time later on, then you can go back and, hit all the other things that aren't super important, but prioritize what you're spending your time on. The next thing is basically expense a whiteboard. I got basically just like a, handheld whiteboard that I write things down on. I like to think of your brain as like a computer RAM, right? Every time you turn it off or go to sleep, you lose everything. And writing it down is kind of like the hard drive, right? You can store things for much, much longer, and that gives your brain kind of more RAM to, process other things. The next thing is, when you're getting into pen testing, the community is really supports the pen testing community. Or the pen testing profession. There wouldn't be any, pen testing profession without, all these open source tools and techniques that are provided by the community. And so one thing is kind of plant your flag, right? Being easy to find is great for your career, right? If you're visible on LinkedIn, you're visible on, all these different social media websites. If you have an active blog, if you're known as like a subject matter expert in something, that's super, super good for your career, because when someone says, oh, we need someone who's an expert in like this very niche thing, if someone's read your blog on it, they might refer back to you and say, oh, like maybe we can reach out to this person. So it's super, super good job insurance. And like I said, pen testers are basically exclusively relying on, open source tools and techniques. So give back where you can, and it will probably, reward you in the long run. Building another good tip is build like an inner circle of people with different skill sets, right? So I don't do Windows stuff very often, but when I do Windows stuff, there are people that I, reach out to who are, totally independent of, whatever company I'm at, that can ask questions and, say, hey, what's the best tool for this? Is there, this tool broke with the latest update? Is there any like workaround, stuff like that? Super, super useful. Conferences. So conferences like this one are super important, and not only are they great for networking, but you can also just like meet a bunch of like-minded people who are interested enough in security to go to kind of the most random places. Like this picture was taken at a bar in Deadwood, South Dakota, where the population I think is like 900 people. There's a question: how do you deal with consistent note taking? I use Obsidian. If you go to my website, there's a blog. I basically wrote like it's basically a novel, to be honest, of how I take notes, because I find it so important. Using Obsidian, writing in Markdown is super, super important and useful. So getting back to the community, there's a bunch of people who are doing this really, really well. And, I have a bunch of them listed out here. You can go and find them. But basically, if you're trying to get into a pen testing role, go look and see what these people are doing. Not only just like the, certifications or whatever they have, but like see how they're interacting with the community, see what they're doing. Are they, blogging? Are they releasing videos? All that stuff is super, super good at getting your name out there. Conferences, obviously, PancakesCon is one of them. Wild West Hacking Fest is great. Your local B-sides, HackSpaceCon, which I'll be at in a few weeks. Black Hat and DEF CON are kind of meh. Also, if someone offers you cereal at a conference, you should run. I'm not going to explain why, but you should run. Some things not to do: don't think you know everyone. Don't be scared of learning something new. Don't be afraid of asking for help. It doesn't have to be, publicly on social media, but just, DMing people on Discord, that type of thing. You'll get pretty far with just doing that. And then also, don't think you're immune to burnout, especially if you're doing consulting where you're billing hours. It's super, super easy to get burnt out. right, let's see. I'm a little bit behind, but we're going to talk about another super important topic, arguably more important, the personal finance side of things. So personal finance is an interesting topic because it's almost like a very well like gate kept I don't want to say industry, but the knowledge seems like super complicated, but almost like security. It's very complicated if you make it complicated, but can also be, super simple if you do it right. So what do I mean by, personal finance, and what is this portion of the talk about? First of all, like this is going to be very US centric because I am in the US, so most of what I know pertains to things happening over here in the US. Also, I'm probably totally unqualified to give advice on financial matters. But all the things I'm going to be talking about here are things that I've just kind of learned over the past couple years of trying to figure out all these things so that I didn't, look back and regret it, in 10, 15 plus years. Let's see. So, the goal of this is kind of not to give you everything that you should do, but it's kind of to give you the vocabulary and context that you can kind of use to go and research it further yourself. Some terms I'm going to be using are gross and net. So gross is basically talking about the income before taxes. Net is income after taxes. And the way I like to think about this is the net is, a net that catches the leftovers after taxes. So step one, similar to security, I think the first control in the, critical security controls is taking an inventory of your environment. Inventory your finances. How much is your paycheck? How much are your expenses? Depending on where you work, maybe you do 1099 work and you may make a bunch of money one month and then the next 3 months you don't make any money. So trying to figure out like basically how much you make is easier said than done for some people. But it's, you really need to have a good idea of what you have coming in before you know like where to put it. So some extremely general guidelines that I've seen thrown out there are your fixed costs, so your rent, your mortgage, your bills, anything that you are required to pay. As a general guideline, should be around 50 to 60% of your gross pay, right? So that's before taxes. Savings should be about 10% of your gross pay. Obviously, the higher the better. And then investments should also be around 10%. You'll notice that this doesn't add up to 100. And it's also important to note that like you should also have spending money. You should, if you want to go buy, if you have a hobby of, mechanical keyboards or something like that, you should, give yourself some money to play with. It's, there's no point in working all these hours if you can't, also spend some money on things you like. So a good tip is have your payroll basically automatically send the money from your paycheck to your savings account, right? So basically what I used to do was whenever I would get a paycheck, it would all go into a checking account. And then I would be like, oh, I have some leftover money. Let me put that in my savings. A better way to do that is to automatically have it sent to your savings so that you don't even see it and it's automatic and you don't even have to think about, how much you're saving every month. All right, so what do I mean by investing? Investing is basically putting resources, whether that's time or money, into something to kind of gain profits down the line. Profits don't have to be money, which we'll talk about shortly. But I wanted to very quickly talk about kind of how do you start investing? Because I think once you start, it's easy to continue, but it's difficult to actually get started because it's kind of, there's a lot of like technical terms and jargon. So the first thing is plan, figure out how much you can invest. Think in terms of months, right? So don't say, I want to invest, $3,000 a year. Basically divide that by 12. So you can say, oh, I want to invest, whatever that comes out to, say $200 a month for the next, X amount of years. It gives you more of an obtainable target and it seems, much more are much less like nebulous to say I want to invest, this much per paycheck. I get 2 paychecks per month, therefore, I can invest this much per month. So the next thing you need to do is you need to open up a account with an investment firm like Vanguard, Fidelity, Schwab. There's a bunch of different ones. We'll talk about 401ks, but if you are using a 401k for this, typically that is set up for you by your employer. And then basically, if you are setting up your own investment account with something like Vanguard, you connect your bank account to your investment account, and then you're able to transfer money in. The next thing that you need to do is think of your accounts in terms of basically folders, right? So there's all these different types of investment accounts. And I think this is where a lot of people get a little bit overwhelmed. Basically, an investment account is kind of a folder that you stick your money into, right? And depending on what folder that you put your money into, there's different tax implications on that money. And then there's different rules for when you're allowed to take that money out. There's a bunch of different ones, but the two kind of main ones are there's tax advantaged accounts, and then there's just taxable accounts. Tax advantaged accounts are basically if you invest in these, different accounts or whatever, there are tax advantages to doing so. So you might pay less taxes, but then there's also the caveat that there's restrictions on when you can withdraw it. So let's talk about 401k. So the 401k is probably like the standard kind of tax investment account that everyone has heard of. It's an employee-sponsored account, and I have a whole nother slide on this, so I'll put this one aside for a minute. The next is traditional IRA. This means contributions are pre-tax, and then the gains on that those investments are taxed. So in a traditional IRA, when you are investing the money, you invest pre-tax money, and then it grows for say 10, 15, 20, however many years, and then once you take that out, the money is then taxed. The Roth IRA is basically the opposite. So taxes get taken out of your paycheck, you contribute to the Roth IRA post-tax, and then once you withdraw that money, 10, 15, 20 years down the line, you're not taxed on those gains. The next one is the HSA. This is another employee-sponsored one. You have to have a high deductible healthcare plan. But basically, this is pre-tax money that you can put into an investment account and invest in different funds, which we'll talk about in a second. And then you can use those investments for medical expenses, right? So if you go to the doctor, you can pay that doctor's bill using this pre-tax money. The other kind of bucket is the taxable accounts. So the taxable account would be like a brokerage where basically it's a bank account that you're allowed to invest with, but there's no special tax advantages for doing this. And again, there are many, 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 many different types of accounts. These are kind of just the top 4 that came to mind when I was putting this together. So the next step, once you have these accounts, is you need to pick what to invest in. And basically what this means is, say you have your bank account, you connect it to your brokerage account if you're doing a taxable account, and then you transfer, say, $1,000 into your investment account or your brokerage account, and then you say, okay, I would like to invest in this, whether that's an index fund or whatever. Honestly, I think that index funds are probably the best way to go. And basically what an index fund is it mirrors the performance of some index. The common one is the S&P 500. So the index fund is basically, when you invest in it, you're investing in a very, very small percentage of the top 500 companies in the US. This is kind of the opposite of investing, buying stock in a company, right? Because if you're buying stock in a company, if that company's stock price goes down, you'll lose money. If you're investing in an index fund, you're buying stock in basically the top 500, companies. If you're depending on which index fund you're using. So it's much less risky. That's a huge oversimplification, but that's, the gist of it. The thing to think about when looking at index funds is the expense ratio. Your expense ratio should be as close to zero as possible. Depending on where you invest, they might charge you, a high expense ratio, and they might say, oh, we get better returns. Over the long run, it's very, very hard to beat out an index fund. And when I say low expense ratio, I don't mean like 1 or 2%. I mean like 0.05%. I think the index fund for the Vanguard Total Stock Market Index is like 0.04%. Anything higher than that, there's a calculator down here. You can just Google expense ratio calculator, but you can see over the long run like how much you'll be paying in these expense fees if you go with a higher expense ratio place. So this is the big slide, right? So a 401k is something that most companies offer. I haven't ever worked at a company that doesn't offer one, unless you work for a government, in which case you'll have a TSP or a thrift savings plan. Basically the same thing as a 401k. And basically a 401k, you're allowed to contribute $23,000 a year in 2024. This changes from time to time. So depending on what year it is, this might go up. But it's kind of a standard benefit that when you sign on to a company, they might say, hey, we offer a 4% 401k match or a 6% 401k match. In this example that I'm using here, they offer a 6% match, but they only match 50% of your contributions. So what exactly does this mean? Basically, this means that when you are getting your paycheck, you say, I want to deduct 6% of my paycheck, and I want that to go towards my 401k. And then if the employee or the match is 50%, then your employer will also contribute money towards that. So for this example, we're just assuming like a salary of $50,000. You decide, hey, I'm going to max out the employee match or the employer match of 6%. And that means that they are matching 50% of the 6% of your paycheck that you put in. It's a lot of percentages. I hope that makes sense. So let's see. Basically, if we're assuming, the numbers of $50,000, you're basically contributing $3,000 a year. Your employer is contributing half that, so $1,500 a year. So that ends up to a grand total of $4,500 a year that you are investing into your 401k account. Some tips I have for a 401k is, say you get a 5% raise. The first thing I would do is just go in and kind of change your percentage, right? Up your 401k investment by, 1 or 2%. That way you'll still feel like you got raised, but you'll also be investing a lot more. And as we'll see in a minute, that few percent can make a huge difference. The next thing I've heard is increase your 401k contributions by 1% per year, right? Because obviously the more that you're investing, the more that you'll have during your retirement years. The other thing is don't touch your 401k. It's for later. Specifically right now, you can start withdrawing it when you're 59 and a half years old. So very quickly going through this, compound interest is basically the interest that you earn also earns interest, right? So if we're using that example from the previous slide, you're investing $4,500 a year, right? So 3,000 of that is from your own investment, and your employer is contributing 1,500. Broken down by month, that's $375 a month for 10 years. If you leave that in, right? So this is a calculator that you can find. You can scan this QR code if you trust me, or you can just Google compound interest calculator. If you plug in these numbers, right, 10 years, assume an 8% rate of return, which is kind of the average after inflation for the S&P 500, which is what index funds track. And you're basically contributing $375 a month. After 10 years, you will have contributed a total of $45,000, but you'll have earned $20,000 in interest, which is, pretty good. But what's crazy is the time that you invest is way more important, right? So if the only thing that we change on this is we, change the years that we're investing from 10 years to 45 years, that number changes dramatically, right? So originally, we were we had invested $45,000, and we had earned $20,000 in interest, which is, pretty good. Now we've invested $202,000, a little bit over that, which is still, a significant sum of money, but we've earned over $1.5 million in interest just by, investing $375 per month. So that is super, super crazy powerful. And so the longer you can invest, the more you'll return. So the next question is, how much do you need to retire? The very, very general rule of thumb, and it's honestly probably too general, is the amount that you need is your annual expenses once you retire times 25. So for example, if you plan to spend, $50,000 a year when you're retired, that includes groceries, mortgage, all that fun stuff. You multiply that by 25, and that brings your retirement number to 1.2 million. This is super, super hard to predict. So obviously, the more that you can invest now, the safer or less risky it will be in the future. For more info on this, definitely look into the Trinity study and the 4% safe withdrawal rate. There's a lot of good information there, but I don't have nearly enough time to go into detail on that. The next thing that I don't see often talked about is investing in yourself, right? So everyone talks about investing as, oh, I put this much money into my 401k or, whatever the case may be. But people often don't talk about, investing in your education, your health, things that make you happy. If you invest in learning a skill that increases your salary by, say 5%, that's probably the best investment you could ever make, right? So say you learn a skill, and then you take that to your boss and you say, hey, I learned this, I want this much of a raise, and they give it to you, and you just invest that, 5-10% raise, whatever you get. That is, crazy, crazy important. And in the long run, that's like a way better investment than investing an extra, $25 a month. The other thing is just like invest in things that you enjoy, right? So I love cooking. And so I have a lot of like cookware that I enjoy using. I have a cast iron skillet that I love. I have, some chef's knives that every time I use them, it's super fun. I could have gotten a, $5 knife from wherever, and that totally would have gotten the job done. But I think of it as investing in kind of tools that I enjoy using so that, I can enjoy cooking even more. Show us your cast iron pan. One day I will have to go get it. It's dirty right now. I made some stuff earlier. If you love something like painting, investing in brushes, that you like using, instead of using, super cheap brushes that make you frustrated, that will make your days, so much better. If you hate vacuuming, then, invest in a robot vacuum. Investing doesn't have to be in, the S&P 500. It can also be in yourself. These are some resources. I'll go ahead and share the slides so you can kind of explore these yourself. But if there's any questions, I don't know if we have too much time, but feel free to post them in the Slack or just DM me or whatever the case may be. I'm happy to answer them.
Hey, Graham, that was great. There's a lot of activity in the Slack channel, and you covered a ton of ground in there. And I want to give everybody time to switch back over to track 1, where Leslie's going to be wrapping it up. They've got some announcements and awards, so I don't want anybody to miss that. But I think that no matter where you're at with personal finance, this was a great talk because Eric McCorkle said in the chat at the very beginning, this is very important. There's a lot of folks who come from backgrounds that don't teach personal finance basics. And I don't think we should overlook that. But then even if you do think and read about this stuff, you're bound to get something out of this talk. You know, I was thinking, oh, I haven't checked in on that in a while. I should go see. I haven't upped my contribution. So this was really, really important. And I appreciate it. And based on the activity in the Slack, I can tell everybody else did too. And this is just a reminder now to go back to that landing page or go back and find the link in Slack and go over to track 1 for Leslie's wrap up. And this has been so much fun hanging out with y'all in track 2 today.
Awesome. Thank you so much.